Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all fandoms, welcome to the Ferret and Raccoon podcast, episode 157, the best and worst of 2020. I am the Angry Raccoon.
I'm the Indigenous Owl.
I'm Recess.
And we are here to pretty much cap off 2020. Finally, we're recording this podcast after Christmas, and as I'm sure you guys can hear, I'm joined by guests for the first time in a long time. So welcome Owl, welcome Recess to the End of Year podcast.
Hey.
Yeah, I should mention that obviously this podcast is going to sound a bit different. I'm going to try and do my best to make sure it sounds as loud or as quiet or as clear as it needs to be. Also, there's probably going to be a slight delay on what we say, so there may be a few moments of like empty spaces, just to let you guys know. But I guess we usually don't do a slight introduction to the podcast, but I guess we might as well, as soon as we are recording after Christmas. And I guess we'll ask, how was your guys' Christmas?
Mine was fairly chill, actually, to be fair. I mean, there's not really much you could do since we're all pretty much in lockdown. So just watched a couple of Christmas films, had Christmas breakfast and Christmas dinner. That was pretty much it, really.
Fair enough. Recess?
Yeah, mine was chill. Didn't have a large family gathering because of lockdown.
Yeah.
So yeah, just chilled really. Movies, drink, games. Yeah.
That's good to hear.
It was good though. For what it was good.
That's good to hear. Mine was pretty much the same. Most of my family is kind of scattered all over the place, so it was pretty much pretty much the same chill. I pretty much spent most of my Christmas getting work done because, that's how I roll. But hopefully everyone listening had a good Christmas, and hopefully they're looking forward to 2021. But before we get into everything that's going to happen next year, we got to address everything that happened this year, being 2020, a year that I think everyone loved.
Oh dear.
Of course, I mean, what?
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting podcast, regardless of whether you're listening to it in 2021 or way in the future. But let's kick it off. Let's go straight into the main event, being the best and worst of 2020, and we are going to start off with our first main section, and that is going to be books. Now, I believe that it is just me who has something to talk about in terms of books and Recess, so I will be going first to talk about my stuff, and I'm mainly talking about 3 honorable mentions, and they are all art books. My first one is for, The Big Tease, which is a Naughty and Nice collection by Bruce Timm. Now, this is essentially a collection of, I guess you could say, nude and erotic artwork by illustrator Bruce Timm, who most of you may know as the man who pretty much did most of the artwork and design for Batman the Animated Series back in the 90s. And this is essentially his collection of collected works of his artwork that he did over the course of the couple years, collected in one book, as well as new and additional added artwork. And it was honestly is a really nice collection to look at, especially given how creative his work is, in that he kind of shows his love of period piece art and references. There's 60s sci-fi, 80s fantasy, 30s horror parody, and it is a really nice kind of collection if you kind of want to see something that kind of has that kind of classic cartoonish style, or you're a fan of Bruce Timm. The only thing that I thought was disappointing about the book was I bought the paperback version, and that version, in my opinion, wasn't super well put together compared to the hardback cover. But, I'm still happy I got a copy, because it's one of those books that's going to disappear off the face of the earth pretty soon. My number 2 is going to The Art of Spyro Reignited Trilogy, mainly written by Mickey Nelson. Now, I haven't read this book because I didn't want spoilers, because I haven't played the Reignited Trilogy. And just the cover alone, which is this beautiful wraparound illustration that celebrates how cool and how much love was put into the Reignited Trilogy, is an awesome love letter to the series. And from what I can tell, this book seems to focus on how faithful they were to redesigning the characters, how they redesigned the environments, and almost each piece of artwork kind of has a quote from the artist kind of talking about their creative process and their intent when approaching the remake. So if you're a fan of the Reignited trilogy, or you're a fan of any of the artists or the game itself, I'd highly recommend picking this book up.
Okay.
And my first, or my best honorable mention, whatever you necessarily want to categorize it as, is going to be for The Art of Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. Once again, another book that I own. I did not get enough time to read it because it is quite a big book. But much like the Spyro book, it essentially is collecting all the artists and Toys for Bob's like work with like another fantastic wraparound cover, which kind of, I think it was maybe done for the front cover of the book, which kind of showcases everything in it. So spoilers if you haven't played the game yet. And once again, it does kind of have the same things that the Spyro book has. It has quotes from the artists, the team, but this book kind of showcases more experimentation and variation on said beloved characters, being Crash, Cortex, and all those kinds of guys. So you get to see where their process was from the origin to where they kind of ended up with the characters' look in said game. It's very interesting to see how the said game evolved over time, and they go into great detail in terms of like what their intentions was, and kind of concepts that never made it or kind of got changed along the way. It does kind of go in quite a lot of depth, and it also kind of does showcase a lot of cut ideas, which is also very interesting and kind of heartbreaking, especially when you find out that a certain character that you really like got cut from the game and was going to have a much, much, much bigger role. So it's a pretty interesting read, and that's going to do me for books for now. I believe, Recess, it's your turn to chat about books or reading material.
Yeah, so I'm under comics and webcomics section.
Mm-hmm.
So my only honourable mention is the Dune comic. So Dune was a book written by Frank Herbert in, I think it was 1965. And they kind of made they made two comics. They made a graphic novel called Dune, which came out this year, and then they've got a second comic called Dune House of Atreides. But Dune is under my honourable mentions. I haven't read it yet, but I believe it's the story of book 1. I'm not sure if they're extending it to book 2 and 3, or 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a lot of books.
The books are huge. They're like they're hench. I'm working my way through them. I've read 1, 2, and I'm at the end of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also going to read the graphic novel as well, because it cuts out a lot of the detail in the book that isn't necessary for you to follow the story, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think it breaks it down quite nicely. So for me, it would kind of act as a refresher before going to see the movie, which was pushed back to next year.
I think everything was pushed back, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I'm going to use it as a refresher. But for people who don't necessarily like huge chunks of text, check out the graphic novel, because it's a good story. So that's my only honourable mention. So I've got best and favourite comics now.
Okay.
First one, I'm just looking through them. I was thinking, are they all horror? No. First one's Philadelphia.
Real quick, Recess, are they numbered in descending order?
Ooh. Unintentionally, yes. So this is like the best of the best.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure, just so people can know, like a sense of progression. That's all. Go on.
Yeah, I didn't actually mean to do that, but yeah.
No,
so
fine.
The first one is called Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a horror comic, vampires in Philadelphia, but it's like a modern horror. And basically a detective kind of finds a group of vampires, and he kind of links them back to, I think it was the second president of the United States. So it kind of explores how they came to America and how to basically fight them. But it's interesting because it's got praise from Jordan Peele, so the guy who did Get Out and Us, and also praise from Chris Rock as well. But no, it's different. I'm loving the artwork. It's a lot different to a lot of the comics I read. So I think that's what kind of grabbed my attention at first. So yeah, check that one out.
Okay.
second favorite of 2020 is the Buffy comics. So they rebooted Buffy. I think the first comic was actually released in 2019.
Okay.
But then I believe the others were this year. But this is interesting because they stick to the main storyline, but then they kind of modernize it. So there's a lot of like smartphones and like social media and how that world kind of impacts the world that we know of Buffy.
Right.
So it begins from the beginning. So, Buffy kind of getting acclimatized to life in Sunnydale, her relationship with her mum, Willow's sexuality is explored. The only downside I'd have with the comic is that it's quite rushed, if that makes sense. So character development isn't as detailed as I'd have liked. But I think it's good how they explore Xander's character as well, because he's, without giving too much away, he's kind of put forward as like the main baddie, which is interesting because in the like original Buffy, Xander is like the most lovable character, or one of the most lovable characters. So it's a good spin on the storyline. And then I'd say the third one, this made my list because it was quite surprising. It's called Raiders.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I've got the who wrote it. I'll check that out later. But it's called Raiders. I believe it's a one-off graphic novel. But it's about two brothers who kind of raid tombs and like various burial sites. So there's an older brother, younger brother. The older brother decides, you know what, this life isn't for me anymore. He wants to settle down and start a family. So that's what he does. The younger brother isn't ready for that. So he kind of wants to take on the challenges of being a raider and kind of gets a group of raiders together.
Okay.
But it explores life decisions and how it's difficult to kind of stray away from, I guess, your true calling.
Yeah.
But it's got some quite cool artwork and battle scenes and gore. So yeah, that's interesting for me.
Okay, and there's...
I've got a most disappointing one.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
So I checked out Agretzko, the anime. I loved it. It was fun, quirky, exciting.
Yeah.
They brought out 2 comics this year. So far, I don't think they're doing a third one until next year. So we've got 2 out this year.
All right.
Now I was disappointed. I don't know if it's. I don't know. I don't quite know who the target audience is for these comics. I don't know if it's for like a younger audience, and don't get me wrong, the show is silly itself, but the comics seem to be silly in a different direction. It's so random.
Okay.
Yeah, it for me it's just too random. And now I know they've only done 2, so I don't know if there's going to be much development in the story or what, but I don't think I'm going to continue with it.
Is it like random in terms of like humor or?
Random, not humor per se, kind of like the storyline.
Oh.
So the second comic seems to be completely different to the first one. And
Okay.
I understand if they want to do like standalone storylines for each comic, but
Yeah.
it just doesn't seem to flow well for me. Not yet, anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
So was like each comic like one singular story, or was it a collection of stories?
No, exactly. So at the moment, it seems like one singular story. Because the first one was based in their like karaoke bar.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And then the second one seems to be a completely different direction where they're at work.
Alright.
So I'm not sure if they're gonna tie it together or keep it separate or what.
My only guess as to what their intention was Agretzko or Aggressive Retzko. It was originally a series of extremely short shorts. Like
okay.
some of them, it ran for about a year before it got its own proper series, but some episodes were literally 30 seconds long. and they were just one joke.
Oh, interesting.
Oh wow.
So my only guess is maybe whoever's in charge of the comic kind of wanted to return to that
Take
one
it
joke,
back.
one
Yeah.
shot kind of
See, that makes sense
concept.
to me.
So that might be why it's because the original series was very silly. Like if you've watched the series, the Netflix series, and you go back to that, nothing will make sense. A lot of it is just like we're just building up to this one joke that lasts 5 seconds in a minute long thing.
Uh-huh.
So that might be why that's happened. But it's interesting.
right.
I didn't know there was a comic.
Yeah, maybe it was just my expectations. Like I thought it would be similar to the Netflix series rather than them trying to take it back. Because
Yeah.
hearing that makes complete sense.
That's what
so
I was
we'll
thinking.
see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that you for reading material books?
that is me done. Yeah.
Okay, so we are now on to our next section, which is going to be films, and I
Okay.
believe, well, films pretty much got cancelled this year.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm going to be very surprised if there's going to be that much variation on our lists. I'm going to be very surprised. But Al, I believe you're talking about films first.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with my honourable mentions.
Is this for feature-length films?
Yeah, these are feature length. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So my first one, it's not descending in any order.
Fair
So
enough.
I'm just literally just saying them at random. It's not like from best to worst or anything like that.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to talk about is Parasite, which was directed by Bong Joon-ho.
Yeah.
I want to say, actually, I think I'll talk about the plot a bit and then go into my opinion. So it takes place in Korea, where basically like a poor family, they work. I think they have like a job with like folding pizza boxes.
Yeah.
And basically, it essentially takes place. So it just takes place with them doing that, and then basically the son of the family, he basically meets up with his friend who is a tutor for a daughter of a rich, wealthy family. I think they're called. Well, their surname is the Parks, and basically he's going off on a holiday. So what he did is basically the guy who's going off on a holiday, he's basically saying what you could do is basically tutor the daughter of the Parks family, but because he has no experience and no like CV, basically he has to basically, you know how people are where they have to lie to get the job. Basically he has to like try and forge the CV basically. And what this film entails on is basically like this. I would say like this family is pretty much like an underdog family. Basically what they're doing is they kind of have to try and get the jobs for the Parks family and kind of get that privilege of living that luxury lifestyle. I'm not going to go into too much depth of why. I put this on my honourable mentions just because, like, I personally didn't see the hype around it. It was overhyped. Me and you saw this, didn't we?
Yes, we did,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, it was the second film we saw of this year, before lockdown.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, I felt like it's a decent watch, but, like, I feel like it was overhyped for me. People were saying, oh, it's the best film. And I was like, no, you know what? I feel like I'm going to enjoy more later films. I'm not going to say it's the best film of 2020 because people are really, really hyping it up. I feel like I didn't really experience it as much as maybe other people did. And it's funny because, like, when me and Raccoon were watching the film, I had to go to the toilet during the film, right? And I came back and, like, Raccoon was like, you kind of missed an important part.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, no. And it was really important as well. I was like, oh, right. So I guess that's kind of added to the reason why it's on my honourable mentions as well.
Maybe a rewatch might not necessarily change your opinion, but maybe give you a greater sense of, I guess, the scope of the film, or especially when the hype dies down for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. All right, so I'm moving on to my second film. It is Birds of Prey. It was directed by Cathy Yen. I believe this is her first film she directed, actually. So yeah, this film, I really did enjoy this film. It was fun, quite quirky. It's pretty much, it takes place, I believe, I kind of feel like it took place after Suicide Squad. Because, like, literally, when, in the trailer, it's like, Harley Quinn's like, oh, I broke up with the Joker, so I feel like, okay, maybe it has some sort of link to that. But I don't know if that was like a low key way of saying like Jared Leto was fired as well. So I don't know.
Possibly.
That was kind of low key. But yeah, I quite like the whole idea of like women working together to kind of beat the bad guy. I'm not going to say who he is. And also as well, like I felt like Margot Robbie, she did a really good job with Harley Quinn. Like there was a lot of like character development. I kind of saw like, you know, you kind of just see Harley Quinn as like that kind of playful, teasy character where I felt like there was like a kind of like a side where I felt like she kind of had sympathy and that she was quite vulnerable at times as well. So I felt like I quite liked that about her as well in this film. And like I also mentioned like in the previous podcast as well, like when me and Raccoon were talking about the trailer, I said like I quite like the way she did like the New Yorker accent. She did that really well. I felt like her acting definitely did Harley Quinn justice, I guess. Yeah. Moving on to the third and final honorable mention.
Real quick, Al. I just want to mention something real quick. Some people might not necessarily know what film you are talking about because Birds of Prey, its name got changed like 3 times.
Did it?
Did it actually?
Yes,
because
because the film somewhat underperformed. It's sometimes also just referred to as Harley Quinn Birds of Prey. I think that's what it's currently called right now. Because before it was originally called, I think it was originally called something like Harley Quinn and the Fabulous something.
Oh yeah.
So
that long ass name.
Yeah. So see how now everyone now remembers this film. So I just wanted to mention that because this film has a very strange identity. But please carry on.
That's fine. So the third and final honorable mention is Weathering with You. This is actually the first film I saw of this year, actually. I felt as though it didn't make it to my favorites just because, like, it's easily forgettable. Like, I came out of the film and I was just like, yeah, it's good. And then I just completely forgot about the film. I just literally remembered, I watched it when I was writing my notes for this podcast. It was quite funny. But I felt like it was better than Your Name. I forgot to mention who directed it. It is directed by Makoto Shinkai.
Mm-hmm.
He did Your Name as well. I felt like I enjoyed this film more than Your Name. I felt like Your Name was quite boring. And we saw it together. We saw that film as well.
Yes, we did see Your Name way back. Another film that we saw because of the hype to some extent.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And I think it's almost like the reverse, or kind of the reverse situation with Parasite, where I came out of Your Name being like, really? Is this what people's hyping over?
Yeah, I remember.
Because I do have a bit of a problem with the director himself because I feel like he kind of seems to be making the same film over and over again.
Yeah, a lot of people did mention that actually. I was going to say actually, even in the plot, I was going to actually just kind of briefly go over it, just to kind of give you a bit of info. So it's pretty much like about the main character. He's trying to escape, get away from like his mundane life, and he meets a girl. And basically, she can control weather. And basically, they make a small business. And basically, they go around asking people like, I think they basically go around asking people like, to ask to make the rain go away. And basically, they pay them like a small fee, and basically she manipulates the weather to make it sunny again. So the customers believe that they actually, when they're praying, that they believe that their prayers are coming to life, basically.
Ooh.
Interesting.
So I just felt like it's interesting, but I just felt like it's just forgettable. So I feel like it's one of those films that I felt like you can only just really watch once.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I would recommend his infinitely better 5mm per second. I believe that's what this film is. It's one of his first films that he did, and it's a collection of I think 3 different stories. I would highly recommend that film if you are still interested in the director.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think. Wait, is it still me for films? God, I almost lost track of it. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my best and favorites.
Mm-hmm.
So the best film. This is, I would say, the first one is I'm gonna say it's probably my favorite film, but the rest is not in any order.
Okay.
All right. So, The Gentleman. by Guy Ritchie. So he also worked on like Aladdin and Snatched. This film, I've got to say, like, it's one of those things where it was like a change of heart. So when I saw the trailer, I was walking out the cinema and I was like, with my friend, and you know, sometimes when you walk out the cinema in the lobby, they got like films displaying on the screens and stuff. The trailer of the film came up and my friend was like, oh yeah, like I really want to go see this film. And I was like, oh no, this film looks boring. No, I don't want to watch it. So eventually, knowing, like, I've always mentioned this on podcasts, like I always usually get dragged along to see films.
Yeah.
This is one of those films I got dragged along to see. And basically, like, when I watched it the first time, it honestly blew my mind. Like, I enjoyed it so much. It's like a kind of like a realistic version of The Kingsman. So if you like The Kingsman, I would recommend The Gentleman, 100%.
Okay.
I actually saw this film twice. That's how good it was.
Ooh.
And then I bought the film on DVD, on release.
Oh, nice.
That's how good the film was.
Damn.
I'm just going to go, like, just, again, give a bit of info about the film.
Mm-hmm.
So, the main character is called Mickey Pearson. He's played by Matthew McConaughey. Basically, he is, like, he's a drug dealer, basically. And he became rich over, basically, selling, like, highly profitable, like, basically like marijuana, basically. So he became rich over time. And he's the main character, Mickey Pearson. Also, we usually, when I came out of the film, we called him the Lion as well, because they mentioned that in the film. The Lion, and then like there's the Dragon, which is one of the other characters as well. And there's another guy, I forgot his name, but he refers to himself as like the Crab when he's explaining something, but I'm not going to say why. And another character which isn't referred to as an animal, but is like his name's like the Coach. But basically, like the Dragon and the Crab, they're trying to basically blackmail Mickey Pearson to buy out his business so they can become like the top drugsman, basically. So it's like who can be the best drugsman, basically, without explaining too much about the film. But it's so funny. I have to recommend you both to watch it. When you get the time, please watch it, honestly.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Definitely check it out when you get the time. The next film is, okay, I've got to do the drum rolls for this one because it is pretty ironic, actually. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
In your best and favourite?
Yeah, I know you're probably thinking, what the hell?
Ooh.
No, wait, no, Rick, no.
Ooh.
No, you're just going to cut me off the podcast right now. But basically, a couple podcasts back, I think it was like 114, me and Raccoon were going ham on the trailer.
Yes.
We were like, saying, oh, it's going to be a crap film, blah, blah, blah. But that was because, like, the original design, obviously everyone knows that design was atrocious. Like, So they obviously redesigned it. Again, this was kind of like a film that I was curious about after they redesigned it. I thought, okay, his redesign was actually it was all right. It's fairly okay. I wanted to go see it before lockdown, but lockdown happened. So I saw it, I think, like, when they kind of eased the lockdown, and they have this whole, like, tier system thing where you can, like, meet up with 6 people. It was, like, tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
So me and my friend went to go see it. And I was pretty 50-50 about the film. I was like, okay, I'm not sure how to feel about this film, but you know what? I'm just going to go in and try and enjoy it. And, I quite like the fact, actually, with the film, when it first starts, you know how, like, the movie companies, like, get introduced before the film starts?
Yeah.
I quite liked the fact, okay, it was quite cute, I'm not going to lie. When they introduced Sega, like, you would have thought they were just going to put Sega. They did the little Sega jingle that the Sega Mega Drive stuff. Yeah, they did that, and it had, like, a collage of, like, Sonic, the 2D Sonic games playing as well, so I thought that was actually really
that's cool.
Nice touch.
That was cute. I thought, yeah, you know what, okay, that sold me. So I was like, okay, you know what, I'm going to just try and embrace this film. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. So basically, like, it kind of starts off as, like, Sonic has, like, just as, like, well, a kid hedgehog, and he's looked after by this owl, which, okay, it is pretty random, because, like, where does this owl come from? You might as well just say I looked after him, because, you know, my name's Owl. But basically, yeah, so it's like his owl, she's basically, like, his protector, and basically, like, he can't reveal to anyone that lives in their world his power. So she's trying to protect him from that, but I don't know. The thing is, it doesn't really explain why. It just says, oh yeah, or like, just don't show anyone your powers. So they get, like, basically, there's intruders that are after him, basically, and she basically is protecting him. And you see, well, you know, the big thing about Sonic is like they usually use the rings for like the health.
Yeah.
Rings are used very weirdly in this film. It's basically to like they're used as portals, and it's like, wait, what?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, that's pretty interesting, but all right. And pretty much for the whole film, it's literally like Sonic trying to get to safety because no one can see what his powers is. But it's Sonic is like his personality is still the same as it is in the games. He's very boastful. He's pretty arrogant as well. But I quite like the way he's very witty as well. And I like his relationship with the main character as well. Like the main character is just a down to earth guy. He's a policeman, and like pretty much they're just their journey together pretty much throughout the whole film. I'm not going to explain what the situation is. But I also liked Jim Carrey as an actor as well. He did a really, really good job with Dr. Robotnik. I felt like he was like my favourite character in the whole film. I felt like he just done a really, really, really good job. Yeah, I feel like overall, I came out of the film feeling like, yeah, okay, that was actually a pretty good film. I had a change of heart over time. Yeah. So, yeah. So I was pretty...
I'm willing to check that out now, actually.
Yeah, definitely check it out when you have the time, honestly. Definitely. All right, so the next film is Queen and Slim.
Oh, yes.
Directed by Melina. Oh gosh, I did not write this well. I'm just gonna Matskalkas. I think if I pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry. But she basically worked on a music video done by Eve, the rapper Eve, Tambourine. That song came out many years ago. Okay. Yeah, 2007. I think it came out back in 2007. Yeah. Wow. So Queen and Slim, as you know, is it's a very intense film. I was pretty much like feeling tense the whole time I was watching.
Yeah, same.
Oh god, like it pretty much starts off with like the two characters, Queen and Slim. They're on a date, and Slim is like this kind of down to earth guy. He just kind of wants to make a good impression on Queen. I felt like when I watched her, she felt like, I don't know, she kind of came across like really uppity, like she felt like she was just better than him.
Yeah, I felt like she didn't want to be there.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, exactly. And I was just like, oh, okay. But anyway, minutes after they leave the cafe, Slim, he's just driving her home and gets stopped by the police. They get into a feud, and basically there was a specific point where, like, I feel like I can say this because it was kind of in the trailer anyway. Basically, like, Slim, like, basically assumed that he was gonna, like, attack Queen, so he obviously shot him out of defense. So this film, it feels like it's like a whole cat and mouse. It's like basically a big chase, basically. But I feel like this film is like pretty much it deals with like a lot of political matters like racial inequality, police brutality, and it has a lot of messages in the film. I just felt like I had to mention it as well, especially after what happened this year as well. Earlier this year as well. So I felt like this is worth a film to mention as well.
I'm so annoyed I didn't get to watch that film. It was on my list as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely get around to it.
So I'm actually glad that someone's actually talking about it.
Okay. Yeah. And the final of my favourite film is The Lighthouse. Again, me and Raccoon went to go watch this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I gotta say, man, this film... It blew my mind. I came out thinking like it reminded me of work for some reason.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's something about it. I don't know what it was. I'll try and see if I can explain it. But basically, like I felt like it's very psychological. It does mess with your head a lot. There's like scenes in the film. I'm not even going to explain any scene whatsoever.
Oh, no, don't.
No, I will not. They appear like dreams, but like really, really obscene things happen in them. That's all I'm going to say. But the two main characters, I don't even remember the characters' names, but I'm just going to say the actors. William Dafoe is like the older guy, and then Robert Pattinson's the younger guy. And I feel like William Dafoe's character, he's basically, I felt like he's kind of taken advantage of like Robert Pattinson's character, just because like he's kind of just sitting back and like Robert Pattinson's character is just kind of just doing all the dirty work, but William Dafoe actually just does the cooking. And this is what kind of reminded me of work. It's like almost like, you know, the managers are kind of just there to dictate what you do. And then like, you know, the little retail assistants are just doing like, you know, all the dirty work basically. It kind of just reminded me of that. But I definitely think like, it is definitely like a mind-blowing film. It's not for everyone. I'm not going to say like, oh yeah, definitely go watch it. It's one of those things where I feel like if you are like a really deep thinker, then The Lighthouse will probably be for you. Okay, and then the final and the worst film of 2020, in my opinion. Raccoon, you already know what this is.
Yep.
Because we also went to go watch this film together.
Yep.
Is Tenet. Yes.
Oh, okay,
Tenet.
that made you worst. Okay, yeah.
I really had high hopes for this film. We did speak about this on the first podcast of the year. I was really looking forward to seeing this film.
Same here.
You know, I just had really high hopes, but I went to actually go see this film twice, unfortunately. Back to back as well. So I literally watched it like in 2 days in a row. And so the first where was I? Oh my god, I was almost reading the wrong notes. So basically, like, I felt like it treated the audience as if they were dumb. Like, it tried to make like the plot seem more complex than it actually was.
Okay, yeah.
I felt like there was a lot of audio issues as well with the film. I felt like it was just really loud.
Too loud, yeah.
Yes, that's was really bad.
So if I may interject, that has been a very big complaint with a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like there was some bits of the soundtrack that was pretty good, but the only thing that I actually did like about the film was like probably the first 5 minutes of it, and then like some of the scenes that I'm actually even going to just mention, it was already in the trailer anyway. But I really like the scene where like he's in the chair and like he's tied up and he's got like when they're basically torturing him. And, like, he's got, like, the red contact lens in his eye. I just felt like that scene was, like, really well shot. But other than that, the film just didn't do it for me at all. Just, no.
I think that's a very shared sentiment, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, that's it. Films for me.
Right, so I guess it's me talking about films now. And I'll be a bit honest, I didn't watch a lot of films. And in terms of films in general, I was kind of a bit disappointed. Not because so many were like pushed back or cancelled, but because it wasn't really that many that I thought were good or heard good things about. But let's get into my best. At number 4, I have a film that came out 2 years ago, but wasn't really made available until quite recently. And that is going to be An Elephant Sitting Still, directed by Hubo, who I believe is I can't remember, I think he's a Korean director. But this is a film that they showed, I think, they had it available on Channel 4's All 4 for like, I think about a week. And this film is very famous for being very good and also being very long. This film is almost 4 hours long.
Oh, wow.
Oh, whoa.
And it's an interesting film that kind of tells the tale of a lot of characters' stories for the most part. It's basically based in a place that is dying. It's very empty. It's very desolate. And it follows the story of a few characters who are kind of in a very difficult situation that revolves around the course of one day. And despite it being roughly 4 hours, in my opinion, it never felt its length. Because I didn't really want it to end because I was so engrossed in it.
Oh, that's good.
It's very tragic and emotional, but at the same time, it has such a great sense of believability thanks to like the fantastic performances, and also the camera work is really fantastic because what it does is it kind of goes for almost a kind of natural fly-on-the-wall documentary kind of look to it. So it doesn't feel like it's lit properly or staged or anything. You know, oftentimes the cameraman is following the characters. You can see just a slight sense of like no tripod being used, and it kind of gives you that sense of this is just some guy who's just filming these events happening as they do.
Yeah.
Which I feel really kind of adds to the film, and you really do kind of sympathize with the characters because although you've never really been in these kinds of situations, it's incredibly relatable, and it's incredibly tragic at the end of the day because you do get these really awful themes of the end, being trapped, being lost, being in like a unforeseeable situation. And I don't really want to spoil too much about this film because at the basis it kind of seems to follow 4 people who have got themselves in a situation, and they've all almost kind of universally decided, given what has happened and what could happen, that
Okay.
they are going to go to another town to see an elephant.
Okay.
And that's all I'm really going to say. My number 3 is going to Parasite, from Bong Joon-ho. Ho, I can't quite remember how you pronounce his name. I love this film. I thought it was fantastic. And one thing I do love about this film is the fact that it's technically simple in almost every single way, in that, the story's simple, the characters are simple, the performances, the cinematography, the editing, and even just, like how events play out. In my opinion, this film is like the perfect example of a good film. And that's kind of like how I define it. And I kind of feel like that's where it got all its praise, but I don't think people are smart enough to know that that's why it's as popular as it is.
Okay.
And it's a great film because it really does invite you to join in on the discussion of what's being said and made in the film, but it never really bashes you on the head with that. And it's definitely a film that holds a lot of like hidden details that kind of like begs you to watch it again and again. And Al mentioned a lot of the story elements, which I think are fantastic, and where the story goes in a very twisted way, I think is pretty great, because it's a film that like masterfully like challenges the audience, as it's both like comedic, but it's also ridiculously intense at points.
Right.
And I like how this film is one of the only films I can think of that kind of is able to blend both comedy and almost horror so perfectly to make it such a unique experience at points. Because there are I can see so many directors and people who will take this story, take these ideas, and they would fail at it.
Right, yeah, that's true.
And somehow the director has he's made such a unique yet simple film that is just like, it's kind of mind-blowing just how simple it is, because even when you heard Owl explain the story, that's a very simple story. And that film won the Best Picture Oscar when you think about it.
It's true.
Like, I don't think a lot of people know why this film is as good as it is. My number 2 pick is, of course, going to The Lighthouse, directed by Robert Eggers. I love this film. As it was mentioned, me and Al saw this film in the cinema, and we saw this film in a screening, and it was just us two. And
yeah,
it was.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It was the other thing that was really weird about this film was, I don't know if you remember this, Al, but throughout the course of the film, the room got colder.
Yes. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh my god.
Which
Yeah, it did.
It did, and like it got to the point where like it was so surreal, and it felt like we were so part of the film that I was just like, oh my gosh, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And it's honestly why this film has like such a special place in my heart. And I think this is definitely a career-defining film for Robert Eggers, as well as Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, who deliver an outstanding performance, especially given how they were essentially to achieve such a period-accurate black and white psychological horror film. And it's a fascinating yet uncomfortable experience, you know, for the characters and audience, and I kind of go back to it being cold in the cinema. It's so masterful in how it kind of invites you and kind of makes you a part of the madness of what's going on. Like, the sound design is fantastic. When it's like raining or people are shouting, you really kind of feel that. And there are some truly frightening visuals that really stick with you in this film.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I'm still thinking about the ending.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true.
And that's all I want to say. This is definitely a film, like Al said, it's not for everyone. But if you want to see something that is both a good film and a good experience, I would highly recommend this film. And
I was going to say to you guys, Are you sure you didn't watch it in 4D? You know, when they like change the atmosphere?
No, I don't think we did.
They made it colder.
No, I don't think we did.
Dim the lights.
No.
No, they didn't do that.
If they did, we obviously weren't told about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would recommend that. And my number 1 pick is hopefully a film that everyone has heard of and hopefully will eventually watch, and that is going to be for Wolfwalkers, directed by Tom Moore and Ross Stewart. Now, this has been one of my most anticipated films for a long, long time, and I was a bit annoyed when Apple TV Plus got the rights to show the film, although you can still watch it in cinemas.
Okay.
And this film is like truly a film that has a striking visual style.
Right.
And I'll get into like everything that makes this film great, and I kind of will mention the premise because I kind of get the feeling no one's really heard of this film. Basically, this film is on the premise of during the, I think it's 17th century in Ireland, kind of when like, you know, kind of the English or whoever were kind of like monopolizing things and taking over the forest. It kind of deals with, you know, man essentially chopping down the forest and dealing with beings known as wolf walkers, who are people who can be wolves and kind of control the wolves. And what this film does and follows, it kind of follows a girl called Robin who essentially wants to be an aspiring wolf hunter, and her father does the same. And this is definitely, you know, part of the course of them kind of reclaiming the forest. So there is kind of like that kind of environmental element, and kind of there's a lot of references to England and Ireland's past. There's a lot of tensions between like England and Ireland and what they were doing to each other and how they viewed each other, which is quite interesting. And you know, over the course of the story, Robin, she does meet one of these wolf walkers who is like a young child, I think called Meredith. I can't quite remember her name. And through there, we kind of see what happens. I don't want to spoil what happens, although I think it's kind of hinted at in the trailer. But this film is so visually amazing in so many ways because it honestly looks like, it does look very picture book-esque, but it's incredibly detailed in every single background and every single character design. And there's great comparisons and things you can take from it. Like, for example, most of this film honestly looks like cubist / expressionistic artwork.
Yeah.
Like, there's points where characters are very cube-like. It's honestly very abstract at times. There's great parallels between the people who live in the village, which, I mind you, their village or their town is literally just a square. Like, that's all it is. It's just a square with a bunch of tiny other squares in it, as opposed to the forest, which is all circular and curled and heavily detailed. The same thing can be said with the main character, Robin, who she almost has like a very straight, triangular, rectangular design, as opposed to the Wolfwalker girl, who kind of has a slightly more flowing and circular, kind of like feralish look to her. And even one thing I noticed as well was the fact that Robin has very hard black outlines of her character, whereas the other girl, she kind of has almost pencil sketch outlines.
Right.
Okay.
So the contrast between these two worlds is 100% shown and demonstrated and really works so well. And even the animation is really fantastic at points. Like, I love the way the pack of wolves, they kind of almost move in a liquid form. They kind of come together and become like this one mass as they move throughout the woods and other stuff like that. There are some incredibly interesting visuals and design aspects. They even change up the animation to kind of show the vision of like how a wolf kind of perceives sounds and sees things. And there are some very interesting moments where they do kind of play with the medium of film, where they kind of use framing conventions to really get across like shocking and like amazing epic like moments, because this film gets really epic towards the end.
Okay.
Which I will not spoil, but it was definitely like a oh damn kind of situation. And I also want to praise the voice direction in this film, because the two lead characters, I cannot remember their names right now, I'm afraid, but they actually got children to voice the children characters in this. And their performance honestly is so professional and feels so natural. It's awesome. As well as Robin's father, who is played by Sean Bean.
Okay.
Which is awesome to hear him, and he delivers a fantastic performance as well. But I would highly recommend watching this film. You may kind of pass this off as just like a children's animated film, and yes, it kind of is. Like, they do kind of shy away from slightly more violent stuff, but they're not trying to make a violent, gritty film. They're honestly trying to tell a great story visually. And the reason it's my favorite film is because it just really shows you what you can do when you actually have art and effort put into animation. Because so many people nowadays, they want to tell stories in live action, they just want to limit themselves. And this is a film that does not limit itself in any kind of way.
Okay.
So that's my number one pick. I would highly recommend everyone go and watch it if they can.
What was the film called?
Wolf Walkers.
Wolf Walkers. Okay.
Yes.
That was on my list, but I didn't know anything about it really. I saw it advertised one day. I thought, oh, that looks quite cool.
Yeah.
But didn't look into it. So yeah, I'll check that out.
It's really worth watching, especially if you like film, like animation, and you want to see something that I guess is a bit different, because this film, it does reference like Irish art and folklore, which is something you just don't see, regardless. And that's the same thing, and that's themes that the studio who made it, Cartoon Saloon, have kind of done. Their previous film being like Song of the Sea and The Secret of Kills.
Right. Okay.
So there is those elements there, but I think this is definitely one of their most interesting and out there films, because they've been working on this one for a while. If you want kind of like more of an idea of what the film is, I believe Apple TV Plus, they kind of released a prologue that kind of sets the scene of the film.
Yeah.
So if you want a good like kind of taster example, just look up Wolf Walker's prologue and you'll see what I mean. But yeah, there's lots of like great visuals and striking stuff, especially with like the character designs. They do a lot with like, body size and all that, because I'm trying not to spoil too much, because it is a very new film, and the second half or towards the end of the film, it kind of does interesting things I do not want to spoil for people. So stay away from the trailer, if anything. Moving on to my worst films. My worst films is probably going to surprise people, because they think they know what it is, but they don't. And my first, or my only worst film of this year is going to be for Scoob. Directed by Tony
Me too.
Carvone. Now, this film, in my opinion, has no idea what it wants to be, and at the same time, doesn't know who it's for. It has too much. Oh, I've kind of misspelt. I've misspelt some of my writing here. I'm gonna have to skip a bit of that. It's too much and too little at the same time. It's an origin story, it's a reboot, it's a sequel, it's a superhero film, it's a prequel, and it's a setup to a cinematic universe, all in one film.
Oh my days.
Oh wow.
Too much.
Okay.
All those things are in this film. It also isn't for anyone, like I mentioned before, as old school fans don't really have much to kind of look forward to or enjoy, really, because it spends more time trying to be trendy and kind of being more for younger audiences, but at the same time, I would argue it's not really for newer audiences, because it just assumes that the audience knows who these characters are, and then makes references and jokes to staples with the characters and the show. So a good example is the fact that the gang finds out something, where they find something gets revealed, to which Fred goes, "Jinkies." And then all the characters look at him and he goes, "What? Someone's got to say it."
Oh gosh.
If you've never seen Scooby-Doo, you don't get that at all. Like, that makes no sense to you. Like, oh, so Fred always says "Jinkies" then, I guess. And they always look at him, right? No, of course not. Most people know that it's Velma who says that.
Yeah.
But yet, this is an origin story.
Oh dear.
It's very messy, unfortunately, especially because it tries way too hard. And I'm going to be fair to the people who actually made this film. I think Warner Brothers came in at some point and kind of butchered the film and went, "We need to set up these 18 films, do something about it." Because without spoiling anything, they kind of try to set up several films in this film, so that kind of takes away from Scooby-Doo in itself, and then it kind of just goes off the rails when it decides it wants to be a superhero film and all these other kinds of crazy concepts. There are some good things about it, like I think some of the animation is nice. I think half of the animation is nice in this film. I'm going to say specifically half, because some of it looks actually quite bad. Some of the character designs are pretty awful. A lot of these characters look like they come from video games, and like more particularly like Fortnite. And it just doesn't work in a lot of sense. Some of the backgrounds are nice, and if you see some of the artwork, which I honestly think Warner Brothers is trying to hide, you'll see that it was going to be a much more ambitious and interesting film that did serve as a good starting point for a Hanna-Barbera cinematic universe. It just falls completely flat. It kind of just gets mixed up and messed up in so many different ways, and it's just not great, honestly. I think the reason it's the worst film is because I don't think it's for anyone, simply put. At least with some of the other films that we don't like, at least I know who it's for. But this, I don't know what's going on. And the most disappointing film we've already mentioned is going to be for Tenet, directed by Christopher Nolan. I honestly think I could have written a better film. This honestly feels like a director's first film, not their 11th film, which this is Christopher Nolan's 11th studio film. Yes, this is his 11th film.
11. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Apart from some performances and some set pieces that I think were good, this film was shockingly boring and like needlessly complicated, especially for audiences who don't and won't get it. Now, I kind of disagree with you, Al, in that it was trying to be too smart. I think it was oversimplifying things and trying way too hard to explain itself.
Okay.
And I think it didn't know what it was doing, because at the end of the day, he was trying to make a film out of a theory and failed at both being that theory or interesting concept and being an enjoyable experience. Because there's so much exposition in this film. Like, they spend so much time explaining what they're going to do, then they go and do it, then they explain what happened, then they explain what they're going to do, and it's just that over and over and over again. And there's ways that you can do this. It's called writing a better film. And it's honestly just baffling. Like, I've seen so many people try and explain every single minute detail and call this film a masterpiece, and I haven't got into those videos yet, because I don't know if they're serious, or I don't know if they're just like really pretentious people. But there's a lot wrong with this film. You can say that the idea of, reversing time or inverting it is a cool idea or is an interesting concept. Fine. Yeah. You can like the film if you want. Fine. But I just don't think it works in what it's meant to be, which is a film. It's very poor in that respect. And honestly, really disappointing at the end of the day, because it could have been a good film. If anyone could have done this, it could have been Christopher Nolan. He's done concepts like this. Maybe not Interstellar so much, but more Inception. But very, very disappointing. And I'm going to do my short film section, which is just one film, which is my favorite short film of this year, which is going to be Opal, directed by Jack Stober. Now, this is maybe a film I'd imagine you two probably haven't heard of. Maybe the internet knows exactly who Jack Stober is, but he is essentially a musician, artist, and various other mediums he's worked in. And this is kind of like his debut film, because he's kind of made short films. And I guess because you guys haven't seen him, I'm going to be a little bit vague in terms of like what his work looks like, because he has a very interesting and unique style. And a good example as to what Opal is, or what it looks like, is it's kind of like David Lynch meets the film Coraline, but in the 80s and 90s as a creepy music video and educational video.
Alright.
That's kind of what Opal is. And I don't want to give away the story too much, but it's essentially about a girl called Opal who goes to a house that is believed to be haunted.
Okay.
And that's all I'm going to say about the story. It's truly upsetting in every aspect, especially the animation, which incorporates so many different styles of animation. Some I'm not even entirely sure if they're named, because I don't really know what they're called. I don't know if he's made these up or what, but you definitely see some elements of animation, claymation, live action, and a few other things. And Jack essentially knows that unusual is scary, and he kind of really goes through with that big time. All the writing and songs are very cryptic in a great way. I mean, one of the dialogues said by one of the other characters is, it's evil to help people who don't need help. So there's stuff that really makes you go, what?
Yeah.
There is some very interesting bits of cinematography and details. Like, one thing I noticed was when Opal is actually going to the supposed haunted house, you can see that the clouds are still out at night. which means that because this is a low budget kind of animated thing, they've just darkened the scene. They never he possibly intentionally never made a scene that is a nighttime background, which is very interesting. I'm not 100% sure if that's intentional or he wants to be part of the style, but I thought that was pretty interesting, and lots of other really interesting details, but I don't want to spoil it. I would say, if anything, put this on your watch later list for Halloween.
Cool.
But that is me for films. Recess, I believe you are next.
Great. Hey. So I've got one honourable mention, and I think looking back at my notes, I'm actually surprised this made my list. But anyway, it's a bit random. It's called Love and Monsters.
Oh, okay, I never heard this one.
Yeah, so directed by Michael Matthews. I haven't actually seen any of his movies before. I think he's only done about maybe up to 6, maybe. But it's got the main guy from Maze Runner in it.
Okay.
But surprisingly enjoyable. A little bit of backstory. I guess the Earth is saved, so there's an asteroid heading towards Earth.
Yeah.
The inhabitants on Earth happen to destroy the asteroid, but then there's like consequences to living things on the planet. And I believe it's only cold-blooded animals that the asteroid has affected. So I was like, what about the humans? How come they haven't changed? But yeah, so I think it's only cold-blooded animals. They kind of mutate into larger versions of themselves. Kind of monsters, really, because they've got like more arms or more eyes, and they're just huge creatures. But it's essentially a love story. So the main character is separated from his girlfriend. And I think like across 5, 6 or 7 years, they basically try to reconnect with each other.
Yeah.
So the guy's in one area, the girl's in the other, and they're afraid to go out because the monsters might attack them.
Right.
So it's kind of like a strategic, okay, how can we get back together, basically.
Yeah.
But I think what I really liked from the movie was the designs of the monsters.
Okay.
I think that's probably what drew me in, because it starts off. I think it starts off with action, so that also helped.
Okay.
But it's what I would class as like a Sunday afternoon movie.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, it's pretty chill, enjoyable. Just like sit back and enjoy it, really.
Put it in the background.
Yeah, and I think because it may have been the first movie I watched during lockdown.
Okay.
So once lockdown started, I think that was the first one I checked out.
Right, right.
It was kind of like, okay, I've got some time on my hands, like, what do I do? So yeah, maybe that added to the enjoyment as well. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
But it's pretty chill.
Okay.
Yeah, check it out. But going on to my best feature notes now. So first one, these aren't in any order actually. The first one I've got is His House, by Remy Weeks. So this was released on Netflix in October, so just in time for Halloween.
Of course.
Yay. So it is a horror. Had my name written all over it.
Yep.
But it's about this refugee couple who are from Sudan and then kind of start a new life in England.
Okay.
So they're like trials and tribulations of moving, dealing with, actually it does touch on racism, and just how they, I guess, adapt to a different way of living. But it's creepy because it's something, I'm not going to say what, something has followed them from Sudan to England. And you kind of, as the story progresses, you kind of see that, at least from the husband's point of view, they've done something terrible, and this is the consequences.
Oh.
So okay. Yeah, it does keep you guessing. I think that's why I liked it. It keeps you guessing. It keeps you on your toes. And it's interesting to see like the contrasting lives between what they knew and then their new life in England, like the differences that they have to kind of adapt to.
Yeah.
But it's very ominous. But yeah, good. So definitely check that out.
I might actually have to go watch that
Yeah,
after
it's
this
interesting.
podcast.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually
Do watch it.
heard of this film at all.
Yes, I don't know if it was originally planned to come out on Netflix or because of lockdown and all of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's got some known actors in there actually. I've forgotten the main woman's name, but she's been in a few detective stuff.
Okay.
And then it's got one of the Doctor Who's in. Again, I can't remember
Peter
his name.
Capaldi?
But maybe.
Older man?
Middle-aged. Let me see.
Probably Matt Smith then.
Ooh.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith.
Okay,
There we
Matt
go.
Smith. There we go.
Yeah, him.
Interesting.
And then the main lady is called Wunmi Masaku. Sorry if I've mispronounced. But she's been in Batman versus Superman, Fantastic Beasts. Oh, she's been quite a lot. But yeah, check it out. It's good.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
My second one on the list is The Lighthouse.
Yes.
It's interesting that we've all spoken about this movie.
Yeah, it just goes to show that you should go and watch The Lighthouse.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. But I think echoing both of what you guys have said, what I liked about it was kind of shrouded in mystery. It was slow and eerie, shot in black and white, which I love.
Yeah.
But it was, and I think you said this as well, Raccoon, psychological horror. That's what I love. It gets you thinking, and it stays with you as well. That's what is so horrific as well.
Yeah.
But I think I've only seen it once, so I'm probably going to check that out pretty soon. Probably this week.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, both Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe played their characters amazingly.
Yeah, they definitely did.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely captured me. And I like how it was executed as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to give too much away, but I had certain expectations which weren't met, but that was part of its charm, if that makes sense.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's another one on my favourite list. And then I've also got Parasite.
Yes.
Okay.
So why this made the list? It was comical. I think it was quite smart. And it kept me wondering what direction the movie would go in. And I'm saying that because the scene, and I'm not sure if this is the scene that you didn't see, Al, but where
No
the former
spoilers, yeah?
housekeeper returns to the home.
Okay.
It was from there I was like, okay, what's happening? What's going to happen? They kind of lead into the basement. Something's in the basement, but you don't know what it is. So at that stage, my mind was racing in terms of, okay, is it going to be some bloody, gory chainsaw massacre thing happening? What's happening? So that, I think that's what I loved about it. It was a pretty, I don't know, simple, but not in a bad way, but simple story to follow.
Yeah.
But with some surprises. So yeah. And
sorry.
oh yeah, go on.
I was just gonna quickly say I'll explain after the podcast has ended, what scene.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I was gonna say they've got a black and white version of Parasite as well.
Oh, they do?
So I'm definitely checking that one out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, how exactly do they have a black and white version?
I don't know. So it's on Amazon Prime at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
They've got the color version, and then they've got the black and white version as well.
Okay.
I don't know if the black and white version was also released on DVD or what. But
Right.
I don't know. I'll have to look into that because I know that the Criterion Collection are going to be re-releasing Parasite on Blu-ray with obviously lots of bonus features and in-depth stuff. So that might also make the I guess that release. But I don't know. That's very interesting because in terms of films that become black and white after its initial release, the only other film I can think of is Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because that got a black and white version, which I have.
Yeah, that's true.
Interesting. I wonder if that's a new trend where only good films can be in black and white.
This is it. But I think if if the black and white version is released on Blu-ray, then I'll definitely be getting that.
Yeah, so I'd like to see if that actually changes things up.
Exactly. Yeah. I think, okay, so my last movie on my favourite list is one called Antebellum.
Oh, really?
So this was directed by Jared Bush. Again, it's a horror. There's a pattern. I love my horrors. But it's a horror based on real life, and I think that's what I liked about it, because it got me thinking. Without giving too much away, there's a huge twist, but it's kind of based around slavery and slave owners. I really don't want to give too much away,
don't.
but there's a twist, there's action. It gets you thinking, because it's scary because this stuff has happened, and it kind of explores it happening again, and it's bizarre and definitely gets you thinking a couple of days after watching it.
Ooh, okay.
But it's got Janelle Monáe as the main actor.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she plays her character well, actually, really well. So I'm happy that was released, because there were a few. 2020 was supposed to be like the year of horrors. There were like 15 horrors that were supposed to come out this year.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Antebellum was one of them, and it was still released. So I'm happy with that. I do have some disappointing feature-length movies.
Okay.
2 to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, I will say you guys have mentioned, and that's Tenet. So it didn't make my worst feature-length film, but it made my disappointing list.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I put it as I didn't include it in the worst because I wasn't sure if it was just me. So I'll explain that a bit more.
Okay.
So there's a pattern with me and Christopher Nolan movies. I need to watch them at least twice to fully understand and I think appreciate the movie. So I've seen Tenet once. So I'm not sure if I was disappointed because I just didn't fully understand it, perhaps. To me, watching it, it was very simple, but then I don't know if there were layers behind it, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
So I will watch it again, but for me, there was no connection to the main character.
Yes.
So he's Denzel Washington's son in real life.
Yeah.
But he was very bland to me. There was no excitement. There was nothing. There was no attraction. There was nothing drawing me into it. And even the storyline was questionable. Did we need this movie? That's what was going through my mind.
No, we did not. We did not need this.
This is it. But I do want to explore it again. I do want to watch it and see if my perspective changes. But at the moment, I don't think it will.
I fell asleep the second time I watched it.
No.
Yeah, I will say that was definitely the point when I turned over to see Al sleeping or her eyes closed. I was kind of like, yep, I can see this film is bad.
Yeah, and I will echo the sound quality as well. I think it was just when they were speaking, it seemed to be low, and then it was when the action kicked in, it was really high, but
yeah,
it was odd.
Yeah, I'm really glad that because when I went into this film, I didn't know anything about it until obviously I went and watched it, and even when I came out of it, a lot of people were saying about it being too loud, and I mean I've pretty sensitive hearing because I'm a raccoon, so it was really harsh on my ears, those points where I was just I'm not having fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree.
I was actually going to add on to it as well. Did you even notice as well? They didn't even name the main character. It was just the protagonist.
No, really?
Yeah,
it's just the protagonist. They didn't even have a name for
that. That's when the film kind of is on that line of pretentiousness that I don't really enjoy.
Yeah,
I agree.
Because it's...
Was it...
Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
No, you go on.
I was going to say, was the film rushed for release for 2020? Was it changed in any way, or was this the original and they stuck to it and then they released it? I'm thinking, if there's more to it, did they cut certain scenes out that would have made more sense? Or
if anything, they would have added more in to make it make more sense. That's the problem. Because in theory, because the same thing happened with Jordan Peele's Us.
Oh yeah.
That film slightly got butchered because I think someone watched it and went, "This makes no sense. You need to start explaining some things."
Okay.
I think the same thing might have happened with that, where I think what possibly went down was they went, "It's a Christopher Nolan film. It can't fail." They probably test screened it and people went, and then they went, "Okay, you need to like start explaining things, or you need to change this," because I think a lot of people, I get the film, like I understand everything that happens in it. Nothing was a mystery to me. That's just me. I understand time travel, and I called a lot of the twists and that. The moment where when that scene, that really weird and slightly comedic scene happens, I was like, "Yep, that's that." But I think a lot of people were very like, even the ending itself doesn't make a lot of sense, because even I was like, "Wait, what? Now you're making up stuff now.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
introduce a concept like Tenet, or the reversal of time, and then go, no, but I just did something that's not explained." That's when it kind of lost me, and I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if anything, the film could have got butchered. It very easily could have been butchered. I feel like it probably wasn't, because it's Christopher Nolan and he has enough power to say, this and
Yeah.
that. Because if I remember correctly, I don't think he's particularly too happy about all of Warner Brothers' next year films being on HBO
Okay.
Max.
Right.
Because he kind of has that kind of clout now. So I would, if anything, no one said no to him during the making of this film.
Right.
That's what I
Yeah.
think probably happened.
Yeah.
Because they can't.
Yeah.
But anyway, you have, I think, still film to talk about, Recess?
Yes. So one more, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait. 1.5.
Oh.
So, my most disappointing feature length is also Soul.
Soul?
Soul.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? I don't know what it was about this movie, but I feel it would have been more successful as a short. I don't think it needed the hour and 20 minutes plus to make it into a feature length. I don't know if it came off the back of a short or not. That would make sense to me.
It certainly looks like a short, in my opinion.
Yeah. I feel it wasn't executed well enough for the length that it is. I was hyped for it. Came out on Christmas Day, but essentially it's this main character's this musician, but he teaches music at a school. He kind of wants to take his career forward. Ends up getting like a gig, but the day of the gig I guess he dies, or he's kind of in some transition state where he goes into limbo, and he's trying to get back to being alive or the real world. I feel like it dragged on a bit too long, and it at places it seemed to be all over the place, and definitely not as smooth as like other Disney movies.
By smooth, what do you mean?
Smooth as in like a smooth storyline. It seemed to be kind of staggered here and there. And I don't know why I felt that. It was a weird one. So this is why I said 1.5, because Soul came under my most disappointing feature length movies. But if it was a short, it would have been the best short.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I get what you mean.
It's odd. Yeah.
Yeah,
but if you haven't seen it, do watch it, because it would be great to like get your opinion and feedback on it. But yeah, I think it kind of missed the mark.
Where can you watch Soul actually?
So I know it's on Disney Plus. I
Okay.
don't know if it's anywhere else.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's in the cinema or what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're in that very weird situation where films sometimes are and aren't.
This is it.
Where because of 2020, we're in an interesting situation where Disney can just keep everything they're making on Disney Plus now.
Yeah.
So Disney might not ever need to put anything else in the cinema ever again. I think they're just testing the waters right now, because Wonder Woman 1980 something, that's in cinemas and on HBO Max right now. So you obviously have the option, because I think they're trying to see if they can survive without it, because almost everyone has a streaming counterpart, or they're teaming up with these counterparts. And for the film industry, television industry, COVID-19 has kind of weirdly, and do not think ill of me for saying this, has been a blessing in disguise for a very greedy corporation. But I am interested in Soul. I haven't heard very good things about it, so I'm not surprised that you put it on your disappointing list. One of the things I didn't like about it that I talked about, I think, on the trailer, was the fact that once again it's someone who isn't white, who can't be their race in their own film.
Right.
Why does the black guy once again have to play jazz music?
Yeah.
Why does the ethnic character have to die or become something else for you to actually like them in the film?
True.
I mean, we don't.
It's interesting.
As good as Coco was, I don't understand why the Mexican child couldn't be a Mexican child for the whole film. I don't understand why Will Smith in Spies in Disguise can't be a black spy. He has to be a pigeon.
The whole film. That's true,
Listen, I'm not trying to, do a whole, open your eyes to the craziness, but, it's getting a bit ridiculous now, guys.
But there's definitely a pattern there, and one I didn't even pick up on until you said it. So, yeah.
It's a pattern that not a lot of people are talking about, and I would, especially when Disney wants to champion diversity, and then they do this.
Yeah.
It's what people call passive progressive. Because, for example, in the film that I'm actually glad no one mentioned, Enchanted, or no, not Enchanted, Onward, the other Disney film that came out. That film has a scene where one character, who I believe is a Cyclops, she mentions the fact that she is gay.
Okay.
Which people went nuts over and went, oh my god, Disney is being so progressive. But at the same time, Disney cut that line out for the showings in countries that are homophobic.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Disney does that a lot nowadays, because they will champion all these talking points, but will easily cut it out of places
when it suits them.
Because they got to make that money. YouTube does the same thing as well. You can't state that you're gay or that you're transgendered, otherwise your video will not be promoted in about 30 countries.
Wow.
But yes, I think
interesting.
We're moving on to the next section now, I believe. And that is going to be music, which is the one thing we very rarely ever talk about on the general podcast. So this is usually the only time we do talk about it, because, it's just how it works. And Owl, I believe you have music to talk about?
Yeah, I do. So I think I have it mainly on songs. I don't have LPs or mixtapes or anything like that. It's just songs.
Fair enough.
So the first song I'm going to talk about is Disclosure. Now, their album is called Energy, but there is actually a song on the album called Energy.
Yes.
So it's the song I'm actually talking about. Again, Raccoon actually sent the link to the song to me. He was like, listen to this song, Disclosure is back. And I was like, Disclosure's back? No way. I'm thinking, hasn't it been 5 years since their last album came out?
It's been a while. The boys were on a break for a long time. They had dropped songs every now and then, and little things, but this is the first studio album they've done in a really long time.
Yeah, I didn't listen to I think the last album I listened to was their Settle one in 2013.
Okay.
So literally I listened to the song, which is also a music video, but I'm just going to talk about the song itself. Yeah. I gave it a listen. I was hooked on the song for a good month. I kept replaying it at least every day. It has that samba beat. It sounds it just gives me that feeling that I'm in Brazil.
Yeah.
It just gets me in that whole summer tropical beach vibe. You just want to dance to the whole song. I absolutely loved it. It definitely took me back to the Settle days, where it really reminded me. I think the guy that is doing the voice in Energy, he's the same person that does the voice in When the Fire Starts to Burn.
Yeah, When the Fire Starts.
Same voice actor in that.
Yeah, I
So
think
definitely, yeah. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think that might be a sample of the guy, not necessarily him coming in and let's say saying
Oh,
those lines.
right, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely give that song a listen, or even
Mm.
just give the album a listen as well.
Yes.
Okay, and the second song I'm going to talk about is Dragon Ball Durag by Thundercat.
Yes.
I had to mention this again. Raccoon sent me the song.
Yes.
I was just like, I am actually a big fan of Thundercat. I really love his music.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just like, I hadn't listened to the song itself. I didn't really watch the music video until like later on that it came out. But the lyrics were like they were hilarious. It just shows like his way of like his humor.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, sorry. Oh yeah, let me just start again. Sorry. Yeah, so like I feel like it shows his humor. Like basically, it's about him basically saying like, how do I look in my Dragon Ball themed durag, and he's just trying to basically hit on girls. I just find it so funny. It's hilarious. It's definitely like a little comedy. Definitely watch the music video.
Oh
as
yes.
Well. Yeah, have to watch the music video. It just makes it even more funnier.
Mm.
It definitely, like, the song itself, like the sound is very jazzy as well, and it does remind me of one of his previous songs. I think it was the song called For the Love I Come. It reminds me of that song. But yeah, I definitely think it's worth the mention, and yeah, definitely give it a listen and watch.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Is that it for music for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. Then it's me then. Oh no, battle stations, everyone. Because I got a lot of music to talk about, and I know that typically on podcasts when I talk about music, it kind of tends to drag on. So I'm gonna do something a little bit different with certain aspects, and I'm not gonna talk about every single thing when it comes to the album. So I'm mainly going to be highlighting things and kind of talking about particularly one aspect of said album that I absolutely loved, because I would love for people to hopefully go and listen to these albums and enjoy them, and kind of be shocked and surprised by certain things. So I'm going to start with albums. I'm going to start with honorable mentions.
Okay.
And my first honorable mention, number 3, is going to be for various artists: Pacific Breeze 2, Japanese City Pop, AOR, and Boogie from 1972 to 1986. This is essentially a compilation by the, I believe, label Lights in the Attic, who have essentially gathered music from Japan's city pop era of music, which kind of was around the 70s to 90s, and kind of compiles them on a album to give you a good scope of the kind of music that was being produced and released in Japan during that time period. And it's a fantastic kind of period piece. It's also interesting to just hear what Japan was doing while we were all listening to all these like iconic songs, because over there these songs and these artists are very well known, and just the amount of just kind of hearing where inspiration came from that they've obviously heard from Western artists, and kind of hearing what they did with that and then how they did their own things. And I know a lot about the city pop music genre, and even here I was very surprised to hear some songs I'd never heard before. There's some real highlights, and I would highly recommend it if you want to hear something that is brand new to you. I was really happy to hear one of my favorite songs from, I can't remember her name, but she has a fantastic album, great song on there as well. I'm not going to go into the actual names because I'm probably going to start butchering people's names, but it was nice as well, though. They do use a lot of like very powerful singers, both male and females. I love the fact they also include some very funky and interesting like instrumental songs, which I thought was fantastic as well, especially from artists like Pippa, who has the song Hot Sand, which you gotta hear, because that song is interesting. Like, that's one of those songs where it's like that never would have been played on the radio or even been released or acknowledged during the time in this country, for example. Next, I'm going to go to... my second honorable mention is going to be for Princess Nokia with Everything Sucks / Everything is Beautiful. This is a double album from rapper Princess Nokia, who essentially kind of looks at the whole perspective of her life, her growing up, and where she is right now, and kind of provides two examples, both like the good and the bad, of where she is and where she's come from. And I love the elements and aspects of this song, as it really does kind of it can be relatable at points. Like, Everything Is Beautiful definitely talks more about the beauty of things, the history of her life, and kind of aspects of like childhood and growing up. There are songs in which where she kind of talks about how like growing up sucks, and how she talks about how, there is a lot of positivity for who she is and what she wants to become, and positivity towards you as well. And then Everything Sucks kind of takes a more adult, almost like modern trap kind of sound over the course of it. I mean, the beginning of the album starts with the song Harley Quinn, and she's kind of going off this kind of character, this kind of like crazy, kind of gothish, kind of playful character. And that is a theme that runs throughout, because Princess Nokia constantly changes her voice and her personality to fit the song, and she does come across as a very interesting character on this whole album. And I'd highly recommend that if you want to hear something that just kind of goes all over the place in a good way. And number one of my honorable mention is going to go to 100 gecs with 1000 gecs and the Tree of Clues. This is a pretty insane album. It's also a remix album of their self-titled album from last year. And for a remix album, this is pretty good, because they don't just list the same song back to back of a remix, and they also add in a couple of brand new songs as well for fans to listen to. And the thing that's pretty interesting about this album is that each remix sounds different, but is also loud and crazy. Like, it takes on a different form, and obviously every single song and like title, for example, is just insane. I mean, you have a great remix of the song 7/4 Sticky with featuring rap group Injury Reserve. There's also a remix of Hand Crushed by a Mallet, featuring Fall Out Boy, Craig Owens, and Nicole Doppelganger, which is just crazy to hear these artists on the same song. There's also another remix of 745 Sticky, featuring hardcore rock group Black Dress, so expect a lot of screaming on that. Especially the No Thank You remix of I'm forgetting the actual name of the song. I cannot find it, but No Thank You did a remix of Hand Crushed by Mallet, and that's quite possibly one of the loudest things I've heard this year. So definitely look those up. And there's a lot of great features, and it definitely is like a really out there album. If you want to hear something that's just insane, definitely check out this album. Moving on to my best favorites, I've got 10, and I'm going to blaze through them fairly quickly because it is a lot to take in. Coming in at number 10 is going to be Denzel Curry and Kenny Beats with Unlocked. This is quite possibly one of the shortest albums of the year. It's not even 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not even 30 minutes. I think it's maybe 19 minutes or maybe 29 minutes, something like that. And it's essentially about 8 tracks. And the idea, or the core idea behind this album, is that Denzel Curry and Kenny Beats were working on an album, and then it kind of got leaked on the internet.
Okay.
So what we're kind of listening to is maybe unfinished / leaked songs. So every song kind of has like that kind of not quite finished name. So for example, the first song on the album is just called Track 1. You've got songs like, Diet in all caps. You've got So Incredible PKG. Some really odd like titles. And this song definitely kind of features Denzel Curry possibly at his lyrical best. He's very braggadocious as always. And he's coming through and spitting, bars on some pretty odd and experimental beats made by Kenny Beats himself. So I'd highly recommend this album if you want to hear one of the best, more traditional and kind of old school sounding rap albums of the year. Number 9 is going to Rina Sawayama with Sawayama. This is her debut album. This is a really awesome album that both blends examples of more modern day like pop, kind of incorporating electronic elements, R&B, as well as heavy metal and rock, because my girl can really scream, especially on songs such as, what's the name of it? STFU, which stands for Shut the Fuck Up. She's just,
sorry, dog.
Yeah, that's unfortunately quite well timed, I guess.
Yeah.
there's some great songs and some great introspective, especially her kind of talking about where she's come from, personal experiences, especially on songs like XS, which kind of mention and talk about how celebrities, or more accurately, music artists, they kind of just keep wanting more. They're more happy to, take and take and take the things that they're given, but at the same time, they themselves are kind of, people are taking and taking and taking from them. There's a lot of really interesting aspects on this album, which I really enjoy, and some really great stuff on here. So I'd highly recommend that. Number 8 is going to Against All Logic with 2017 to 2019. This Against All Logic is aka Nicholas Jar Electronic Producer. This is his sequel album to the last album under the Against All Logic name, and this one definitely takes a very, very different approach. Whereas the first album was very more like industrial, electronic, kind of spacious, ominous. This one's a little bit more danceable and kind of out there. Particularly with the first song on the track being Fantasy, which straight away we're sampling Sean Paul and Beyonce. And, it's just like got these great kind of elements and samples. There are some very more experimental songs, like the song Alarm, which is basically just some kind of frantic alarm noise that goes throughout the whole of the track. And then you have songs like Deefer, which I can't even explain the general sound. It just kind of seems to be something completely new created. As well as songs like Penny, which is such a therapeutic and like lovely, amazing song, which really kind of sets some kind of fantasy, new world kind of, I don't know, like description, I guess. It's kind of hard to explain. Number 7 is going to Freddie Gibbs and The Alchemist with Alfredo. Pretty interesting collaboration from these two. Didn't really see it coming. And this is definitely rapper Freddie Gibbs at probably one of his best. The Alchemist kind of experimenting a bit more and kind of going off more of a theme, because this album kind of has this kind of stumbling now, kind of Italian food gangster theme, in that you kind of hear a lot of samples from like gangsters, mobsters, people in that kind of lifestyle, kind of talking about certain situations and that kind of stuff. All the features on this album are pretty good. You have people like Benny the Butcher, Rick Ross, Tyler the Creator, Conway the Machine, and all of those deliver a fantastic performance, especially Tyler the Creator on the song Something to Rap About, in which he has one of my favorite descriptives or openers, where he describes the beat on this song as being the boat he hasn't bought yet, which I thought was quite amazing. Even Rick Ross has some great lines where he says, Peter Parker, but I'm yet to reach my pinnacle. Some great stuff and some great themes. And also, even on the same song being Scotty Beam, there is a great line where Freddie Gibbs basically says, "We've been shooting at police before Queen and Slim."
Okay, nice.
So there's some great stuff on this album. It's definitely a very interesting experience. It definitely goes out there in terms of its theming and that. Number 6 is going to Disclosure with Energy. Definitely one of their best albums to come out. I think maybe might be their best album. And I love the general idea of this theme being songs that give you energy, or songs that inspire them to have energy. And there's a nice kind of reincorporation of energy in nature and the world, which is very indicative of the front cover, where you see Earth or the world kind of being corroded to kind of form the silhouette image that kind of is on every single bit of media or songs they've ever made. And the features, I think, are once again really good. You start off with Khalees with What's Your Step, which is a great kind of like funky kind of get straight into the track kind of song. You have Lavender featuring Channel Trez, where they really utilize his very like silky kind of like deep tone voice as he kind of like talks about like matters on this album. You got My High featuring Amine and Slow Tie, a really interesting combination of having both an American rapper and a UK rapper on the same track, which I thought was great. Mick Jenkins on Who Knew, which is probably the most methodic song on this album. This guy doesn't really sound like this in his actual music, so I have no idea how they made him sound like this on the track, but it really works. The song Energy, which Al has already mentioned, is fantastic. And there's quite a few interludes on there as well, which kind of set the theme or the tone to some extent, which I think works sometimes. And I do like the fact that Rapper Common does kind of end the album off, which I think was great. Number 5 is going to HMLTD with West of Eden. If you're a big fan of music like David Bowie, or you like musicals like The Rocky Horror Picture Show or Little Shop of Horrors, I would highly recommend listening to this band, because they are essentially a art rock / art punk group that are very new, and this is their debut album, which comes across as really awesome, really cool. There's definitely a lot of artistic and interesting, darker moments on this album, talking about a varying degree of albums, more or less the idea of the decline of Western civilization and how it should end and what will happen once it ends. And they kind of use this idea, they kind of use these themes very interestingly, because a lot of the music and a lot of the slower moments do feature kind of Western film-like instrumentals, like the guitar strum in like a empty, shootout scene and that kind of stuff. And that does get reincorporated a lot throughout the whole album. There's also some really like tragic and kind of upsetting songs on this album, being Nobody Stays in Love Forever, which is a song that essentially talks about how, well, in sadness, that no one technically stays in love forever because someone's always first to die, which is bleak but unfortunately true. And then I do love how this album kind of comes to an end with the song Blank State, where it kind of talks about and almost champions and parades the world ending, or the West ending, and what will happen once it's over and why it should end. It's a pretty interesting album. I'd highly recommend if you've never heard this band before, especially if you're into that kind of music. Number 4 is going to Dorian Electra with My Agenda. Quite possibly, maybe one of the most important albums to come out in a long time. Dorian Electra is someone that I think you kind of need to look at to know why it is an important album. But essentially, this album does kind of talk about a lot of very topical matters in very experimental and fun ways, incorporating examples of like rock, screamo, and electronic music. It does kind of discuss a lot of very interesting topics, whereas on the first song, like F the World, it kind of talks about the love-hate relationship with society and the way the world is. The actual lead song itself, My Agenda, has probably one of my favorite hooks of the year, which goes, as I believe, as followed: My agenda will infect you out here flexing in my rainbow suspenders. So already you can kind of get an idea of what this song is kind of talking about, particularly the end of the song where she makes references to turning frogs homosexual, which, if you know what that reference is for, you kind of know where the song is going. This song also, interestingly enough, features the female punk political band Pussy Riot, as well as Village People.
Okay.
As in the people who sang YMCA. Which is crazy. And lots of interesting other examples that kind of almost poke fun at societal ideas, whereas being songs as Gentleman / Milady, which kind of pokes fun at people who essentially like to give respect to ladies. Your very typical, almost like neckbeard, fedora wearing, black coat kind of characters. Those kind of creepy guys who are very much about respecting women just a little bit too much. And lots of other really great and introspective ideas that kind of deal with sexuality and kind of where people of that kind of group kind of find themselves in, particularly on songs like Ram It Down, which is a song that kind of pokes fun at very homophobic people who say things like, oh, it's cool if you're gay, but I don't want to see that, and oh, it's fine. It intentionally does poke fun of that whole idea where this song literally says, I'm gonna ram my sexuality down your throat, ironically.
Okay.
Which is great. So number 3, we have Quelle Chris and Chris Keys with Innocent Country 2. Quite possibly one of the longest albums on my list. I'm not going to go into the whole of this album because it's just a bit too long. But rapper, producer, and another rapper and producer, Chris Keys. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Chris Keys is not a rapper. He's an instrumentalist, beatmaker. This is a really interesting album because this album starts with the intro / recap of the previous album, which kind of makes it off to be as almost like a fantasy crazy epic. And then the song that follows it is titled Outro/Honesty, which essentially ends the previous album, in where Quelly Chris kind of talks about how the relationship he was in has kind of come to an end and why it's ended. And it kind of also ends in a very interesting way, in which you kind of hear a voice message from the woman he's kind of breaking up with, who is constantly insulting him, constantly saying that, you know, he's pathetic, you know, that in reality he needs her, but she also does mention, you know, to make sure to call him back because she's totally over him. And this kind of transcends into one of my favorite songs of the album, which is Living Happy, which is a song that is very introspective and kind of fits the narrative and theme of this whole album, which is kind of black appreciation and progression as to where these artists, where the culture, where the race has kind of come from. And there's some great analogies in which they talk about, especially from the two rappers, I believe one of them, I can't remember which one who says it, where he makes a really interesting analogy where he says that he's, you know, kind of remembers the time when he had to, you know, someone shooting up the place and he has to, you know, run up the block like the cameraman on the Maury show, you know, stuff like that. And the chorus itself kind of does talk about how happy we are that we are kind of in this slightly better situation, kind of like making references to just how easy their life is, hence the name Happy Living. And there's a lot of really great songs that kind of do champion this idea, as well as kind of being the best you can be, kind of being positive and kind of really going out there and putting yourself out there. It's a really great album for the most part. Number 2 is going to Gorillaz with Song Machine, Season 1, also just known as Strange Times. Gorillaz did something pretty interesting this year in that they kind of released a new song almost every month throughout the whole year, featuring a known artist. And it was an interesting project, especially given that this was a project that started before COVID-19 and then kind of became about COVID-19 in a lot of aspects and elements and songwriting and stuff. And it's not present throughout the whole of the album, but it definitely rings true throughout most of it. And the cast of people they had on this album was absolutely fantastic, from people like Robert Smith, who's the lead singer of The Cure, being on the song Strange Times, to people like Beck on the song Valley of the Pagans. And you got a lot of other very interesting artists who are not as well known, such as Lee John on the song The Last Chord, which has a fantastic melody, which sounds a lot like a certain kind of song from the past of the Gorillaz for the most part. One thing I should really mention is the song Friday the 13th, which is my and lots of other people's least favorite song on the whole album. The reason that is because it features rapper Octavian, which for a lot of people is very problematic because recently he has been convicted of charges of sexual and verbal assault towards his pregnant girlfriend. So it's not great that he's on this album, and I'm going to state this right now. I've never liked this song, and I really don't like the song, especially after these supposed allegations towards him. But there are a lot of really good songs and really good features, which I'm not going to go into details completely because it would just take absolutely forever, but I highly recommend listening to this album, especially, well, yeah, just this whole album. And my number 1 album is going to Jessie Ware with What's Your Pleasure. This album kind of came out of nowhere and is kind of one of the best examples of kind of being a tribute to 80s music, but actually doing it correctly. In that Jessie Ware is such a powerful singer and such a versatile singer that she's able to kind of have an album that sounds very 80s, but sounds modern, sounds hip, sounds fresh in so many varying ways, and also kind of talk about other aspects that refer to the 80s and also kind of where things are in the world, you know, particularly with songs like What's Your Pleasure, which kind of talks about ideas of like where you are in terms of like sexuality and preference and orientation and that kind of stuff, as well as other songs that kind of really kind of harken back to themes and ideas that people were kind of talking about during the 80s, such as, you know, the idea of love, relationship, you know, lasting relationships and such like that. And there are some fantastic highlights as well in the album, such as songs like In Your Eyes, which honestly sounds like a James Bond theme. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it's a fantastic and lovely song, and it just is a very interesting album in which how it does and describes, and I guess I'm more appreciative of just how it just generally does the genre, the time, the, I guess, style justice, but also sounds new and sounds like something. It doesn't sound like so many artists nowadays are trying to make 80s albums, and Jessie Ware, in my opinion, is the only one who's kind of succeeded at both, tribute and, a good album. And that's pretty much my albums. I've unfortunately got a lot more to talk about, which I'm going to keep going really quickly. So with EPs, I've only got 2 that were my best of. Number 1 is going to Disclosure again with the Ecstasy EP. This is kind of like what's the best way? It's kind of like the other side to the Energy album, in that if you wanted something that's a little bit more hardcore, house, sample based, instrumental, something that would be played in the club, hardcore club, techno rave, and that kind of stuff, this is definitely the album for you. It definitely is a smaller album, but it definitely harkens back to Disclosure before the first album. So if you really want to hear something like that as a companion piece to the album, highly recommended. And my number 1 is going to TK Medza with Last Year Was Weird Volume 2. Now, TK Medza, singer, rapper, she kind of has been growing in popularity over the last couple of years, and it's really good to see her release a project that is of this high quality, that honestly has a lot of other rappers, especially female rappers, kind of scared, especially given the kinds of things that she is talking about and kind of how she presents herself. She is very much the kind of girl who will beat the shit out of you, at least how that she kind of comes across on her album. And there's really great examples of that on the album, such as songs like Awake featuring rapper JPEG Mafia, which has her essentially talking about, like, no matter where she is, whether it's daytime or nighttime, she will mess you up. And other really awesome songs which kind of like modern day like love songs and examples, such as You Sad, which kind of talks about the relationship kind of being over, but yet the man in the situation is still trying to contact her and kind of apologize or try and get back to her, and she's pretty much just like, you sad. So that's going to do EPs. Music videos was pretty hard to put together because there were some really good music videos. I will do my honorable mentions real quick. I would highly recommend looking up all these music videos, especially because some of these are pretty much short films at this point. The first one I'm going to go with is Real Estate with Paper Cup, directed by Nick Romney. This is a really odd music video that essentially tells a story of a animatronic chipmunk who sings at a Chuck E. Cheese-esque restaurant, essentially trying to do one last performance before he inevitably dies. And that's, okay. I won't spoil too much about it, but that's pretty much the whole concept of the music video. Next is going to be Groove Armada with Lover for Now featuring Todd Edwards, directed by Fons Sefrenden. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Really interesting animation art style on this album, as it kind of has almost like a video game-esque kind of like Polygon-esque look, and it kind of tells a story between a cat and a dog that seemingly are on their own, and they kind of form a relationship via the computers of possibly their past owners. And it's a really interesting video. The visuals are very out there in terms of like how frantic and how odd it gets. And one last honorable mention is going to be Princess Nokia with Green Eggs and Ham, directed by Sebastian Sadigu. I believe that's how you say their name. I don't want to spoil too much. It's a very short music video. It references a film very well, and that's all I'm going to say. If most people have seen this film, you should obviously have a blast with this film. Number 10 in terms of best and favorite is going to be... Well, number 10 is going to be Karugabin. I still don't know how to pronounce this band's name. It's spelled Khrungil, and that's for the music video Time (brackets You and I), which is directed by Felix Haynes and Josh R.R. King. Really simple music video that essentially does one thing that I tell so many people, that is, if you don't have a budget for a music video, just go to London and film there. And that's basically what they do. It essentially features two characters coming together and they're building sandcastles everywhere. That's pretty much the premise. Number 9 is going to 100 Gex with Hand Crushed by a Mallet, the remix, directed by Dario Alvin and Weston Ellman, and possibly 800 other people, because this music video is insane. It feels like too many people animated this music video, because it is nonsensical, and the only thing that I can really tell you that happens in this music video is that a mouse that suspiciously looks like Remy from Ratatouille steals a key from a mushroom man.
Okay.
And that's all you get. Number 8 is going to Fontaine's DC with A Hero's Death, directed by Hugh Mullenham. A pretty frightening and interesting music video that kind of tells the story of a TV presenter host who kind of seems to be stuck in the repetition of his day job and his success and where he's at, and it kind of descends into madness without spoiling too much. Number 7 is going to Tierra Whack with Dora, directed by artist and surrealist artist Alex da Corti, who I think is probably most well known for a lot of his very surrealist artwork and very pop art-ish revival kind of stuff. This music video is all over the place. It's very hard to tell what is real, what is animated, and it just does whatever the hell it wants to. It's very creative, and it definitely is very strange. It definitely does blend into the very odd sound of the song that Tierra Whack is rapping over. Number 6 is going to Oneotrix Point Never with Lost But Never Found, directed by Josh and Benny Stafdai, who are the directors of films such as Good Time and Uncut Gems. So this is quite interesting that they actually directed a music video for Oneotrix Point Never, because he did the soundtrack for both of those films. And this is a music video that is very trippy, and it tells maybe multiple stories or angles, but it essentially seems to be coming off the idea of remembering how good your past was or how good the 80s was, and then remembering how good it actually was. And I won't spoil too much more about that. Music video number 5 is going to Breakbot with Be Mine Tonight, directed by Gary Lavinsky. Really awesome animated music video about a girl who goes to a really picturesque, awesome arcade machine and basically does a bit of Dance Dance Revolution, which is awesome. Number 4 is going to Dorian Electra with Edgelord, directed by Weston Allen once again. Weston Allen. This music video is all over the place. It's very edgy. In terms of, like, there are lots of references to the Joker, lots of references to people being of that edgy kind of aspect. It's also great to see Rebecca Black, who is on this song, who sung the song Friday. Okay. She features in this song, which is pretty awesome. And it is very much a music video which kind of makes fun of the whole edgelord kind of aspect in terms of, like, visually, as you do kind of see Dorian Electra and Rebecca Black both dressed as the Joker and Harley Quinn. So it kind of makes fun of the fandom regarding, those films and that franchise. Number 3 is going to Disclosure with Energy, directed by Glenn Michael and Christo, aka people who work at Studio Kid or Kid Studio. Really funny and strange, bizarre music video that kind of does feed into the whole idea of energy and kind of doing your best. I don't really want to spoil it too much, but I highly recommend watching it. Number 2 is going to The Strokes with At the Door, directed by Mike Borofkas. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. This is another music video that is animated, but it also heavily relies on 80s animation and 80s nostalgia in terms of its theming and ideas, because it does blend into the ideas of things coming to an end, and it uses that very appropriately and in a very uplifting and kind of depressing way, especially given what happens in this music video and how everything kind of looks. So I'd highly recommend that. Very fantastically animated music video. And number 1 favorite music video is going to go to Gorillaz with The Lost Chord, directed by Jamie Hewletts. This music video was very problematic for me and a lot of people because it basically it did something that I wanted to see from Gorillaz for a long time, and then basically said, "Fuck it, it's gone, destroy it." And it is very interesting that this music video, once again with Gorillaz, kind of incorporates a lot of different animation, art styles, and different references and stuff like that. And it is very interesting. It's very bizarre. It's really out there. And even if you have never seen a Gorillaz music video, you can probably get behind it just on its creativity and how it looks. But I don't want to spoil it because it does kind of have story implications for the most part, but that it was my favorite music video. Also, one of the last music videos to be released this year that I enjoyed. Songs. This is my last section. I know it's long, so I got honorable mentions real quick. Number 3 is going to Chai with Donuts Mind If I Do. This is a really great song, which kind of has almost like a funky kind of... It's kind of hard to explain, but it's generally a nice and uplifting song. I guess you could kind of say about life, donuts, and the situation this band kind of finds themselves in. Number 2 is going to R.A.P. Fiera with Leaving Hell. This is a really great introspective song from, I guess, technically rapper Milo, although he's known as R.A.P. Fiera here. He always changes his name. A great song which kind of talks about the idea of kind of leaving the landscape in which music or rap has kind of become and going out there and beyond, and kind of just saying, you know what, I'm done with this. I'm done with the way things are, not being respected, people aren't being respected, whatever. You know, really great song. Number 1 honorable mention is going to writer and comedian Zach Fox with Stick, featuring Fabo. This song is not to be taken seriously whatsoever because it's just about sticks. Sticks in almost every single way, whether Zach Fox is referring to the stick shift of his car being a baguette, or kind of talking about him having sexual relationships with his, I guess, girl or the girl at the time, making very odd and very funny references to the fact that saying that she came here for the Netflix, but he came for the neck. And other stuff like that. And even Fabo has a pretty funny line where he says, you know, when his auntie pulls out the stick, he was the running man. You know, it's a song not to be taken seriously, but it is quite comedic. Best songs, real quick. Number 10 is going to JPEG Mafia with Bold. The most interesting thing about this song is the fact that it's... When I first heard it, I went... This sounds like a video game song. It sounds like he's sampling a video game song. And lo and behold, I was correct. He did sample a video game song. More accurately, he sampled the song Move Me from the Ridge Racer Type 4 soundtrack. Which is very bizarre. But it works because it kind of blends in with the very energetic kind of way JPEG Mafia is rapping on this album. Once again, he kind of comes across as somewhat pessimistic and very dismissive and insultive of other rappers and other people, you know, and he does kind of come out and kind of provide some introspective on what's not making him happy. You know, there's one line particularly where he kind of says, you know, you can't feed your kids because you spent that shit on a car, you know, and kind of talks about a certain kind of person or kinds of people. Number 9 is going to Benny with Super Lonely, featuring Gus Dapperton. Quite possibly one of the biggest songs of this year. It's a very nice and funny song where Benny kind of talks about the end of a relationship and how she kind of feels like maybe she's the one who messes it up, not being sure if maybe they should get back together, and kind of referring to herself in various certain ways, like being super lonely or being a lonely bitch. Which is quite funny in that. And also, the way she kind of sings this song is quite odd because she sings every verse like a modern day rapper or trap artist, which is very unheard of, for example. So she kind of almost stops singing every kind of line almost like this, which is very odd. It definitely gives the song a very unique kind of flavor, especially coming from, you know, a non-rapper, I guess. Number 8 is going to Rina Sawayama with XS. I've already mentioned this song and how I love it, so I'm going to skip it. As well as number 7 being Karugabin with Time, You and I. Kind of another great song which I absolutely love. This is where you're kind of going to notice that, things kind of blend. And number 6 is going to Takei Medza with You Sad. I've already kind of mentioned how much I love this song and what it's about. Number 5 is going to Tierra Whack with Peppers and Onions. This is an interesting song where Tierra Whack kind of talks about the excuse me, how difficult it can be to be yourself, especially in a music industry, and especially when you haven't quite blown up or become successful, or you don't quite have that level of success, or you're expected to be something else now that you have that level of success. It is an interesting song where she kind of does mirror these ideas, and her wordplay is fantastic for the most part across this whole album, particularly the line where she says that you might be the bomb, you might have the ticket, but you might not be the bomb, just waiting for your time to blow, kind of stuff like that, which definitely keeps her on the map as being one of the best lyrical rappers out there. Number 4 is going to Disclosure with Duhan, aka brackets Mila Mila, featuring Fatomete Daiwer. I can't quite pronounce her name. Fantastic, uplifting song that does have a nice, well, not necessarily nice, kind of has like a sad and introspective kind of meaning behind it, as I believe she is essentially singing about how her country of origin is kind of in this awful and unfortunate situation, but also the idea of dancing in spirit or for said song, which I think works really well. Number 3 is going to 100 Gex with Ringtone, the remix, featuring Charlie XCX, Rico Nasty, and Sarah from Kero Kero Bonito. This is a completely original song which basically does its own thing from the original song about how special the ringtone is, because the literal chorus of this song is essentially referring to how her or your boyfriend has a very special ringtone and how that makes them special. And it kind of does go back on those kind of ideas and lines about like the ringtone and the phone and how special situations are. Even Sarah from Kero Kero Bonito makes light of the fact that you can change it to anything, you can alter it, you can make it so that you have no idea who's talking to you, and it can even creep you out. Great stuff like that. Number 2 is going to Quelly Chris and Chris Keys with Sudden Death. This song has a very odd, like, the keys on this song are so distorted and so sad yet so uplifting. It's kind of hard not to immediately be interested in this song given how it sounds. And Quelly Chris has a super high pitch on how he's singing about this song, and what he's singing about is very interesting, almost like this idea of sudden death and what would happen and how it kind of relates to how he kind of sees the world or how he's kind of regarded. It's very interesting. And number 1, once again, is going to Gorillaz with Désolé, featuring Fatome. I can't pronounce. I'm not going to try and pronounce her second name. This is another song that's actually quite sad, in that Désolé is French for I'm sorry, and it kind of talks about the sadness of situations and other aspects. And I think it's possibly one of the grander and most epic songs, as there is a nice build up throughout the song, which incorporates more examples of elements and instrumentations, as well as you also do have a song that's partly in English and partly in French at the same time. So you definitely have like this introspective idea of kind of being welcomed into a world or a situation. And the very, very last thing I'm going to mention regarding music before I shut up is the worst song of 2020 that I heard, and that is going to be Justin Bieber with Yummy. Oh no, wait, before you guys laugh, I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
Go on.
Justin Bieber, Yummy, the country remix.
Oh, I was say, is it a remix or the original? Okay.
No, it's the remix.
Oh god.
I have no idea what they were thinking with this remix, because first off, it's not even country.
Oh
It's like a danceable rap beat that they have some guy who's, I guess, doing his impersonation of a country singer. Like, no disrespect to the guy, Florida Georgia. I'm sorry if you... I don't mean any disrespect, because I know they pretty much just grabbed anyone they could to get on this song. I mean, no disrespect to him. I don't understand what he's saying. He's doing such a poor job. This is a absolutely shocking and pathetic attempt to capitalize on Lil Nas X's success from last year. That's all it is, because there was a ridiculous push this year for Justin Bieber to get this song to be successful, and I guess it did, but the ultimate price he paid is the fact that everyone hates this song and has kind of lost a lot of respect for him. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And shocking for the most part, and that is pretty much the end of my music section. Do you have any questions regarding music? Because I know it was a lot to take in, and I tried to go as fast as I could. If not, we'll move on.
I haven't got any questions now.
No.
Fair enough.
What was there was a title with the word donut in it, and it sounded like it could have been a joke from Bob's Burgers. What was the title of that?
Oh, Donuts Mind If I Do by
Donuts Mind
Chai.
If I Do. Okay, that's it. Yeah, cool. No, I like it because it kind of sounds like a joke from Bob's Burgers. It's like one of them dad jokes.
Yeah, almost. They specifically do say, although the lead singer, she does say it in English, but she has a slightly higher pitch register, which is quite interesting to hear from a the lead singer of a rock punk band. But well, actually, that's not quite uncommon for a lot of Japanese punk bands. But yeah, she does literally say that, and they do reference donuts in the music video. But if not, we can move on to television, and I'm looking forward to resting my voice for a bit.
Oh, I've got some music. Not a lot.
Oh, you do have music. Oh, snap, I forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry, because I assumed that was it for music, and that I completely would dominate the whole section. But yes, go on, Recess. Sorry. I'm really sorry.
No worries. I've got... So, best favourite album. And I think this is actually the only album I've listened to in 2020.
Oh, wow.
I've been out of sync with music, so it's been great hearing you guys' list. But best album, I've got Disclosure's Energy.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't disappoint.
No, they didn't.
They didn't disappoint. I feel like they poured a lot of energy into this album, which is appreciated. I think for me, standout tracks are Watch Your Step with Police. It's just it's the track that you want to get up and boogie to.
Yeah.
Like you just hit it and you're like, yep, I'm there. There's one called Fractal, and which is actually an interlude. But it's nice because it's smooth and it's a lot different from the previous tracks that you hear.
Yeah.
So I believe this is like the 6th song on the album.
Yeah.
But it's got like a chill vibe. So it's like, okay, is that kind of introducing more of a chill vibe for the rest of the album, or what? Another standout track is Birthday, which was released as a single with Sid and Kalani.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that one.
I just really like how both of them sing on it, actually, and the harmonies do. Because I like Sid since the internet. I know she's released an album of her own out, and actually kind of like Kalani's voice as well. So I think they worked well together. And
one thing I'll quickly say about that track in particular is I love how garage it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I did not expect to hear the almost UK exclusive garage genre return.
This is it. Yeah, and I think they did it so well.
It took me right back to the 90s, that did.
When was... Because that was released as a single. What single was it? It wasn't the first one, was it?
Single as in...
Was it the first single for the album?
Not the first song released for the album. It was... It got a bit weird because nowadays what you can do is you can pretty much make a music video for every song, so it is debatable what song technically gets released nowadays, but if I remember correctly, I think this was I think it was either the 3rd or the 4th song to officially be released. Because if I remember the order it goes, it's Energy, I think Energy was the first song to release, and then I know they released the song with. I know they released Lavender. They also released the song with Anime and Slow Tie, and I think they also released Watch Your Step just recently.
Right.
That has a music video to it as well.
Nice.
Yeah, but it was officially released. Yeah.
And then the final like stand-up track for me was Expressing What Matters, which is another like groove kind of funk vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's best album for 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to songs now, I believe.
Yeah.
So we've got best favorite songs. I don't think I've got any. Oh, I've got a most disappointing. Okay, so starting off with best and favorite.
Yep.
We have J. Cole. His The Climb Back. So the reason I like J. Cole is I like his hard hitting style. Like every lyric has meaning, as opposed to some rappers these days.
Oh yeah.
No names mentioned. But The Climb Back in particular, I don't know, it kind of touches on a lot of topics like jealousy, self-worth, suicide, like how to deal with fame, and karma. I think karma and like things coming back in full circle is like the general theme. But it touches on like real life topics, which I like. This isn't in any order, but these are just random favorites. Next one is from an artist called Big Pig.
Oh, I know of them, yeah.
And the song, their song Don't Turn Around. Don't know if you know that one.
No.
I first heard this on a TV show actually called Industry. I was watching Industry one night, and then they kind of cut the scene and then cut into this song, and I thought, oh, my ears pricked up. I know this song. But Big Pig sampled Montel Jordan's 1999 Get It On Tonight. I was like, yeah, okay, this is the tune, this is a bop.
Interesting.
It's worth a listen, definitely. And they've got a video as well, which is quite fun. Next favourite is, I believe the artist is called Fushi, or maybe Fouché, with their single called Single Af. But it's a lot different to some of the songs I've heard this year. It's got like a sultry vibe, and she does like some really cool vocal like acrobatics kind of thing, and she kind of shows off her quirky side, and she's got a bit of a potty mouth, so I kind of liked that in terms that it was different to what I'd heard this year.
Mm-hmm.
Final favourite of the year, I think it's a favourite because I've heard it so many times with the TikTok challenge, but it's Doja Cat's Say So. Loving the 70s vibe, and the fact that, because I think this was the first song I'd heard of hers, the fact that she can sing and can also rap. You get a lot of rappers who think they can sing and try to sing.
Yes.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. But I think what I've heard from Doja Cat so far, it's working for her. So those are my favourites.
Can I just ask, is Doja Cat actually like a good artist? Because I've been avoiding her.
You know what? I know there was that controversy with her video thing. I won't go into it, but I've enjoyed a couple of her songs. I haven't listened to a full album. I don't know how many albums she has out. But probably out of 6 songs I like of hers.
Okay.
Some of them you can tell that they're kind of like a commercial push. Like their label rushed the songs out because they knew it would do well, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I partly think that they knew the song would do well because of her body, but go on.
This is it as well. So, like, aside from those facts, her songs, from what I've heard anyway, are good. We'll see how.
Okay, fair enough.
How her career or how her next.
It's only because I've only ever really heard people on the internet either saying she's good or bad. I've never heard anyone in the real world actually say they like her.
Right.
So I was very surprised to see that someone in the real world actually said something nice about her.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I ask.
It's funny actually because I said that Say So was the first song I'd heard from her, but I just remembered she released that song called Moo.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, which
That song
was so bizarre. But it did what she wanted it to do. Gave her recognition, gave her some fame. So yeah. But anyway, that was a random song.
Okay.
My most disappointing song of 2020
Ooh.
was SZA, Hit Different. So at first I didn't like SZA. I was like, what is this woman mumbling about? Like, she's not singing. And then I felt like I was being too harsh. So I did take a listen to her album. What's the name of it?
Isn't it Control Delete or something like that? Or Control?
Yeah, that's it. Control.
Yeah, Control. Yeah.
Control. And I liked it. Liked that album. So I was definitely hyped to hear more of her music, and not just EPs or like B-sides, but like a full solid album. So I know after Control was released, there's been, I don't know how many years it's been, maybe 4 years or something.
Yeah, I'd say around about that.
And then she announced the single Hit Different. I think the video was released at the same time. But for me, it wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't a strong contender. It wasn't as strong as the first single needed to be. So I think that's why I was just disappointed. All that time that I've been waiting to hear new music, and this is what you put out.
Disappointed.
Yeah, but it's a decent song. Don't get me wrong. I think it will fit an album well, but it shouldn't have been the first single. But yeah, so that's why it's most disappointing.
Hopefully, just a poor decision to release.
Say that again.
A poor decision to release that song.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, exactly. But that's me for music.
Right, so we're going to move into television now, which I think for a lot of people may have been one of the stronger aspects of this year. I kind of feel like everyone kind of watched or discovered something this year, but let's start with Owl and everything you watched on TV or, laptop or whatever over this year.
Okay, so basically for the TV category, I've only got animated series.
That's fine. That's fine.
So the first one will be is actually Castlevania season 3 on Netflix. I actually can't really talk about anything of the series, so I feel like if I talk about it, it's a big spoiler for like season 2.
Understandable.
So I'm just going to explain how I felt about the season and stuff like that. So I actually thought that the series, I felt like season 3 was actually the strongest out of the 3, in my opinion, just because there's a lot of like plot twists and turns, especially towards like the end. For like those of you that like know the game, the characters literally, it has like Alucard, Dracula, Trevor Belmont, and Cypher, Hector, and Isaac. So they are in the series, all 3 of them. I gotta say the characters, I really enjoyed like Alucard and Trevor Belmont's relationship. Like they were just really, they had that realistic character banter. It was just really funny. Like some of the scenes, it's just like Cypher's like very like prim and proper, and like them two are just having like just the casual like lads banter. It's really funny. But I feel definitely like out of the lot, I definitely say that Alucard is definitely like my favorite character for sure. I feel like definitely just give it a watch. Season 1 has only got 4 episodes. Season 2 has only got 10 episodes, and I think season 3 is only also got 10 episodes. Season 4 will be coming out. I don't know when, but I am looking forward to Castlevania season 4. Wow. That's for sure.
That's a surprise that it's getting a 4th season.
Yeah, exactly.
Because usually Netflix cancel all shows after season 3. But I kind of know why that is, because I don't mean to be mean. That's because it's technically not season 3. That's why.
Okay.
Technically only season 2, part 2.
Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, it makes sense.
Because there is an unfortunate situation with Netflix, how they like to... I'm not going to say it's going to happen to this show, because it already technically is being messed up, but they like to mess up the ordering and the structure of the episodes, and then they like to cancel it. It's happened with far too many shows in recent years.
Okay.
But and also I kind of have issues with the producer of the series, but that's beside the point. Continue, Al.
Okay. And then I've only got 2 shows anyway, so that was Castlevania. But
Okay.
the next one is Transformers: War for Cybertron Siege, Chapter 1. It's on Netflix as well.
Okay.
I felt like the show was very short. It only had 6 episodes, but I managed to complete it in like 3 hours anyway. I didn't actually take a break and come back to it next day. I literally just finished it in one watch.
Nice.
I feel like the show was very mature in comparison to like the 1984 Generation 1 cartoon. It's quite dark and gritty in some scenes. I'm just gonna kind of start off of how like it kind of sets off. So like it starts off with like Wheeljack, who is an Autobot, and Bumblebee, who also everyone knows is, well, it's pretty much everyone's favorite. Pretty much like trying to find some energon, and basically Wheeljack is trying to convince Bumblebee to become an Autobot. So it's kind of starting from before like the factions began with the Autobots and Decepticons. So it's like some of the Cybertronians didn't even take a side at that point. I was gonna say, like, I feel like I like the fact that it kind of shows. I kind of like the fact that it shows that, because most of the time in every series, it's always each person has a side. But I like the fact that there's different sides now. It's just like you got the Autobots, the Decepticons, and then you got some new side that is in the series as well. That's literally neither. And then there's just the people that are just trying to survive, basically. Well, sorry, Cybertronians are trying to survive. Speaking a bit about the characters, I felt like I liked Optimus Prime. I feel like he's just the best out of the Autobots. He's the leader, of course. I feel like he's cool. But the only thing that was a big disappointment was that they didn't get the original voice actor for Optimus Prime. I felt like the voice actor did do a good job, but I like the godly voice, man. It's just you just know Optimus Prime for that godly voice, and it's just like it's not the same. Yeah, I did miss that, but I feel like again, yeah, the voice actor did an okay job. Not Optimus Prime, Megatron. He was pretty cool as well. The voice actor did a good job. He was very like sinister, very menacing as well. He kind of came across as like very threatening, even towards like his subordinates as well. He was pretty threatening towards them. A lot of people though, speaking of like Megatron, when they were watching the trailer, they had a problem with like his lips. It was quite funny. I don't know what it was, but it's just like I didn't notice it, and then literally I was looking in the comments, and I was like, I have a problem with Megatron's lips, and I was like, what's wrong with his lips? But it's just like it looks like the lip emoji.
Oh.
Yeah, it kind of looks like
cool.
that, so it's quite funny.
Yeah.
I started watching that throughout the series. I couldn't take it seriously.
Jeez.
And also, I had another issue. What other character had the issue with voice acting? Oh, Soundwave. I didn't like his voice either. It was just bland. Like, I love Soundwave's voice. The guy that did the voice acting for him in Generation 1. Like, he does a great Soundwave voice. It's very dark. Not dark. It's very deep. And it has, like, the auto-tune above it and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just very, like, in this one, it was more just he just sounded like a regular robot. He didn't have, like, the tunes and the tones, the different tones when he talks. Like, it was just pretty much robotic. I was just like, wow, okay. They did not take the time to do that. Another character I had an issue with the voice acting was Ironhide. Ironhide, in the Generation 1 cartoon, he had that kind of cowboy accent. Or in the film, or in the later series, he has that kind of gruffy deep voice, but he sounded like Bumblebee. And I'm just like, what is going on? Is that even Ironhide? Like, what's going on here?
Wait, so Bumblebee from this cartoon or previous Bumblebees?
Previous Bumblebee, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or just another Autobot that's like more optimistic. But it's just like, no, like I was just like, what is going on? But just to add as well, like I also like the fact that both sides kind of see themselves as the good guy as well. But I'm not going to explain why. I'm just going to say that is another interesting part about this series. So I'd definitely say if you're a big Transformers fan, give it a watch for sure.
Okay, I didn't even know this series existed.
Nor did I.
No, I mean I'm not the. I'm pretty sure Al, you are the bigger Transformer fan of both of us, but yeah, this was not on my radar. I did not know about this. It feels like I should though at the same time, but whatever.
And that's it for me for TV and animation series and stuff.
Okay, so it's onto me. I have stuff for both animated and live action. Um, there was a lot of stuff I didn't manage to watch because I'll get into it towards the later of the podcast. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff I just didn't have the time to watch or finish. I didn't even watch a single Japanese anime series this year, which is a bit of a
Oh
shame.
wow.
Oh wow.
And there was a whopping two that I wanted to watch. Between you and me, I don't think this was the strongest year for Japanese animation, in my opinion. But
Okay.
I'm sure some people disagree, and hopefully, if you found some good animated series, please let me know. But I'm going to start with one honorable mention. This is a slight technicality because it is a pilot for a possible TV series, and that is going to be for Smiling Friends.
Okay.
This it's a very strong pilot. It has lots of potential to be a full series. Like immediately when you watch it, you're like, this can be a show. This feels like an
Right.
average good episode of a show that doesn't exist already. And it's a show that kind of masters its whole like the whole like so random, so silly that it's like funny and you don't really know why kind of element. And I think the reason why is because of how like realistic the world and the characters are in like such a surreal concept, yet these really weird characters question the weird things that happen in said world. So it kind of gives it that really odd element to some extent. And it's honestly like really funny in terms of like what it's about, and it's very interesting in how it chose its voice cast. I won't explain why, but it's definitely worth watching it and kind of looking up every single voice actor just so you kind of get what I mean. But the basic premise of it is that it takes place revolving a company called the Smiling Friends, and their job is to essentially make anyone who isn't feeling happy or smile essentially. And they essentially meet a character who is not very happy and has a gun to their head and is threatening to kill themselves. So it's up to them to make them smile. And I won't spoil what else happens, particularly the person who voices said character with a gun to their head, because it is a very interesting person who voices said character. But really like this episode, and I honestly hope that it does get a proper season because it deserves it, especially given what I'm going to talk about regarding number 5. So with my best of animated TV series, I'm going to start with number 6 with Rick and Morty season 4. This was a pretty enjoyable series. I know a lot of people who are, I guess, haters of the series don't want to hear that, or even fans of the series don't want to hear that, because I know people are very hit and miss regarding this series. Like almost every time an episode would release, literally a minute after the episode will come out, people were already praising it as the best episode ever or the worst episode ever, or it's like Rick and Morty's lost its edge. Oh, it's getting bad again. Oh, it's stale now. But then literally the next episode, masterpiece, modern classic. This episode is literally no joke. Look up any reviews of like the episodes from this season, and it's literally that. But this episode is more enough the same with some really great concepts once again. But this series does kind of comment on its popularity, kind of its rabid fan base, and the fact that audiences and even the characters in the show are like now really desensitized to the novelties of the series, which is quite interesting that the series is almost kind of referencing itself and kind of destroying itself at the same time with some aspects. Like, I really do love how more and more the characters are getting more defined, and they're kind of not necessarily becoming terrible people, they're also becoming terrible people that are aware and becoming, how should I put it? I guess in a very simple way, the characters are kind of realizing the situation they're in is not great, and that Rick is a massive asshole. And more people kind of need to realize that, because a lot of people kind of regard Rick as the hero of the series when he's not. He's technically the villain. And this series does do a lot of great stuff. There's some really, really funny and really silly concepts that kind of feature in this series, which I don't want to spoil too much. But there was one episode that this did unfortunately kind of sour the experience, and that's the 4th episode. I won't say what happens in it because I don't want to spoil it, but I honestly feel that they ran a really great joke into the ground big time, and that was a bit of a shame. Number 5 is gonna go to YOLO Crystal Fantasies. This is a series created by one of the people who made the Smiling Friends pilot, so he already technically has a show at Adult Swim. Um, this is a very odd and interesting show that essentially follows two best friends who essentially are on the quest to party, save their friendship, and then weird things happen in Australia. That's basically what happens in this series. And I think the biggest problem with this series is that the first episode is so perfect compared to the rest of the series. It's almost like not as good. Like the whole series is good. It's just that first episode is like perfect. It like sets the tone perfectly because it has a simple premise. It's literally they get invited to supposedly one of their friends' birthday parties and they have to get into the party. And if they're lucky enough, they might get the honor of taking a selfie with her. And how they kind of present this is quite funny in a very interesting way because this friend of theirs kind of sends some like space-aged fantasy like message that says, you know, she's the most popular person ever. You know, you have to bring like one one gift, and then even when they get to the party, her house is on top of a Lord of the Rings-esque tower. She's got guards and like alien entities all around her and all that kind of stuff, which does, you know, poke fun at a certain kind of vanity that is found in, you know, today's world, which is pretty good. But there's a lot of really creative stuff that happens in this series that is just off the wall, just crazy. Like randomly they'll just cut to a shot of a guy punching the ground. You got episodes which follow the concept of the Terry Cup, which is essentially a giant cup where people go to watch people perform in a gladiatorial stadium, and they have to dance for the approval of Terry to win the Terry Cup. And that's one episode. You know, and it's a show that's unapologetically Australian. Like almost everyone has an Australian accent, and the voice acting is very like matter of fact for the most part. Like a lot of the characters sound like they are Australian or just doing bad impersonations of like, you know, men and women. And the art style can be intentionally ugly at points because it honestly feels like the creators are having fun making the series while making fun of the series itself. Like they know exactly what they're doing, and it is really funny and really stupid just how it sounds, and they just go to just bizarre and crazy concept. It's definitely a show that's out there. Number 4, kind of sticking with a lot of shows that are kind of out there, is going to be The Shivering Truth Season 2. Quite possibly one of the more disturbing shows on TV right now.
Very disturbing.
Yes, very disturbing. I think this season was a massive improvement from the first season. I think they slowed the pace down a bit to help you understand the nonsensical story. And it's a lot more referential. It kind of pokes a lot more at like extremist types of people, as well as other kind of concepts. Like, there's a great concept where it deals with like smugness and kind of I was going to say cultural appropriation, I guess, you know, feminism, sexism, and that kind of stuff in very funny ways that kind of does the same thing that South Park does, where it kind of holds up a mirror to like these kinds of people and says, is this really how you act? Are you really this extreme? Are you, you know, kind of paints a pretty interesting picture and kind of pokes fun at people. And I really do like a lot of the concepts that they portray in this series. So they're both very funny and disturbing, depending on how you want to interpret them and look at them. You know, and there's some really odd concepts like prayer jacking, where in one world it's found out that praying to God actually is real, to which what people then do is they threaten people's like belief that God isn't real and essentially hijack them while they're praying to get whatever they want. You know, something that is ridiculous but could realistically happen given the way some people are. You know, there's another concept where a woman has to essentially pretend that she wants to eat her child to stay out of hell. Or the discovery of the 27th letter of the alphabet, which has some very interesting coronations. But it's a series that I will 100% say is not for everyone. Like, a lot of people will probably be like disgusted and grossed out because it is a stop motion series and it doesn't hold any bars in terms of like the kinds of things that it shows and does. Like, it can get pretty gross at points. So it's definitely a show that I would say probably look up like a clip of it on YouTube, and if the thumbnails don't appeal to you, don't watch it. Simply put. Number 3 is going to Solar Opposites. This is essentially a series coming from one half of the creator of Rick and Morty, and in my opinion, I think this series is slightly better than Rick and Morty right now. It essentially follows the concept of, I guess, 4 aliens who have crash landed on Earth, and they're essentially trying to live out their days on Earth. And there are some pretty interesting concepts that do arise with this kind of fish out of water story, which kind of evolves that kind of whole aspect of the family structure and the fish out of water genre. The one thing I will say, I think the episode the episode structure is a bit messy. It kind of feels like elements and stories weren't quite put together properly, in my opinion. But I do like a lot of aspects, like the whole science, sci-fi aspect of things. It's just not explained. It's alien technology. They can do whatever they want. I love how the characters have like a great chemistry together, despite the fact that they are literally polar opposites from each other, which kind of they do very well. It works very effectively, especially how the parents kind of somewhat want to be liked by humans, whereas the children / their clones kind of don't like humans because humans don't like them, because they're extremely prejudiced and racist towards them. Which is another topic and aspect I like about it, the fact that you see such, people don't really care that they're aliens, but they have such a hatred for them for absolutely no reason, which makes complete sense, unfortunately, given the state of the world. And they do kind of poke fun and look at like things like gender politics and other really clever and odd things. And it never feels like it's trying too hard to annoy you, upset you, but it was a really great series. Number 2 is going to Close Enough, coming from the creator of Regular Show. This show has been a long time coming, because I think it originally was made in 2015 or 16 and then just disappeared off the face of the earth. And I believe HBO Max finally acquired the series and are going to continue it. But this series is interesting in that it essentially is perfectly relatable for the younger audience who grew up with Regular Show, who are now adults, who are now, have families, have children, and are pretty much now in the same position as the main characters are in present day. Whether that was intentional, I don't know. But it is very interesting how it touches upon a lot of very interesting topics. A lot of shows aren't really tackling for the most part. So, for example, themes of being considered old at the age of 30, kind of giving up on your dreams in order to look after your family, and just kind of how rough it is to be an adult in this day and age. Our main characters, they pretty much have have to pay rent on a house that they are sharing with a divorced couple. That's how bad things are getting, to some extent. That you may laugh at that, but that's unfortunately relatable, and it doesn't surprise me. And there's some really great stuff in this series. It's much like if you've ever seen Regular Show, it gets very surreal, it gets very metaphorical, and there's some great stuff that kind of deal with those said themes and ideas. Like, for example, the main character Josh, he befriends a video game character that he created, who kind of almost ushers him to kind of one more chance. You got to be big, you got to make it. It's me and you, we're gonna take on the world. That kind of stuff. Emily, his wife, who kind of wants the perfect family, or even Josh kind of wanting to be the skate dad to his daughter. And it's scarily modern, how things are. There's a great example where in the series their child Cadence, who I think is 5 or 6 years old, she's watching unboxing videos of toys she already owns, which I was yeah, geez, that's unfortunately too accurate. And then I think there's one scene where it's they order something online in order to save their lives. There's stuff like that, and every character is really memorable, much like with Regular Show. You have Alex and Bridget, they are the divorced couple. Alex is kind of a very pessimistic, I'm all about reading and society's out to get me, whereas Bridget's pretty much just kind of a layabout who kind of doesn't work and kind of just has her expenses paid for her. So you can kind of understand why they got divorced. But then you have obviously other crazier and weird characters like the YouTuber Jackson Phil and Dog Boy, who I will not spoil because that episode is pretty much a two-parter. The only thing I will say is a downside of the series is the art style is somewhat plain, and sometimes the animation being as limited as it is does let down some of the epic moments of the series. But overall, I would highly recommend the series. And number one favorite animated series of the year, of course, is going to go to Primal by Gendy Tartakovsky, the guy who, you know, created Dexter's Lab, Samurai Jack, you know, worked on the Hotel Transylvania films, and many, many, many other animation projects that you all remember. This series is quite possibly one of the more... This series is so grand in so many ways. Like, it's epic, it's beautiful, it's violent, it's slow-paced, and it's definitely one of the only shows I can say is super animated, if that makes sense. And it essentially follows, like, a caveman and a T-Rex as they essentially survive the caveman era. And where it goes is amazing because for a show like that, it's pretty much a silent cartoon. Like, it literally shows you and it doesn't tell you everything. Like, you see everything. The characters don't talk to each other, but they communicate to each other. Just with, like, subtle changes in their face. Just with visuals and references. And the series definitely goes to some very interesting places. It isn't just, oh, we gotta, you know, survive from the T-Rex. It goes from them, you know, fighting, like, a lake filled with snakes to, like, some crazy experimental stuff, which I don't even want to spoil. Like, this series kind of stops being about, like, the caveman era, and it kind of just starts doing some interesting, like, weird stuff. And the animation, I shouldn't really have to say, is absolutely fantastic. You feel every single moment of this series, every single punch, every single back breaking, every single, like, head being ripped off. You feel every single moment of it. It is a fantastic series. I'd highly recommend everyone watch because it's that high up. It's definitely one of the better things to come out, you know, period, maybe. But worst shows, or worst animated shows, I got one, and this probably won't surprise people that given its name that it's on the worst list, and that is going to be Star Trek Lower Decks.
Okay.
I'm guessing no one's heard of this.
No.
Good. This is essentially another animated series based on Star Trek, where it essentially follows the crew of another Enterprise, and it's trying way too hard to be like, oh, it's the funny Star Trek. Star Trek can be funny, and it honestly fails miserably, in my opinion, because I don't think anyone actually likes this series, because I don't think anyone actually can. I think this is a series that people just kind of tolerate because they're starved for media. It's quite possibly one of the most obnoxious shows I've ever seen. The characters are just constantly shouting throughout the whole series. Like, no one ever really talks to each other. Like, everyone is, like, quirky and witty, which therefore makes everyone the same character and annoying.
Okay. Yeah.
The episodes just drag on. It follows the same structure of characters shouting and arguing and annoying each other. Then something happens. Then they resolve the threat in, like, 7 minutes, and then the end of the episode is them talking about random shit for the rest of the episode. It's not great. And I think the main character, although there's technically like 8 main characters, Becky Litz or whatever, Blatchett, I can't even remember what her name is because she's that forgettable. She is so annoying and so unlikable that it's really hard to get behind her because she's just constantly in your face, in everyone's face. And the thing about Star Trek is, it's kind of, especially when you're, let's say, working on the ship, you're kind of expected to do certain things and not do certain things. This character breaks so many rules and pisses off so many people and is so generally unlikable that realistically, if this was a true Star Trek show, she would have been fired. But she doesn't get fired because, like, her mum is the head of the ship. And although that's an interesting concept, they don't do anything with it. Like, literally, they go the first 10 episodes of them somewhat keeping it secret, and then episode 10 it gets revealed, and everyone, like, sucks up to her because, oh, you're the Admiral's mother. And then they just drop it. You just say, oh, enough of that. We're not going to develop this situation any further. We got to do space battles and make references to the past. And I'm like, oh, there goes your one interesting concept.
Yeah.
Gone. Looking forward to season 2. I'm sure that's going to be fun. The animation is kind of poor, to be honest. Except for these space battles where they use the actual ship. The animation in that is quite nice. And the only enjoyable character, because I think every character is really unlikable. They've got one character, he wants to be like the head of a ship, but he's just like a pathetic crybaby and not even in an enjoyable way. They got like some green chick and she's just like overexcited all the time. They've got another character who's just black. The only cool character they have is Tiana, I can't remember how you say her name. She's essentially the doctor on board the ship, and she's essentially like a cat. And she's the best character in this whole series, and they barely do anything with her, and she's absolutely right about everything. She's cool, but most disappointing. This one is a little bit heartbreaking because it's most disappointing animated series I watched this year was Animaniacs, the 2020 remake.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to stress this once again. I do not necessarily think this is a bad show. I think it's pretty good at the end of the day. But what bothers me about this series, well, I'll talk about the good. The animation is fantastic. It looks very bright. It's very well done. It makes the original show look kind of dull in comparison. And overall, it's technically a good show because the writing is strong. Excuse me, the original voice actors return and they sound on top form. One thing great. I never understand or like is when they bring back a show that isn't even that old and they just say, no need to use the original voice cast.
Yeah.
There was nothing special about them. They certainly didn't make the show. This show basically brings back the whole original voice cast. And yeah, like I said, they're on top form. And the series is pretty good, but there is a few issues which I'm going to use a quick example to try and explain what the biggest problem with this series is and why it's so disappointing. So there's a segment in episode 5 called Good Warner Hunting, where basically a hunter has somehow captured and mounted and implied that he stuffed and killed every character from the original series, except for the Warner Brothers, which he wants to add to his collection. Now, although this is an interesting concept and it's a funny kind of idea and, you know, it has a pretty good joke at the end, I will admit, it's problematic because, one, a series that is essentially a reboot shouldn't be going about this whole dismissiveness of, like, the original series. That's something I don't like. You see it so many times in remakes of films where they'll reference the original film and they go, that's shit, isn't it? This one's better. They kind of do that to some extent, although I know that wasn't their intention. Number 2, this might be the only time we ever see the full cast of the Animaniacs again, because here's the thing. It's just the Warner Brothers and Pinky and the Brain in this reboot. That's it.
Oh, okay.
No one else returns. It's just those 2 characters, which makes sense to some extent because they are the most popular, and this is a reboot. It could easily go nowhere after this, and they don't want to obviously waste their budget or, you know, get cancelled and all that kind of stuff, which that's a smart move in my opinion. And they have said they might bring back more of the cast as the series goes on, but here's the thing, that's a might. This show might get cancelled after season 2. So I kind of find it to be a bit awful to some extent, and this kind of leads into my third one, that the only time we might ever see these characters again, or the only time we ever see them again, is them as severed dead heads.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, because here's where things get really weird, and this is me kind of being a bit of a nerd to some extent. So I'm going to get on my third and fourth kind of issue with this kind of aspect, which, don't worry, there is a payoff. There is a payoff. It's kind of a very mean visual to see these characters, like, their heads cut off and mounted on a wall. And, like, it is a bit strange because, like, you see these characters that you ideally love, and they kind of have, like, that weird expression, like, of, like, their eyes are far apart and their tongue sticking out, some of them. Like, they've clearly been killed, which is a bit bizarre, especially when there's the implication that if it's the whole cast, it does mean that he did kill off 2 child characters, which is a bit morbid, especially when you see Skippy Squirrel dead. looking like he's about to be killed. That's the kind of pose of his face, and I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't really like that. And number 4, I think it's kind of bullshit that this would ever happen because they're cartoons. Especially given some of the characters like Slappy Squirrel, I don't see how you would ever be able to kill her. But here's the thing, which I kind of will explain. Here's where it doesn't make any sense with this story and how it kind of ties into everything. So, the whole cast of the Animaniacs, they're not dead. At the end of the episode is revealed they're perfectly fine, and they're pretty pissed off with the hunter, and they chase him down at the end of the segment. Which makes no sense at all, because I don't understand if they were pretending to be dead, because that implies they've been pretending to be dead for 20 years. Because he says that he doesn't say that he killed them straight out, but he says that they're definitely been mounted on the wall. And I'm like, where's the joke here?
Yeah.
Like, I know this is me being a bit of a nerd, but this is me picking apart poor writing and a joke, because if he tranquilized them, how long has it been? Why did he refer to them as being dead or, like, stuffed or mounted on the wall? Like, how does that work? Because there's some visuals where it's like, oh yeah, they're dead. Like, there's some scenes where I'm like, yeah, they're dead. And I'm just like, how does that work exactly?
Yeah.
And the problem is that they kind of they could have very easily, like, made that episode work by essentially the hunter going, hey, I thought I killed you, and was like, yeah, we're cartoons. You could have literally just written that in, and it would have made complete sense. I don't know why they didn't do that. It's very strange, and this is where the biggest problem with this series comes in, where the creators of this series have somewhat forgotten that the original series was a variety show. When you lose 90% of your cast of the show, it loses its heart. This show feels incredibly empty and incredibly repetitive, because it's just the Warner Brothers doing the same thing, and it's the Pinky and the Brain doing the same thing. Now, I'm not going to say that these segments aren't bad, but the Pinky and the Brain sections are so well done, they make the Warner sections just forgettable, in my opinion. And fun fact, I originally hated Pinky and the Brain. I did not like... Because I never knew about Animaniacs until much later in my life. I always thought Pinky and the Brain was its own show, which it did become. But I never liked Pinky and the Brain. In this series, I love Pinky and the Brain. I think it's... The writers are much better at writing for Pinky and the Brain than the Warner Brothers. Because their stories just happen and end. Pinky and the Brain has a start, a middle, an end. It has setup. It is a proper story with every single section of Pinky and the Brain. And it is a bit of a shame because it doesn't seem like it's a good future for the series, because one thing that I mentioned was the fact that they might bring back the original cast. That's kind of a lie. There are a few characters they're not bringing back, which is a bit of a shame, because they're not bringing certain characters back because they're scared of Twitter.
Okay.
Which I think is incredibly hypocritical, that a show is going to make fun of people like Senator Tapp, Donald Trump, Edward Snowden, and Russia and China and all the conspiracies, but they won't bring back a animated mink female character because they're scared Twitter will call them sexist. That is ridiculous. And I'm just like, really, guys? Like, that is such a cowardly move. And I'm just like, I'm really disappointed about that. But, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Hopefully the series gets better, but I was just very disappointed with those aspects, because it does feel like a very empty show, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Not saying that it's bad, because there's some really good writing, the voice acting is great, animation is great, but a lot of not great stuff in terms of its future. I'm going to do live action real quick. I don't have a lot to talk about because I don't really watch live action shows, as you probably can tell already. Excuse me. Honorable mentions, I have 2. The first one is going to be The Crystal Maze Season 8, with host Richard Ayoade being the I guess he's the host of the show, and this is the celebrity season that came out this year. And usually I hate the celebrity seasons because I don't like a lot of celebrities, especially in this kind of concept, because I mean, realistically, we all know why they're here, but I kind of feel like this series was actually good because instead of getting people like Gemma Collins and Anne Widdecombe and Katie Price, you know, people who generally audiences of Channel 4 do not like, just for the purpose of pissing off their fans or possibly going, oh, let's see them handle this task, because with all three of those episodes, it ends disastrously, and those people do no favors in making themselves look like actual human beings. This series actually got people who actually have great chemistry together, which is actually really good, and there are actually some likable people in this series, which was great. Not all of them, though, but they actually balanced the teams out. Like, for example, they would usually have, like, an athlete or a comedian or a presenter or a musician, you know, someone who you actually want to see, someone who actually looks like they would actually have skills doing certain tasks. It was pretty hilarious to see people like Richard Blackwood, you know, do the Crystal Maze, which was awesome. You know, he was a real highlight. But then there's also some lowlifes as well, like one of the guys from the group Rizzle Kicks, who's now a TV presenter. He just has a mental breakdown during one of the episodes, and it's like, wow.
Oh, wait, serious? Or in a jokey way?
In a jokey way. He loses he doesn't do too well, and he kind of has a hissy fit. And they're kind of like, and I'm like, dude, you're like almost 30. Stop acting like a child. And yeah, there's unfortunately a few reality TV stars that don't do themselves any favors because they just come across as like really stupid. And even if they're pretending to be stupid, it just means that they're even stupider for pretending to be stupid, because people don't like stupid people. So, you know, there's that. Other honorable mention is going to be for Taskmaster Season 10. This is the first Taskmaster series that's on Channel 4. And this was a very interesting one because it had no live audience. Everyone was super far apart. And it's very odd to see certain characters come together and be so close to each other. And I'm like, what are you doing? You know, because they obviously filmed it at certain time periods, so it's very weird to see people literally right next to each other, and I'm like, oh my god, like, get Johnny Vegas away, and stuff like that. But it was a really, really fun series that kind of does what a lot of shows fail at, where they essentially get a bunch of, like, you know, funny people to do a bunch of tasks, and they don't just rely on them being funny. Everything else is, like, funny about it, just seeing them do ridiculous tasks and aspects. And this series was pretty good, especially some of the tasks being like they had to make a short upside down film, they had to create a balloon portrait, or they had to essentially catapult a shoe into a bathtub. That's the range of tasks they get some of these people to do, which was quite interesting. And I do like the cast they had. You know, people like Catherine Jenkins, who you might know from the IT Crowd. Already mentioned Johnny Vegas. I'm trying to remember some of the other people's names, but I haven't got them written down. Moan Rizwan, who's a great comedian, which you guys should all look up. Richard Herring, and I can't remember the other lady's name, but all really, you know, great cast, just doing random crazy stuff. And I highly recommend this series if you've never watched it before, particularly because I believe there is going to be a New Year's special coming out pretty soon, so that's going to be a one-off, which I guess might be a nice way to get you introduced into the series. Best TV shows, I've only got 2 to talk about. The first one, number 2, is going to be the Eric Andre Show, Season 5. This honestly feels like nothing has changed in terms of like the quality, because it's been 4 years since Season 4 of the Eric Andre Show came out. So naturally you would think that with a show gaining popularity for being like crazy and being like a fake interview show and all these clips surfacing online, being references for 4 years, would make it so that it's very hard for them to get celebrities on the show to essentially make fun of them or pull pranks on them. And that is absolutely incorrect. Because as Eric Andre says, you'll be surprised how many celebrities don't do their research. Which is actually really funny, because they also play on the fact that a lot of celebrities that do go on the show know who Eric Andre is and they have seen the show. And they essentially prey on their expectations and paranoia. And they keep them in a constant state of fear. So you visually see these people get confused and broken down and tired, and you just see them just flip out at just simple things such as a bird falling on the floor. And they just run away screaming and all these kinds of crazy stuff. Like, they did a lot of really good stuff in this series to kind of make it just incredibly effective. Like, one celebrity who I will say real quick, I've never heard of most of these celebrities on this show, and that's probably because I'm not American. But they do get some pretty funny people, and I do like how they get one person on the series and like she kind of knows the show is fake, which is really funny. And then Eric Andre's doing things where like he's using his mind powers to move things. She's going, "Oh, okay, yeah, I get it." And then he whips out a thermometer and drinks the liquid. And then he kind of goes, "Oh, that didn't taste good." And she then gets very confused because she's like, "Okay, did he legitimately just drink that?" And so then she's like hooked in because she's like, "Okay, if he's gonna drink, I don't know, thermometer fluid, who knows what the hell's in store for me?" Because
Exactly. Yeah.
so it's very clever at kind of doing that kind of stuff. And one thing that was very interesting as well was the co-host Hannibal Buress, who I think most people know is a comedian. He quits the show. He's done by episode 2. He just says, "I'm done." So walks off. So naturally, Eric Andre does the only thing you do when you lose your co-host. You clone him to make Blanable, who becomes the co-host, and then Blanable quits the show. So then the show kind of has no co-host, and it kind of jumps back and forth between two co-hosts, one of which I will not spoil because he is pretty famous, and I will not spoil who he is, but I was like, oh damn, they got him, which was really awesome to see him in the series. But it is honestly as strong as the previous series is. I love how they definitely bring back a lot of aspects, a lot of pranks. They bring back Rapper Warrior Ninja as well, which essentially has rappers essentially doing certain tasks, which is hilarious, and it's just the most bizarre and crazy thing ever. It probably has one of my favorite scenes on TV ever put to TV this year, which is a scene of I think it's the rapper, what's his name? He's one of those rappers. I think he has the name Little in it, and I'm just trying to remember his name exactly. I think I forget the rapper's name, but there's a great scene where they're essentially walking across a beam and they have to avoid obstacles. And he essentially just decides, "Nah, I've had enough of this." He jumps off, lands, buckles, and then falls on the floor. And it's the most hilarious thing to see a rapper just drop and just die, essentially, because they add an explosion effect over him. So that's the kind of caliber you can expect from Eric Andre season 5. But number 1 is going to a show which I always champion, and that's Joe Pera Talks With You season 2. I cannot recommend Joe Pera Talks to You season 2. It's a show that follows the mild-mannered story and essentially show about Joe Pera, who is a choir teacher in a middle school, who essentially talks to you about things he finds interesting. And that's pretty much the premise, kind of. The series is very interesting in that it was a massive expansion from the first series, where the concept was literally Joe Pera would talk to you about certain topics he finds interesting, whether they be breakfast or his music collection or other certain things. But secretly every episode is kind of about something else, or kind of goes into something else. And this season kind of went more into his life, his relationship with his now girlfriend, and other characters who are kind of changing over time. And it's such a wholesome and narratively creative show that like explores so many themes, and it's definitely an emotional show where it definitely does hit you with the feels. It's a very interesting series, as it really kind of steps out of its comfort zone and kind of goes to other realms. Like, more things and more ideas are explored, and there's lots of great metaphors that are both silly but kind of great when you think about them. So for example, in one episode he goes to the hair salon with his grandma, to which he makes a very odd comparison to the ladies at the hair salon to Dragon Ball Z. And I won't spoil what exactly he's getting at, but it makes sense to some extent. But that's the kind of stuff that kind of is seen in the series. Like, there's a very clever overarching story throughout the whole series, and the writing is fantastic. I mean, it's one of those only shows where watching a guy do his food shopping is one of the most interesting things ever, because he talks about his process and what that means to him. and it's just such a fascinating show. And this series definitely did a good job at kind of really going out there and kind of expanding everything, and it's really great. I would highly recommend watching it. It's not a long show. Every episode is like 11 minutes long. There's only like 20 episodes so far. I would highly recommend it. It's a really underrated show. And last thing I want to talk about in terms of TV is going to be the worst show of 2020 that I watched, which is going to BBC's Dracula 2020.
Okay.
Oh my god, this show had such potential to be something so good, and it just got worse and worse by each episode, and there's only 3 episodes. It starts off so strong, and I'm going to warn you guys, spoilers for a story that's almost 200 years old. It starts off so strong because it essentially has Jonathan, who was, I guess, kind of the main character of the original novel, retelling the beginning of the novel, which is pretty interesting. And then the series kind of diverges in a very clever way, because it then starts addressing and retelling moments in the original story that never kind of happened, but were kind of mentioned. So, for example, the first episode has Jonathan in the monastery or the church where he goes to after he escapes Dracula, and we spend some time there because in the original novel he just goes there and then meets up with his wife. That's it. The second episode focuses on Dracula on his way on the boat to London, and we spend a whole episode on the boat. You know, in the original story, it's just, oh yeah, Dracula's on a boat, we need to stop him. And that's it. But in this series, they do some very clever things where they start doing that, and then they start to go too far with it. And things start to get really stupid, because the characters in the second episode are just absolutely stupid. They're making some really dumb decisions. And it just gets worse and worse, like I said, to the point where episode 3 is absolute rubbish. Like, absolutely terrible. Like, I was waiting almost 45 minutes for the episode to actually start. Because, I don't think it's really a spoiler, because Stephen Moffat kind of created this series. And Stephen Moffat is the guy who made... he did one of the more popular runs of Doctor Who, and he also did Sherlock. So you probably know where I'm going with this. Because the third episode decides to go, hey, what if we had Dracula in modern day time? And it does not work. It is really bad. The ending of the episode is just almost insulting and just stupid. And they actually do present one really cool concept where they're like, oh no, Dracula's back. But guess what, Dracula? We've been preparing for this for 200 years. And they stopped Dracula.
We're ready.
Yeah, and I was like, that's a really clever concept. Of course they'd be prepared for someone like him. And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'm his lawyer, you gotta let him go. And that's it. And it was
Seriously?
like, yeah, literally. Literally.
Okay.
They just destroyed the only good concept, where they could have made like some references to like, you know, Hannibal Lecter or some other kind of like genres and stories, where they just go, no, gotta let him go. 150 years wasted just because of one lawyer. And I was
That's
like,
crazy.
yeah, they messed it up, and it gets, I don't even explain the kind of stuff that happens in it, but it's so stupid. Even the whole episode with the boat, it's basically a whodunit story. And then it kind of just starts to get really stupid. I'm just like, what is going on? It's really bad, unfortunately. And it's a shame because there is some good acting, but some of the takes on the original characters are just baffling. Like, I don't really know what their intention was with doing some of these characters. Like, Dracula is so all over the place. Like, the actor does a good job with what they want him to do, but it's very confusing as to what they want him to be. And it kind of doesn't work with this one kind of cool concept, which they kind of ruin at the same time, where they make it so that whenever Dracula like kills someone and drinks their blood, they kind of become a part of him in that sense. Okay. So a good example is he's trying to, I guess, impress or kill this other lady who speaks, I don't know, German or something like that. So he kills another guy who speaks German, then he can speak fluent German.
Oh, okay, cool.
But they kind of messed that up as well, and I won't say why, but, you know. But that's pretty much my worst of TV. I believe it's now you, Recess.
Yeah, you know what? It's disappointing to hear that about Dracula because that was on my radar because that came out for New Year's or something this year.
Yeah, something like that. But
Yeah.
I will say real quick though, if anything, watch the first episode.
Okay.
The first episode, I will say, is actually good. There's a few
Okay.
bits of like dialogue and writing that aren't great, but I would say watch the first episode and don't continue.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that then.
Yeah, so I believe it's you next with TV.
Yes, so TV starting with animated series.
Mm-hmm.
So on my honourable mentions, we have Midnight Gospel.
Oh, yes.
So, just to inform you, I haven't finished the season. I think I've actually only watched the second episode.
Okay.
But it's on my honourable mentions. So, bit of background. Main character is called Clancy, and from what I understand, he travels to different planets or time zones or maybe dimensions to conduct interviews for his podcast. It's really trippy.
Yes.
And like really trippy. But I like the sense of vibrancy and the colours used, and even the fact that Clancy transforms, and I don't know if he transforms to kind of fit in with the planet or the dimension. I don't know if it's like a evolutionary trait or like a survival thing, but he has different versions of himself which are really interesting. I'm just looking at some of the images now. There's like one of him as a rainbow. There's kind of like this weird gnome thing. One where he's like really beefed up and really ripped. And then there's like a chicken. So I don't know if he transforms himself purposefully to suit the planet or dimension that he visits or what. That's yet to be found out. But yeah, I thought that should go on my honourable mentions because it seems to be an interesting show.
I've heard very good things about this series. Particularly because it's coming from the creator of Adventure Time.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
And this was probably one of the best successes of 2020 because I honestly feel no one would have known about this show if it wasn't for lockdown.
Exactly.
Because I covered this show on the podcast. No one was talking about this show. No one was talking about the show until it came out, and then everyone talked about it for like a week, and then somewhat forgot about it. But that's unfortunately the nature of Netflix. Unfortunately, there is so much good stuff on Netflix. As much as I hate them, there is so much good stuff on Netflix that they don't release on DVD because they're stupid. But yeah, I've seen a lot of really great stuff about this series. I haven't watched it, I just didn't get enough time. It was very, very high on my list, but I'm definitely going to watch it very, very soon. And I've heard some things about it, like for example, the fact that Clancy is like, he's like 58 years old or something like that.
Right, yeah, but he looks like could be 15-year-old.
Yeah, but I believe there is a reason for that, which you may or may not have mentioned. But yeah, okay, I'm glad someone talked about that show.
Yeah, definitely worth a watch.
Yes.
Even from 2 episodes. So moving on to my best and favourite. So, in no order, there's only 2 on here, but no order. Central Park.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, actually. When I heard it was a musical series, I thought, okay,
Yeah.
not too sure about this. But yeah, started it, and I think it's very clever. It follows essentially a family who live in Central Park, and the father is not a ranger, but he kind of cares for the park. I've forgotten what that's called.
Park Ranger, I think it is.
Oh, is it Park Ranger?
I think it is, yeah.
Park Ranger, yeah. So he lives in the park with his wife and 2 kids. It follows their lives, but it also follows other characters who visit the park. It explores different park laws that I didn't even know existed. And then it kind of tackles the situation of, I won't say who, but one character wanting to own parts of the park, own the land, and kind of take over in that sense. So it does tackle some interesting topics,
Mm.
but it does it in a fun and light-hearted way because it is a musical as well. There's a lot of singing in it, but I don't think that it kind of adds to it. It doesn't take anything away from it. They've done it in a clever way.
Okay.
So that's top of my list, as well as something that you mentioned, Raccoon, Solar Opposites.
Yes.
So I'm glad you mentioned that as well.
Okay, good.
So I think you said it was. Did you say it was better than the current season of Rick and Morty?
I like it more than Rick and Morty.
Okay, yeah. See, I kind of describe it as Rick and Morty's younger brother.
That's fair.
To me, they share a similar tone, similar jokes that could work in Rick and Morty as well. But I'd say it's at the moment currently the younger brother. But to me, it's still a success. And I think it would have been successful even if Rick and Morty didn't exist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I think it's a good standalone season.
Yeah, I think it's confirmed for like 2 more seasons apparently.
Ah, perfect.
I think it's getting like, because that's the thing with these streaming platforms is like they've kind of already confirmed like the second season. Like almost everything I've mentioned in terms of TV is getting a second season. Like Animaniacs confirmed second season. They even referenced that in the opening of the show.
Amazing.
I don't think Primal is getting a second season. Solar Opposites is getting a second season. What else is getting a second season? I'm just trying to make an example. You know, like Close Enough is getting a second season. Star Trek Lower Decks is getting a second season. Shivering Truth has not yet been confirmed for a third season yet, but I hope it does. And yeah, Rick and Morty is of course coming back. You know, because that show is, you know, you could argue it's like the new Simpsons to some extent.
Yeah.
You know, for better or for worse, depending on how you want to read into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad more people watch Solar Opposites.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing that I like about the show as well is the almost side stories.
Yes.
So there's the kids kind of shrink. Well, the brother, I guess, is the main guy who shrinks people down to a small size, and in certain episodes you kind of get a glimpse of their new life and how to survive being small. And even the I'm gonna say pet. You know the little like lava thing that they have. I can't remember what they call it.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. It's yeah, I know what you mean. There's like a weird like it's like Fuba. No, not Fuba. It's like it's got some weird like alien name, but it's like a blob type thing.
This is it. But even that character gets into trouble, and you can kind of see how his journey progresses. But it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool.
It's one of the only shows that I've seen like actively do a good like C plot.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's good. Is that all you have for TV?
So that's all my best favorite anime. I've got worst animated.
Okay.
What? No, sorry, not worst. It's disappointing.
Oh,
so
okay.
not worst, but disappointing.
Okay.
And this is Big Mouth season 4.
Wow, I'm surprised that's just disappointed.
You know what? So I'm a fan of Big Mouth at first. Probably
okay.
Probably like everyone else, it was, oh god, this show's a bit racy, like talking about puberty, sexuality.
But that was the point of it, though.
And this is it. This is the point. It made people uncomfortable, but it was done purposefully.
Yeah.
And they've stuck to that for season 4, which I admire, which is great. But I just feel like the first few episodes seemed a bit all over the place. It started off in a different direction. So I think they started off in some sort of summer camp this season, as opposed to just being based in the school, which was good. It kind of added a refreshing vibe. But then they started introducing like the different monsters. So there's like a mosquito monster thing, which I thought really
what?
is a bit too much. Just stick with the hormone monsters.
Wait, by mosquito monster, what exactly does it do or represent?
So I believe the mosquito represents anxiety. So again, going back to like puberty and I guess different emotions that people go through. I think it represents anxiety, but
Why is
and
it
I get
mosquito
it,
though?
but I feel there's too many hormone monsters now. But anyway,
Because originally it was just two,
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Originally two, and then they've got a mosquito, they've got a cat, they've got something else as well. I feel it's just a bit too much.
It's if I may interject, I feel like this may be because of two things. Number one, this is one of the only shows that I believe Netflix actually owns.
Okay.
So I think that this is kind of like their cash cow at the moment.
Right.
So they may have just been like, we need another season now. Get on it now. And also, it might be one of those other examples where the show is so popular it can't fail. And now they've kind of fast tracked the whole we need merchandise. You can't just have a toy of the female hormone monster and the male hormone monster. You kind of need more toys of this. That's just my speculation given how these animated series have kind of gone. But I'm still honestly confused as to what the correlation is between them referencing animals.
Yeah.
Like when I think of anxiety, I don't think of a mosquito.
A mosquito, no. it was just so random.
Yeah.
But I think one thing I do like was how they, so after, I think it was after the Black Lives Matter protests, a lot of shows took to recast like black characters, for example, who weren't played by black actors. So they have a character called Missy who is mixed race, so black father, white mother. I do like how they handled changing the voice actor for Missy. I'm actually going to quote what Missy said. She said, "I'm really struggling with my racial identity right now. My mum's white, my dad's black. I'm voiced by a white actress who's 37 years old, and it's all very overwhelming." So it's like they're sticking to, I guess, the nature of the show. They're just putting it out there. Like they don't care. They're not trying to cover it up. It's shock value. So I thought that was quite comical. A serious topic, but approached in a very direct way.
That is very interesting, especially when The Simpsons made a complete mess of that.
Oh gosh, I don't even know what The Simpsons did.
Oh, it's unfortunately a very long story, so I'll be very quick. So basically, the guy who produces Castlevania on Netflix, he decided he wanted to write an episode for The Simpsons, and the writers didn't acknowledge him. So he then called the writers of The Simpsons racists.
Huh?
Wow.
To which he started the whole "What about Apu" movement, which had people questioning the fact that Apu is not voiced by an Indian man. To which this caused a whole massive upset, and Fox and the writers of The Simpsons caved into peer pressure, didn't address it, and just said, "We're going to remove Apu."
No.
Oh.
That's what the situation was about. That makes sense.
That's what it was all about.
God.
And ever since then, a lot of the Twitter mob has kind of been trying to put pressure on some of these shows for having characters that don't voice the race they play, which I have conflicting feelings about, because as much as I am all for bringing up more races and that kind of stuff and more diversity in these kinds of shows, it also kind of contradicts the whole idea of acting and performance.
Yeah.
Like throughout history, guys have played women, women have played guys, black people have sounded like white people sound like black people, transgendered people can, do this, do that, and I don't really understand why we're moving towards this very narrow-minded, very limited idea of, no, white person is voiced by white person.
Yeah.
Even if they do not fit the role, they have to be white.
Yeah.
You cannot play a person who lived in poverty in like a poor place because you're white. It must be played by a black person because, as we all know, all black people grew up in poor places. This weird reinforcement of stereotypes is so bizarre, and I'm kind of actually happy that Big Mouth kind of did it in that kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I don't really understand the whole we got to get rid of all these voice actors because they're racist for playing one character. I mean, like, I know this might sound like, oh, it's like old man raccoon here, but like, what about all the people who voice like children or voice animals? Are we going to get rid of them because they're not actually animals?
How far is it going to go?
Oh no, someone needs to call Tara Strong for playing like Timmy Turner on Fairly Odd Parents. How dare she? Oh no, we need to actually get a pony to voice Twilight Sparkle in My Little Pony, because we can't have a woman do that, because that's not accurate, and that kind of offends me, to be honest. You know, as an actual animal, that's a bit upsetting, because when I see an animated raccoon character, I expect them to be voiced by an animal. So it's just a bit silly, but that's kind of the world we live in. But I will actually praise Big Mouth on that one little bit there. That's actually really nice.
Yeah, I agree. But no, generally, I think they've stuck with their style, exploring sexuality and culture. So yeah,
that's cool to hear.
So live action.
Live action next.
I'm actually only going to talk about one. So best favorite.
Okay.
I've got down Mandalorian season 2.
Okay.
For me, this season, firstly, we learned the name of Baby Yoda, Grogu, which kind of reminded me of, if anyone watches American Dad, Roger's child is called Grogu.
Is it?
R instead of a G, but there we go.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But for me, this season, top season 1, firstly because I feel there were less filler episodes.
Okay.
I believe there's only 8 episodes in season 1 and 8 in season 2. But for me, season 1 had about 3 filler episodes. So it was a bit like, oh, really? Come on. Whereas I think this season didn't really have any filler episodes. I think they were all quite important.
Yeah.
And I feel I appreciated the season more because I actually sat down and watched all of the Star Wars movies in lockdown properly.
Wow.
So I had a better understanding of...
Damn, you watched all 2 of them? Damn.
Of the history and the timeline. So I was able to piece things together a bit better this time around.
Okay.
But no, and then even for the last episode of season 2 got like a bloody 9.9 on IMDb, and that's like, I don't think I know anything that got that high a rating TV shows anyway. But I think it was well worth it. There's a right amount of action, good conclusion at the end, plus hint as to what's coming next.
But does anything blow up?
Oh yeah, there are some explosions.
Because that's what I care about. That's what makes a good show. If there's explosions and CGI.
Boom. So no, that's it for me in terms of live action series. Yeah.
Okay, so it's on to video games now. One of our technical kind of last sections, pretty much. Video games. Oh. This has been a rough year for games. And that's honestly not including like everything to do with COVID-19. I think it's kind of been a very poor year for new games to some extent. And there's been a lot of upset. And I mean a lot of upset that we're going to be talking about for many years to come. But if I remember correctly, Recess, you have some games you want to talk about?
Oh, no games.
No games. I guess that goes straight onto me, and I don't have a lot to talk about because, weirdly enough, and I'll get into this later in the podcast, I didn't play a lot of new games. But I want to mention 3 games real quick. The first one I want to mention is a game called Later Alligator.
Okay.
This is a very charming and odd kind of point-and-click kind of mystery adventure game which focuses on a town or a world where everyone is an alligator. And I don't want to spoil too much because it does have a pretty interesting story, but I do love the creativity in terms of every character being an alligator, but every character kind of looking and being original. And they're very like, they almost look like your typical like kid-friendly kind of alligator-like character, their teeth aren't too sharp, they're kind of small, sharp, chubby, they got big, googly eyes, that kind of stuff. And it's a really fun game, which I highly recommend like looking up. because I think it's honestly a really good, like, I guess, watch, and also it's a very good read as well. Number 2, I'm going to recommend Shantae and the Seven Sirens. This is the 5th Shantae game, and one of the rarest games to be released in 2020. Good luck trying to find a copy of that. It's interesting. I've only just recently got the game. I'm a big Shantae fan. I have not played the game, and I have not really looked into it, but I really wanted to mention it. But from what I can tell, definitely a really nice improvement in terms of how the game plays without changing too much. And I love the fact that this is the first game that kind of incorporates anime or animation, like cutscenes, which I thought was pretty nice for the series to finally have that in their games. And my other honorable mention is going to be for the game No Straight Roads. This is another game that I own but just did not have enough time to play. I honestly think this game's soundtrack is more famous than the game itself, which is quite interesting because I think the songs in this game are pretty interesting in terms of like what happens and what it's about and how they sound. And it's a very simple game that essentially follows like this duo band who are kind of living in a world where I believe it's EDM music is kind of taking over the music industry, and this band kind of wants to bring back variation in the industry and music with rock music, which has got a pretty great style. Really odd art style, which kind of reminds me of like something you would see on Nickelodeon during the 90s, or like the game Psychonauts, if you've ever seen that game. And the game has a very interesting way in which it plays, where it's essentially a cross hybrid between a rhythm game, a hack and slash, and a platformer. And it mainly seems to focus on like boss battles. Like, weirdly enough, if you like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, you might like this game.
Okay.
But most disappointing games, this one's rough. Number 3, this is the talk of the town, Cyberpunk 2077.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
The game everyone has something to say about, or as I like to call this game, Cyberpatch 2.077. Because this game is unfortunately not finished, as I'm sure everyone knows. I'm sure everyone's seen the footage, everyone's heard about it, everyone's disappointed in it, and it is a bit of a shame that the glitches are so game-breaking and immersion-breaking that it kind of destroys the game, and it's kind of the main thing that everyone's talking about. But at the same time, it's almost like a blessing in disguise, because it's kind of distracted everyone from how lackluster the game is. Like, don't get me wrong, there's some really good stuff in this game. I think the voice acting is great, some of the character design is great, and the world aesthetically looks nice. I will give it that. My main problem comes with a lot of the, I guess, supposed promises and the things that I was looking forward to. Like, I'll be honest, I had no intentions of buying this game. I always knew this game was going to be disappointing. If you look hard enough on the podcast, I did say this game was going to be disappointing. I at least said something along the lines of it's not going to do well or something like that. And the city itself has nothing to do in it. You don't do anything in the city. It just looks nice. Also, like, the whole promotion of like sex and just, where you can have sex is kind of just plastered everywhere. It's like it's too overt, really. Like, I get that, Night City is kind of like a bit seedy, but not really that seedy. There's places in New York that look at it in jealousy. The customization is very poor. This is one thing that they constantly promised and constantly were criticized and constantly had to go and change, because obviously people freaked out about like sexual orientation and your gender and what you can do and that kind of stuff. And I find it incredibly bizarre that once you kind of create your character, you can never customize them in the game. No, you can't. You can't change the look of your character once you click OK.
Okay.
Which is very bizarre, because so that means you can't get your hair cut, you can't get tattoos. You technically can get body modifications, but they don't do anything aesthetically that change how you look. I mean, there's some nice features where you can, remove your nipples, or you can, you can remove your nipples. Weirdly enough, I don't know, what that plays into necessarily, but you can be transgendered if you want to. You can kind of actually get the body you want, but you also can't. Like, kind of looking at all the customization options, you can't really be, let's say, You can't have the appearance of someone who's like fatter or like chubbier to some extent. And in my opinion, you can't realistically be black in this game.
Okay.
Like, the black skin is not really black in my opinion. There's very few variations, and it's very disappointing for a game that kind of wanted to champion all this kind of variation for it not to be here. Massive shame.
It's disappointing. Yeah.
Very disappointing. I'm sure we're going to be talking about this game for many years to come. Number 2, I'm going to mention with these next 2 ones, I actually do like these games, but there is a disappointing element to them. Is going to be Resident Evil 3, the reimagining/remake.
Okay.
I really do like this game. I think this game is great. I think it plays well. I think the main problem for me, because a lot of people love to bitch about this game, oh my god, I would have liked it to just been a bit longer. It is quite short. And most of the people who do complain about the game's length are the idiots that bought the game for £55.
Bruh.
You're an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. Because if you know anything about Resident Evil, every game can be beaten in an hour. So I don't know what you were thinking, especially when Resident Evil 3 has always been one of the shortest games in the series. And it was released 1 year after the Resident Evil 2 remake. I don't know what you people were thinking. I always knew the game was going to be short, hence why I didn't buy it for full price. But I do like it. And I think a lot of the upset comes from the fact that people are really angry that the clock tower is not in this game. As if that was going to somehow improve the whole game. Like, I really don't get it, because the game does a lot of really great stuff. Like, you spend a lot more time in Raccoon City. The hospital section is by far one of the creepiest sections of the whole game. Like, it's really well done. It definitely does feel like the most Resident Evil 2 or classic Resident Evil, because it has this horrible vibe when nothing really attacks you for a long, long time. And, you know, there are a few missteps, especially the final boss, which I think is absolute bullshit. Because the final boss on one of the normal difficulties is incredibly easy to beat.
Oh.
But on the hardest difficulty, it's ridiculously hard to beat. No joke, the final boss on the hardest difficulty can kill you in 3 seconds.
Wow.
Bruh.
Because it can stun lock you and kill you. I beat this game A rank on every single mode. It took me an hour and a half to beat the final boss. And here's the real thing. On the hardest difficulty, you have to beat it to get the A rank in, I think it's an hour and 10 minutes.
Wow.
So that puts things into perspective. A boss that takes literally 2 minutes to beat took me an hour and 30 minutes to beat just on retries alone on the hardest difficulty.
Bloody hell.
It's not fun. And I platinumed that game. And that was the worst part of platinuming it. But number 1, most disappointing game. This is kind of going to be a bit disappointing and a bit upsetting for some people to hear. And I'm actually upset that it even made this placement. And that's going to be Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time.
Oh.
Most disappointing game for me, because it's one of the only ones I played this year. And
Why?
Don't get me wrong. This is a really, really good game. This is one of the best platformers and Crash Bandicoot games to come out in a long time. And it excels in almost every single aspect. Everything it tries to do, it achieves and tenfold. The problem is this game's structure and its replay value is absolute trash, and it destroys all incentive for you to ever play the game or continue playing it.
Ah.
Now, I'm going to try not to be too wordy, because I've pretty much written a whole essay on why I don't like aspects of this game. So I've kind of tried to kind of be a bit more brief. I'll talk about what's great about this game. The game is fantastic in almost every single way. It looks beautiful. For a PS4 game, it's one of the best looking games out there. It's visually creative. Every single world is so bold and interesting. It's really memorable. The characters' redesigns, although they're not my favorites, I think they're strong in some aspects. The controls are absolutely tight, especially the jumping. You kind of have a more of a floatier jump now, and you can kind of really get bang for your buck with the jumps, where you can literally jump and at the last moment do your double jump to get more distance, and you kind of float and you have complete control. Like you can do a 360 in midair, for example. So it's stuff like that. It just plays perfectly. The animations and the details are honestly outstanding. The Toys for Bob who made this game, they really know their animation, and they are basically a bunch of animators and animation fans. And there's really great examples of that kind of stuff coming through. The best example was with the character Dingo Doll, who moves accurately like an actual crocodile. Like how crocodiles kind of move their feet, he walks/runs exactly like that now, which is awesome. And the voice acting and the soundtrack, I think, is good. Not the strongest aspects, but I still think it's good. Some things are better than other. What destroys this game is the cryptic hide-and-seek game of collecting the crates. Now, in almost every level, there is like a bullshit placement of a crate, which sucks because sometimes they are literally invisible. You cannot see these crates. Not like hidden behind a corner, not turn the screen up and you can... Invisible. Which is too annoying for a lot of people, especially when every level is like this. Because here's the situation. I'm going to paint you guys a really quick picture using one of the worst levels to 100%. And that's the level which everyone's going to get upset when I say this. Run It By You. Now, without spoiling too much, because I know this is a very new game and some people want to play it, you essentially get to the very beginning of the level. The first screen you see, the moment you take a step forward, you have already failed to 100% the level. That's how bad it gets. Because you've already missed one crate the moment you even start the level. That's how bad it gets. Even if you find that crate, you'll continue on your way and you'll jump on a jet board, and then you've already failed again to 100% the level because you've missed 3 crates already. So you have to restart the level again. So you get that one crate that was hidden at the very beginning, you get the other 3 missing, and then you get on the jet board, and oh look, there's some more crates you've missed.
It becomes frustrating, yeah.
So then you have to restart the level again, and you have to do some cryptic jumping over crates. You have to literally hover over water and like jump over crates to get them. And you come back, and then you start the hoverboard section. And then as you're zipping through these whole section, you see that weirdly enough, there's a crate placed somewhere where you can't get to. So you're like, okay, I'll get back that later. I'll hit a switch and that'll break it. You get off the jet board and you get to the first checkpoint. You've already failed to 100% the level. Because you have to use the boxes that you smashed on the jet board to get over to that one crate on a very finicky section. And then you play the level a little bit longer. And then the hidden gem is hidden too well. I won't say where it is because it's absolute garbage where they put it. And then you get to the last section of the game where you have to literally stand on a bayou and you have to break crates while it's moving, which is incredibly frustrating to do. Sorry, excuse me. And then you get to the final section where you have to go down water to break all the crates. So you go down the water and you go so fast you can't even get the crates.
Oh my god.
So you have to restart again or go back to the checkpoint. So now you know, oh, I know, crate to the left, crate to the right, crate to the left. So you immediately go down the water again, you try and hit the crate, you can't do it. You can't do it. It moves too fast and the controls of the jet board are too ridiculous. So you're like, how am I supposed to get these crates? So people figured out that you have to go backwards up the waterfall while hitting the boost button. You have to essentially descend the waterfall backwards to get those crates. I don't know if that was intentional by Toys for Bob or not, but that is garbage.
Messy.
Absolute garbage. And then you finally get to the end. You've broken every single crate. And you get to the final end. You hit the switch, which blows up all the nitro. And you see 403 out of 404. And you...
It's soul destroying.
It is soul destroying. Because it's happened too many times to me and many other people. And you're literally racking your brain going, where is that one crate? So you have to do the whole level, which took you 15 minutes to do, to get that one crate. And when you find out where that one crate is, you're going to rip your hair out. Because it shouldn't be there. It is so stupid how they went about doing this kind of stuff. Because It's incredibly disheartening. And it doesn't make the game very fun, to the point where people have said, don't break any of the crates. Don't do it. Otherwise, you will not enjoy this game. That is unfortunately the only way to actually play a good game. Which is a massive shame. And they mess up so many other aspects, like the insanely perfect relic, which requires you to beat the level without dying a single time while breaking every single crate. Which is ludicrous. Especially when they place crates in very missable, very forgettable places, when they have, crates placed in places where you can easily die, and sections that just don't work. There's 2 sections in this game that, as much as I said the controls are good, they are not good to control. If anyone wants a good example without too many spoilers, look up the level The Crate Escape. The ending of that level is by far one of the worst things I have ever controlled/played in my life. I don't know what the hell they were thinking when they designed that section. And the worst part about it is, it's like 30 seconds long. And it's that bad that I've seen people just completely crumble. It ends runs. It stops playthroughs. Because it's ridiculous. Because you do the perfect run of that level just for you to mess up on that section. That level isn't even a level, it's just that section that is the only hard part. It's so messed up because they honestly have failed like the core design of the series and their own design. Because they've made the levels too long and too arduous and too difficult to do. And not that the game's hard, they've just added random difficulty, because I personally think, and I can't prove this, and this is just my theory, I think that at some point they got testers/speedrunners to beat the levels, and they beat them too clearly. And I think the developers freaked out. They had a mental breakdown and they went, oh my god, the levels are too easy. We can't have a Crash Bandicoot game that's too easy. We have to make it harder. Because that's all Crash Bandicoot is remembered for, right? That's the only reason we talk about Crash Bandicoot, right? Because he's the only hard video game to ever come out, right? So they essentially then just, in a panic, they just started placing crates randomly, with the intent of going, oh, they'll never find that. That will force them to replay the game, or they'll never be able to do that jump because they'll die trying to do it. Yeah. So I think that's what they did. And there's other things that just destroy the game, like the load times are way too long. They're 30 to 45 seconds long, which isn't great when you've been attempting a level that is over 10 minutes long, just for you to die at the 8-minute mark, restart, which loads for 30 seconds, then you die immediately, and then have to load the game again. Sometimes it takes like hours just to retry the level 8 times.
Jesus.
Because there is some levels which are too long, and I don't mind the levels being too long, but you can't really be doing all this kind of cryptic stuff to people and then expect them to do things perfectly and all that kind of stuff. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. They don't seem to know the difference between difficulty and being ridiculous. They kind of seem to have failed that line, but it's a massive shame. I just hope that if and when Toys for Bob make Crash Bandicoot 5, which has pretty much been confirmed, they take on board all the criticisms, because it's not just me saying this about the game. I looked, almost every single mainstream reviewer/journalist to independent YouTuber all cited the crate placements as being the worst aspect of this game. If they ignore that criticism, I don't want to play the next game by them. I'm just going to be honest, because that was a massive shame on a really good game. But I guess we move on to one of our last sections, which is going to be web space. So what that essentially means is people who make stuff basically on the internet, people we like. And I think we kind of have something to talk about. We all have something to talk about on this one. So I think we're going to go straight to Owl, I believe, on this one.
So this year I discovered one guy. He started up his stream this year. He streams on Twitch. He's called Too Busy Gaming. Yeah, he streams like a lot of Monster Hunter, and like he streams fighting games, and he's just like a really good variety gamer. So like anyone that uses Twitch in the audience, you know, just give him a check, just check him out, and just drop a hello in the chat. Another guy I also like discovered as well, also like through Too Busy's Gaming, is also Danny Mitsu. He streams a lot of Soul Calibur 6, and I think he's trying to branch out now as well. But I definitely would say, yeah, give them both a check them both out, and if you like those games and stuff that they stream. I was going to say, who else there is there? Yeah, those are the two I actually really wanted to shout out, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Just those two?
Yeah, just those two.
Okay, I've got a few I want to mention real quick. And the first one I want to mention, so I'm going to go by content creators, then some web series. The first one I want to mention at one of my best is number 5 is going to be Abroad in Japan. This is a YouTube series that has been very informative this year in terms of talking about life and other stuff that happens in the country of Japan as a British person now living there for a good couple of years now. And it's very interesting because he's done some pretty interesting stuff. He's traveled and travels around Japan, documenting some rarely seen and documented places. Like there's one episode, or more accurately, video where he goes to a drift racing track to kind of look at the whole world of like drift racing. He goes to a lot of haunted places this year. He gets a lot of interviews with like big business owners, and there's like, and it's a very well done, like very tasteful and serious documentary about the Tohoku region after its recovery during the earthquake and tsunami 9 years ago, as he kind of talks about how that region and how that place is recovering and what they're doing after such an awful thing happened to them. And I'd also really recommend his mini-series, Journey Across Japan, Escape to Fuji, which was a pretty interesting series. Him and a couple of friends in a car travel partly across Japan in hopes of seeing Mount Fuji, and they see some very, very odd stuff. It has like some very odd and weird dark turns, which was very unexpected, but that's where I'm going to put at number 5. Number 4 is going to go to Video Game Donkey, who's a very good like video maker. He just kind of makes like random stuff mainly about video games, but every now and then he does something kind of strange and bizarre. But this year he's kind of been on top form. He has his usual typical videos where he's just making fun of typical games, you know, such as like Shenmue 3, the Gex series, Tekken 7, and the Sopranos game for PS2. As well as other things, like he has a lot of great introspective and reviews on like Doom Eternal, the Super Mario Sunshine series, as well as one on video game box art and kind of whether you should even bother with the PlayStation 5. Okay. And interesting enough, a big shakeup in December, he decided he was going to stop making good videos because YouTube doesn't favor them. So he decided to focus on drama, the video game Among Us, Minecraft, and reaction videos, because as we all know, that's quality content. And so that's kind of what he's been doing. He's been covering a lot of drama, a lot of really important stuff. He's constantly playing Minecraft, constantly playing Among Us, and constantly keeping his content very, very, very original. So that's where he's at the moment. Number 3, I'm going to go with Cadicarus, who is a very good reviewer, content maker regarding video games. I guess very well-known kind of like PlayStation fanboy to some extent. And this year his series, which I guess is kind of known as Outside is Covered in Bricks. That's of what it was covered. I guess that's what it's kind of being dubbed. And this series, he really went on a big retrospective kind of wave where he kind of did a lot of very interesting videos kind of talking about the history of like PlayStation 1 demo discs, the official PlayStation magazine, kind of talking about its weird spiral into madness. He looked at roughly a good chunk of almost every DreamWorks, Pixar, Lego, and skateboarding game that have kind of come out, as well as kind of mastering every Crash Bandicoot game, playing all the bad Crash Bandicoot games, and also his review of Crash Bandicoot 4, which is an hour and 23 minutes long. He really goes into everything that works and doesn't work in this game without spoiling anything. So if you're kind of interested in playing that game, or you kind of want a little bit more in terms of like what's going on with that game, I would highly recommend watching that review if you have the time. Number 2 is going to Rebel Taxi, aka or slash Pan Pizza. Really good creator who essentially mainly focuses on animation and cartoons in his like reviews and introspective videos, but this year he was doing some interesting stuff as well. He's kind of been all over the place, whether he's talking about games in terms of the failed Xbox mascots, or he looked at every single Dexter's Lab video game. His continued quest to review every single Nickelodeon film ever made. He looked at all the Hotel Transylvania films, the miniseries and the shorts. He has a great history pieces as well. Like he looked at the short-lived but interesting animated series Dick Figures, as well as like the decline of DreamWorks' 2D era when they stopped making 2D films, as well as how the puppet show Fraggle Rock ended the Cold War, which is a very interesting video. His research skills are like second to none. This guy gives you so much content. It isn't just this show is good. He be telling you stuff like, you know, enough research that's like honestly mind-boggling. Like in the Fraggle Rock episode, he talks about how after the original run of the Fraggle Rock show ended and they had the cartoon got cancelled because I think the producer or the executive of the head of like HBO or whatever, his daughter didn't like the show, so he cancelled the whole show.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of messed up when you think about it that one 6-year-old little girl cancelled a whole series and put so many people out of a job.
Damn.
Kind of messed up how that kind of business is. And number 1, of course, I think these people honestly quite possibly saved 2020. Especially ironic when they had so little to talk about, because they do review films, and it is going to be Red Letter Media. Okay. Fantastic content these guys have made, especially when there's been so little film to talk about. Their main series that does talk about new films, being called Half in the Bag, it essentially made fun of the pandemic. It made fun of Blumhouse films. It looked at the film Verotica, as well as the iconic and now iconic film, and also meme Money Plane. You got to look up the film Money Plane because it's all about Money Plane. Also their Best of Worst series, where they kind of find unseen, unheard of films and kind of just review them in like kind of a discussion, round the table discussion, was awesome in that it kind of showed the world films like Diamond Cobra versus the White Fox, as well as films like Twin Dragon Encounter, which you got to see those films because that is some truly mind-blowing stuff, because you'd be surprised what has been put onto film. Their review series, which honestly just looks at older films and discusses them, you know, kind of back and forth between two people. It honestly had a very heavy emphasis on Star Trek this year. It talked about the really bad Star Trek Picard series. It talked about some of the best Star Trek episodes. And we also got a Mr. Plankett review, who is probably one of the most famous aspects of their channel, who talked about the Star Trek Picard series and why it's as bad as it is, and why CBS wants to ban everyone who doesn't like the show, because CBS has just got money to burn apparently. Web series, I'm going to be really quick with these ones because I've got 4 to talk about, and I would recommend all of them. They're all animated. Number 4 is going to be for the series Ollie and Scoops. This is a really classic feeling kind of cartoon that kind of harkens back to like the 90s. Kind of feels like something that would be on Nickelodeon at the time. It essentially follows the adventures of a girl who I guess can talk to cats. It's not quite confirmed. It's a bit strange because like her best friend seems to be her pet cat who can talk to her. No one else knows the cat can talk. And then things get a bit strange because like at first you might think, okay, maybe this child is like crazy maybe. But then like it's developed in a way where there's like a whole underground city where all the cats are. So naturally, obviously, she's not crazy, I guess. I don't know. But it's a really fun series that does have a lot of heart and there's a lot of creativity in terms of what they do. Only 2 episodes released this year, but they've been pretty good in terms of how ambitious they've got. Another quick mention is, I don't really know what to refer to it because people refer to it under so many things. And I guess it's the Satina series, which essentially only has one proper official episode, and the series is about a demon child and her human father, as they, I guess, are going to deal with the fact of that relationship, that his child is like a demon from hell, because her mother is like the ruler of hell right now, and you know, the main character is kind of just some every guy who's kind of in a dead end job and has to deal with his demon daughter. It's got a lot of potential to grow, and it's pretty funny so far. It's very simplistic, but it has a great sense of like humanity, and like it's weirdly very emotional and heartfelt, given how like, you know, very bizarre jokes and references they make to the fact that his daughter is like a red-skinned demon like thing. You know,
I like the art style.
Oh, you're looking it up, okay.
Yeah.
The next I want to talk about is the Something About series from Terminal Montage. This is one for the gamers, because this is a really hyper-real, satirical, over-the-top series that essentially quickly and exaggerates like whole game stories and series in like these really fun kind of animated examples where it's just over the top, like it's on crack basically. And it's got a great art style, and it even adds its own canon into things. Like, for example, Super Mario is like a speedrun demon, as in he essentially speedruns his own games, and it's implied that he's like some kind of demon that can just kill anything. Or the fact that Kerbo, which is a parody of the Kirby series, he uses the power of Christianity to defeat his enemies. You know, really, really bizarre stuff. And if you're kind of into that kind of like weird kind of making fun of something that's old, making fun of like video games, and kind of is just all over the place, it's a must watch. And my number one is going to go to a series that is still very new but has so much potential, as it's basically of like TV quality. Like, you could put this on TV on Cartoon Network. Well, you can't based on what I'm about to talk about, but you could put this on Cartoon Network and it would honestly look better than most of them. No disrespect to the shows on TV right now, but it has that kind of quality, that kind of effort put in, and it's going to be for the Visipop series Hell of a Boss, which is spelled Helluva. This is a really interesting series that, like I said, is very high quality, has very good production, and it just is generally very good all over the place in terms of all the kinds of things that it definitely does for the most part. And its premise, although is like very simple and has kind of we've already had like a setting like this before. It takes place weirdly enough in hell as well, but it essentially follows a agency run by imps who essentially, if you've ended up in hell and you've been, let's say, like someone screwed you over and wronged you, you can hire them and they will go out and kill that person for you.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And
So
that's
like a hitman.
Yeah, basically they're the hitman service, but they're not necessarily doing too well. For example, the voice cast from all the characters is pretty interesting, as there's some very notable people like Brandon Rogers. He's been on YouTube for a while. You may have seen him in some like YouTube videos. He's definitely done a lot of stuff, but I guess the most famous thing he's technically famous for is his, I guess, grandpa character.
Okay.
And you may have seen this clip. Have you ever heard the clip of just some guy saying "Try me, bitch"? That's him. Like, if you just type that in, you've probably heard it or seen it, because he's definitely got quite a few characters. He's almost like a modern day Sacha Baron Cohen to some extent, given the kind of character he plays. But he's very versatile in terms of the performance he plays. He plays a character Blitzo, who's kind of like the head of the agency. You've got people like Erica Limbeck, who's kind of just been in everything. Name a game, she's been in it pretty much. She plays Luna, who's like a hellhound. You have Richard Horvitz, who most people will know as Invader Zim. He's in this series as well. I think everyone knows him, and he plays a character. And Maxwell Atoms, as very interesting enough, who is the creator of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, okay.
So he does a few additional voices, because I didn't really talk about him, but he's hinting at something. He's making like some weird like comeback. He kind of disappeared for like 2 years, but now he's back, I guess. So that's very interesting. And as you can already tell, there's a lot of references to him in this show, given that Richard Horvitz, voiced Billy in The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And where am I? And the characters themselves have really great kind of styles, because Visipop, I can't remember her name exactly. I've been looking at her stuff for a while. Great sense of character design where they're very playful but also kind of twisted at the same time. Very exaggerated and expressionistic. Like, for example, Blitzo. Although he's an imp and he's kind of technically still small, he's like very elongated. He has long curly horns and a very long tail. Luna has like this weird kind of cross between like a werewolf and like a angsty goth teenager kind of thing. And lots of chemistry between the characters, although they do treat each other like very poorly because this is hell. And there's some great jokes and some great lines. I think the dialogue can be a tiny bit too edgy and trying too hard to be shocking. Sometimes there's a good joke every now and then, like them just randomly mentioning the fact that Luna, the hellhound, has syphilis. That's just something that is just there. There's a lot of stuff. Like there's even one point where Moxie, who is voiced by Richard Horvitz, who's kind of like the nicer of the imps or demons, whatever you want to refer to him as. I think his girlfriend kind of gives him some advice, and Blitzo kind of comes in and goes, "Yeah, listen to your whore."
Oh damn!
So there's some kind of cutting dialogue in there. Sometimes it's a bit too hard, but sometimes it does work when it comes out like just very quickly. Like, yeah, let me just call my coworker and one of my coworkers like girlfriend a whore. Because he can unfortunately kind of get away with that. It's great in a lot of like I've already mentioned. The premise is great. The animation is really nice. It has a very nice fluidity, and then it's. I don't mean any disrespect, but like it's honestly shocking to see something like this on YouTube. So fluid. There's lots of really nice attention to details, like their tails are always moving, or like something's always animated in the background, and the writing and the songwriting, because this is partly a musical to some extent, has been pretty strong so far. I wouldn't say it's like straight up just a song every episode, but there is a musical element to it. Like the second episode has a very interesting song with a very interesting character who said some pretty disgusting things. But overall a really good series. It definitely is a clear display of talent. Like I would say this is probably not for everyone. If you're not a fan of, let's say, things that would be for like angsty teenagers, or like it's very lots of profanity and that kind of stuff, it might not be for you. But I would recommend giving the pilot a shot. Maybe don't watch the first 2 episodes just yet, but if you like the pilot, which I still think is very good, that came out last year, I would highly recommend it. I'll also mention this is coming from the same people who made the very popular series Hotel Has Been, which is another show they're working on. Also takes place in hell. It's kind of like a spin-off to that, and that show was so popular that it actually got picked up to be aired on TV. So, wow. It should be interesting to see what happens in the future regarding this series. But I would wholeheartedly recommend that series if you have the time. It's not very long. Recess, you have some things you want to talk about regarding content?
So I've got, under content creators, I've got 2 YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
So one goes by the name of Trainer Tips. So his real name's Nick. But he basically shares his Pokemon adventures on YouTube. So this year, again during lockdown, something that I picked up again was playing Pokemon Go.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, really just to get me out of the house and go for walks. But then I kind of been addicted to it again. So I've come across Trainer Tips because, firstly, I don't have a Twitter account. And a lot of the times, Pokemon Go, they announce updates via their Twitter account. So it's a good way for me to basically keep up to date on new stuff, new content, new events happening. It's just really, really interesting. And then the second YouTuber is called Marcus Brownlee, or MKBHD on YouTube.
Okay.
So he does tech videos and tech reviews. So he's kind of like my go-to guy in terms of looking at reviews. I think so. Long story short, upgraded my phone this year.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't sure whether to go with Android or iPhone. Ended up sticking with iPhone, but looking at MKBHD's reviews on YouTube helped me make that decision. So no, I just like how it's weird because he's got his personality comes through in his videos. So I think that's the main attraction.
Okay.
He seems like a really friendly, down to earth guy, but gives you the content that you're looking for.
Okay.
So yeah, so two YouTubers that I kind of got into this year.
For a second, when you said that, he's got like, I don't know why, for some reason when you mentioned like, were you about to kind of mention his personality and how like his personality comes through in the videos? For a second, I thought you were gonna say, but he's a racist on Twitter. I don't know why. I don't know why. I was just half expecting him for you to say, yeah, but don't follow his like Twitter because he's anti-Semitic or something like that.
Jesus, no. I hope not. Anyway.
Okay, hopefully not.
No.
Is that it for web content from you?
Yes, yeah, from me, yeah.
Okay, well, we've got the highlights and the lows of 2020, and there's unfortunately could be a lot to talk about on this podcast. I know this has been a long podcast, but then again, this has been a long year. So I think it's quite fitting. Highlights, lows. We're mainly going to talk about two-ish kind of things, mainly like personal events and like people or heroes or villains. Al, do you want to start off with anything you'd like to mention regarding this year? Because I know there's a lot.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll start off with the highlights of this year. So the first one is more so about like personal, I would say. I got the PS4.
Yes.
Finally, after how long I've been saying it for, Raccoon knows. I've been saying I need a PS4 for how many years, and I never got around to getting one. And I finally got one, and the funny thing is, I actually got the PS4 from Too Busy Gaming, the guy that I mentioned as the content creator. So I got the PS4 from him.
Nice.
So I wanted to just shout him out.
Nice.
And then the second thing is that I managed to finish my I did a mini drawing project throughout the year. So I was redrawing like anime characters, and basically I just felt like doing it because I used to do it back in secondary school, but I stopped for like a long time. I just wanted to get back into it to improve my drawing skills. So I managed to finish that like in like October. The biggest villains of the year is COVID itself. What can I say?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, pretty much just sent like the whole damn nation into lockdown, and it was just like, adapting to a new way of living, and it's just like, wow. I mean, at first I didn't mind it. Like for the first few months, I was like, okay, yeah, I can get time off work. It's nice. And like, cause it's. I mean, I have to explain some stuff after the podcast ends, but But the situation is unfortunate because like it is a fatal disease, and people have died from it. So it's sad for that. But I'd say COVID is definitely yuck. Can I touch up on personal goals, or is that comes after as well?
That is one of the last things we talk about.
Okay, yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Quite a few things to mention. They really are just mentions because they are very self-explanatory for me, much like how COVID is unfortunately very self-explanatory in terms of anyone who has been unfortunate enough to live through this year. And hopefully anyone who's listening to this in the future, hopefully they are going, what's a COVID-19? Hopefully that is what people are saying in the future. But highlights of this year, there's quite a few. You've probably noticed that given a lot of the things I talked about, didn't really play or watch or do a lot of things. And that's because this year, at the very beginning of the year, I treated myself to a PlayStation 4. And I've mainly been playing older games on the PS4, with a few exceptions, mainly being Crash Bandicoot 4, like I already mentioned. But one of the more personal things and awesome things I did this year was I managed to 100% and completely complete Resident Evil 2, 3, and 7. So everything was done in those games, and they are platinumed, as well as Crash Bandicoot 1, 2, 3, and Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. Everything was done in those games, and they were platinumed. And that was kind of one of the biggest achievements I did, because some of the trophies you have to achieve in that is ridiculous. Some of them are pretty rough. Like, there's technically only one hard platinum to get in, trophy to get in Resident Evil 2, and that's for doing I'm not going to spoil it, as a very difficult secret mission in Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is tough, very tough to do. And I managed to do that, which is awesome. And I maybe will show you guys the clip one day, but it was so rough that I didn't even realize I'd done it, because without spoiling too much, I was doing it and I had the rocket launcher saved for if things get bad or if I get so close and I really need it. And it got to the point where I was doing so well that once I got to the end, I literally only just realized that I was just about to beat it, whipped out the rocket launcher, bang, got it. So that was a pretty awesome moment, because I was just like, hey, I did it. So I ended it in style. Even with like Crash Bandicoot, some of the time trials were probably like one of the roughest things to do in those games. Particularly, I think I was saying to Al before the recording started, the time trial for the level Piston It Away, like, almost killed me. That was very touch and go, because I don't know what they were thinking with that time trial. Even some of the time trials I think the game that had the most difficult trophies to get was Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, because it was a matter of beating the story mode on hard mode, which there's only really one hard part, and that's beating the final boss on hard difficulty, and that was rough, but that was also a crowning achievement. And then kind of getting the platinum relics in every track, that was incredibly tough, especially when you consider levels like Dragon Mines.
Oh yeah.
No one likes that level. No one likes that level.
Yeah, that level.
That was rough. That was really rough. And secondly, the hardest level, the second hardest level is Engine Labs. I don't know what's going on with that time trial. So I should the time trial on the story mode, I mean, or the relic races, or whatever they're called, when you have to break the crates to stop the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on Engine Labs. That was, I don't know, that was like a good solid 4 hours of trying.
Oh wow! And the level's not even that long as well.
No, it's technically one of the shortest levels, because I think it's like you have to get like under a minute.
Oh right, okay, yeah, okay, whoa.
So like
You have to break the game, then.
every second counts. If you miss like one crate, that's it. That's it, man. And it got really bad. Like I honestly had like a blisters for like a couple months.
Jeez.
Just trying to do that. It was rough, but I got it recorded. It's awesome. Let's move on to a couple other things that were, personal highlights and goals. I got completely organized in terms of like archiving videos, because that's kind of what I do. I kind of archive things that aren't really available to watch anymore. So I got a lot of things kind of saved just in case that happens. As well as a lot of other things that I collect for, like there's a lot of artists that I'm very inspired by, so I collect their artwork. Really search the internet for like artists, artwork, because the unfortunate thing that's happened is, the problem with digital media is although it technically stays on the internet forever, it can disappear just as fast. So typically what can happen is you can have a musician that you really like who's making songs on YouTube, and his whole channel will just get terminated. And you got to hope that someone else saved all their videos. And you got to search for every single video. Just as an example, and there was a couple of cases where I was doing some real like searching and some real time just spent like downloading things, double checking things. The worst case scenario is when it's like artists that I liked, because a couple years ago Tumblr decided it was going to have like a no nonsense kind of scheme. So a lot of people's channels or accounts just straight up got terminated.
Oh, what?
So not channels, their pages. And a lot of these artists, they have work that's just straight up missing from like a good portion of their like body of work. And you just gotta kind of hope that you can search other websites of people who posted them there, because there's certain websites that have the file still there because they stay on the website as their own file. So you got to do all this crazy like checking. It was like, was this on Tumblr? Was it found somewhere else? If it's a Twitter file, I have it. If it's not a Twitter file, if it's a Tumblr file, I need to save it. All that kind of stuff. And it was just kind of madness at some point. And it was honestly like such a massive saving grace when there would be one artist that had their Tumblr destroyed or whatever, and it would be like, I think I was like literally looking at all like their Twitter posts or something like that, and I think literally one of their Twitter posts was like, here's my whole Tumblr archive, here's my whole Tumblr collection archived, download it. And I was like, oh my god. Like doing the Lord's work. Or also the artists that have their own website, and I'm like, oh my god, you saved me hours because you're that organized. And also a kind of personal one, which I'm not going to talk about too much, is because I don't really talk about it too much, is I moved a lot of my ideas and projects forward in a very progressive way. So a lot of people have noted that I've made reference to the fact that I'm writing a lot of the time, and I won't necessarily say what I'm writing, but those things that I'm writing, I'm moving in very good and steady ways, which I'm pretty happy about. Some heroes I want to mention real quick. Anyone and everyone that stayed inside during lockdown, you are a hero.
Yes.
The NHS workers, care home workers, childminders, teachers, drivers, people who essentially work within the delivery and post services. You guys, wow, like just amazing, honestly. Like you really didn't have to do that. I understand that, given government stuff, you kind of had to, but I give you guys absolutely props for actually doing this, because these people risk their lives. I mean, if you've got children, you need to make sure that you are thanking your children's teachers. Like, seriously, because of anyone, they are really, really risking their lives just to teach your child, just for you to be disrespectful to them. So have a little bit more respect for those people, because not enough, as much as it is completely acceptable that people give praise and give props to NHS workers and doctors and nurses, please give props to all the other people who are keeping this world running.
Yeah.
Because everyone kind of forgot about the teachers.
Yeah, exactly.
They had to change as well. Lows of 2020, I'm going to run through a couple of. In terms of personal stuff, it was kind of annoying. There was, unfortunately, like tensions between like family and other annoying people in my life. You can kind of probably already tell that there probably were a few, given the fact that you've probably heard a lot of sounds on this recording. I'm not going to mention names, but I lost 2 of my jobs during this year, which is really annoying. One actually before COVID-19. Which was really annoying because I could have really done with having that job, and a lot of people could have really benefited from me still having that job, which is a massive shame, and I'm probably never going to get those jobs back, but things are going to looking bright. Anytime I had to go to the supermarket to buy food, that was pretty rough, because that whole experience of lining up was not great. Especially because that was like really when people were really at their most paranoid state. And they'd be like looking at you and freaking them out. And I freaked them out as well to some extent, because people didn't know what to do. So I decided to pull a nice little prank on people. I basically turned around the line and just started staring in the sky, and people got freaked out. That was pretty fun to do. Especially when I took a picture of the sky and they were like, what's going on? That was fun. And one thing that really, really, really annoyed me, and I've talked about this on the podcast, is the fact that a couple of vinyls I ordered were thrown over my garden gate.
What?
Yeah. I had an order of 6 vinyls. They were thrown over my garden gate, that's 6 feet in the air. Landed on concrete, got damaged. I later found out that the person who delivered the package, for some reason, they didn't hear me, or well, I guess I didn't hear them, or maybe they didn't ring the bell, or knock loud enough, whatever. You can partly say it's my fault, but here's the thing. My next door neighbors had their door open at the time, and they spoke to my next door neighbors, and they said, oh, they're not in. To which, no shade on my next door neighbors, we're cool, don't consider them don't put anything negative on them for saying this. To which they then said to them, oh yeah, he's most likely in, just like, wait and he'll come down. So then the delivery person decided to throw my package over the gate.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Like, it was very disheartening because it was like, what a waste of money.
Yeah, and time. And, ugh.
I believe I am getting those vinyls replaced, but
Good.
that was not fun to have to deal with all the
No.
dealing with the situation and just generally being annoyed. Villains of the year, not including that post person. I think a lot of the politicians this year really let this country down and let the people down big time. It's a real massive shame that the reason this country is in the situation it is right now is because they didn't do anything earlier.
Yeah.
There are countries in this world that are not dealing with COVID-19 because they acted fast and they dealt with the situation. Because there is so much disrespect and discontent for people and, you know, the higher powers that be, this country is in a really bad situation. And it's very annoying that they constantly are they're trying to make positive of like, oh man, the Brexit deal happened, and it's like that is the least most important thing right now. Millions of people are dying and you're worrying about racism. It's like, it's time to stop, okay? I get it, you got a bigger paycheck, I get it. Everyone likes a bit of money. I get that. But worrying about matters that are not important is really annoying. And the whole situation with like Boris Johnson, the kind of leader of this country, I say leader very loosely, getting COVID-19 was such a stupid fabricated story. He wanted a sick day. Let's not beat around the bush, okay? He wanted a sick day. Okay? You know, when the pressure gets to you, what do? You skip school. Another person I'm going to mention is the video game studio Naughty Dog. Everyone loved The Last of Us 2.
Oh no.
Everyone loved everyone loved it. I mean, it won Game of the Year. So it must be a good game, right? Everyone loved it. A lot of issues regarding Naughty Dog as they kind of descend into absolute madness and obscurity. If you like the game The Last of Us 2, good for you. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. What I don't enjoy about the game, and what bothers me the most, is the fact that a game that essentially mistreated and abused its staff got Game of the Year. Pretty sad when you think about that kind of stuff, that essentially the studio was rewarded for that. Now, I understand that either Sony or Naughty Dog themselves technically paid for the award, or the Game Awards is technically what games sold the most, which you can make that argument, but at the same time, Animal Crossing New Horizons outsold Last of Us. So that says a lot. You know, if you don't know what that says, that basically says people would rather play a good game than a game screaming at them. Yeah, pretty much. And it's just a bit unfortunate that they kind of went down this route, because almost every single game Naughty Dog has kind of released over the last few years just keeps getting like worse to some extent. And there's a lot of shadiness going on there. Like, if you're very astute, you've noticed a lot of key people have left the studio. And it's not necessarily because that they do not enjoy the working conditions, it's because they have forcibly been removed. It's very obvious what's going on. The current writer and head of the studio, I believe, Neil Druckmann, has kind of essentially gotten his way. He got rid of anyone who's opposed him, and continues to get rid of anyone who opposes him. And it's a massive shame because he's an awful writer and just an awful human being. It's very hypocritical that he is going to say that, oh, I want to make a game that kind of champions more like gay characters and transgendered characters, but when the said gay character actually has a moment, we're going to cut that off straight away. Don't show that shit. Oh, look, we've got a transgendered character. Are you going to do anything with that character? No.
Nope.
No, we're not going to do anything with that character, as long as people know that. And I don't like the fact that they're abusing their audience as well. And what I mean by that is they are essentially using these ideas of race and gender and sexuality as essentially a shield to, you know, hide themselves from criticism. Anytime you say you don't like this game, it's because you're transphobic or homophobic. Despite some people falling under that category, you're just that, because this game is wonderful and amazing and has done so much for the LGBT community because everyone loves it. And it's a massive shame that they're going about this. I would say if you're a fan of The Last of Us, it's perfectly fine. Just don't be a fan of Naughty Dog. because I find it very ironic when you really think about it that Naughty Dog's origins making the Crash Bandicoot series all the way back in the 90s, that studio was so mistreated by Universal Pictures Studios. They made those games in such awful conditions and were mistreated big time, to the point where they basically gave Universal Studios the middle finger while they were making Crash Team Racing. Kind of interesting how now they're doing pretty much the same to their own staff. Funny how things come full circle. But moving on to a few other things I did not like. Netflix kind of fucked up big time in terms of some of the stuff they did. There's a lot of issues with Netflix kind of once again using their money to fund and create things that people don't want, you know, remakes and adaptations that no one asked for, like the Legend of Avatar. No one was begging for a live action version of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And it's incredibly annoying that they tried to kind of promote it as going, yeah, we got the original creators of the series working on the live action show, and then a month later, the original creators of the comic left the project. That doesn't seem good. Why would they leave a project? One of the creators did elaborate, I think, on a post that essentially Netflix weren't listening to anyone, and they were kind of mistreating the property and the staff. Great. I can't wait for the live action series and all the live action series that you are funding by subscribing to Netflix. If you don't like the shows that are on Netflix, don't subscribe to Netflix. You can't complain when they ruin your favorite show or IP because you funded it.
Yeah.
So talk with your wallet, guys, and don't complain. You have no right to complain. People complain about the Transformers films, but they'll still go and see it. You have no right to complain. You know, just pirate it or buy the DVD. Disney kind of fucked up big time. In my opinion, I don't think they really had a good film come out this year. Onward wasn't very good. Soul is still up for debate because it's still a very new film, but that didn't really appeal to me. Then you had the Mulan live action adaptation, which, as you all know, we all loved because we talked about it. That film is very, very, very problematic, especially the fact that Disney kind of ignored the whole situation going on with Hong Kong and China. Pretty snaky of them to actually do that, especially when the lead actress is a massive, massive racist. But hey, as long as China's happy with the film, that's all that matters, right? Most celebrities who were kind of being like a bit dismissive of the virus over the last couple of months, that was pretty ridiculous. Very ignorant of them. And I mean, I'm not one of those people who holds celebrities in a very high position. It's like, oh, they can do no wrong. And at the same time getting upset when they make a mistake because they're humans, they're not gods. But a lot of stuff was pretty bad. Like, I'm sure most people are aware of the whole situation with the whole Imagine There's No Heaven with Gal Gadot singing as if that's going to help, and all other stuff like Madonna talking about the virus in a bathtub as if she's some kind of serial killer. Selena Gomez saying that she respects the virus and that she understands that people will die and that's just going to happen. You know, there's some pretty unfortunate stuff that happened with celebrities because they kind of lost their mind.
Yeah.
They're used to being the center of attention, and when they don't get attention, they go mad. And you see that big time, you know. I mean, one of the funniest scenes is like, I forget what celebrity is, but when you think about it, there's a celebrity who's outside her like $1 million mansion and she's just like clapping for the like healthcare workers. And when you think about it, it's like she went outside, clapped for the healthcare workers, and had someone film that and uploaded it to her Instagram. That says a lot when you really think about it.
Yeah.
It says too much. And of course, COVID-19 fucking up the whole world.
Yep.
The world might not be the same again. Like, there's predictions that we may not ever have... actually, I'm being a bit too exaggerative. We might not have, like, live music events for, like, a good couple years. Social gatherings, other events like that might not ever happen just because the risk is just way too high. It's a shame. And people have had to unfortunately adapt, which has been interesting at the same time, but it's been quite unfortunate because there's one thing I know about people: they don't like change, and it's been rough for people. When it's been awful, this whole virus, especially if certain situations could have very easily been prevented. And I'm not talking about like the start of it. I'm talking about people just not doing what they were told. Recess.
Hey, yeah. Highlights for me, I'd say. So I was in search of a new like fantasy novel, and one that I actually enjoyed. So I'd say I have found that in Dune.
Nice.
Frank Herbert's Dune. Yeah, that series. So at the moment, I've got books 1 to 6.
Okay.
I believe those are the only ones that Frank Herbert himself wrote. But then I think it's his son maybe continued the series from book 7.
Okay.
Apparently they're not as good from the reviews, but we'll see. Yeah. Once I finish the 6th book, we'll see if I continue with that.
Okay.
I say learning Japanese as well. I'm not fluent at all. I just started learning this year.
Okay, fair enough.
But it was on my to-do list. So I've begun that, and yeah, it's going well. It's going well, actually.
That's also on my to-do list.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, just picking up just information about the culture. Yeah, just I love Japan anyway, so yeah, why not learn the language?
Of course, yeah.
And then also I've got back into drawing. So I guess similar to you, Al, as well. I've started doing like character design and illustrations. So I started that back up. Entered a few drawing competitions. Don't think I've won any actually, which is a bit of a shame. But it's all been enjoyable. Yeah, so I think those are my highlights.
Good to hear.
I think lows, not seeing as many people as I would normally have seen.
Yeah.
Throughout the year. Done a lot more like video calls and stuff, but still it's not the same, is it?
No.
I have to echo your concerns as well, just in terms of how our government handled this COVID situation. I think there are many mistakes.
Oh gosh.
Like I understand it's a completely different thing that they had to handle, but I feel some things could have been done a lot better.
and just real quick, it's not as if like there wasn't enough time to react to this. It's not as if people in the World Health Organization and other people have been warning that this could happen and to be prepared for it. Because you want to know one of the scariest things about like COVID-19 is that something like this happens every 10 years and we don't know why.
Right.
And each time it keeps getting worse. This is the worst it's gotten.
Yeah.
How bad is it going to be when it happens next time?
This is it.
Oh,
Yeah.
We've got 9 years before it possibly happens again. Like, are we prepared? Because here's the thing, we're still dealing with it and it's year 1.
Exactly.
But go on, Recess.
So no, that's it for my highlights and lowlights.
Okay, fair enough.
I do agree with you as well about the comment you made, Raccoon, in terms of, I think, appreciating and celebrating those within the NHS, but also key workers outside of the NHS. The NHS have been praised, rightly so, but there are other key workers that I feel have maybe been missed off in terms of recognition, in terms of the work that they do.
Yeah. One I kind of forgot to mention was people working in supermarket stores.
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause they had a pretty rough job.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe we're on most anticipated for 2020. We are now done with 2020. We've buried it and we've killed it. Most anticipated. We're gonna be positive now, hopefully. And it's a bit odd because typically we say oh, if you listen to this in the future, if we sound wrong, obviously we don't know if these are confirmed, so you can always change. I don't know if anything's really going to come out next year. But let's get into it real quick as we kind of wrap up this very, 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 very long podcast. Al, do you have any anticipated things for next year?
No, not really. Not at all, actually. Yeah, you could just skip past me. That's fine.
Okay, straight to me then. I've got 6 things which may or may not happen. Some of these are kind of like theory based, but number 6 is going to be Resident Evil 8 Village.
Okay.
Given where Capcom is and the Resident Evil series is on a very high and strong note, I have high hopes for this game. It looks like it could be a really awesome experience that kind of takes both elements of Resident Evil 7, which took that first-person perspective angle, and then everything they've kind of learned and been praised from the other 2 remakes. I don't know I think the story probably might be the weakest aspect of it, but I'm honestly hoping that they really follow through with like environmental design, survival horror, and just honestly creeping the player out. So I'm really looking forward to that. Number 5 is going to be for Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. This is the first brand new Ratchet & Clank game in a long time, and I'm really happy to see that they're even making another Ratchet & Clank game, because ever since the studio that made the series, Insomniac Games, got bought by Sony, I feared that they would just be making Spider-Man games until they get liquefied. But luckily, Sony is still being fair and letting them still doing this franchise and kind of letting it be like the real kind of showcase of the power of PlayStation 5. So I'm interested to see if there really is going to be a, showcase of actual power, and hopefully see if this game can continue and survive in the midst of things, especially given that it's going up against, Crash Bandicoot and Cuphead and Hollow Knight and all these other newer platformers that children and older and newer audiences have been playing. So I'm actually very interested to see how that performs. Sticking with games, we have number 4 with Little Nightmares 2. The original game was really creepy and really surreal. I haven't played it, but I've seen it very long time ago. And this sequel game looks like they've improved and expanded on everything, and they've possibly made it even more disturbing and scary. I've seen the demo of this game, and just from the demo alone, I don't want to play this game. Because it legitimately is like upsetting, and some of the character designs are just awful. Like, they're the definition of like nightmare fuel. And even the demo itself, where you play as because you kind of play as 2 characters in this game now, even the demo where you're kind of walking around this abandoned like hospital thing, and there's all these weird mannequin like things around, and they're all standing still. They only move in the darkness. So you have to shine light on them, and it's awful because the noise they make is awful, and it's just awful. And even some of the character designs have been leaked. I'm like, no thank you, my friend. But number 3, this is more of a theory speculation kind of thing, and I'm kind of be brief about this one because it is a weird one when I say it, and that's going to be Crash Bandicoot / Spyro 2021. Now, nothing's been confirmed officially, but I think we could see either one or both appear next year. The reason I think that is because a long time ago, before Crash 4 got revealed, a very trustworthy leaker leaked out all of Activision's planned games for 2020, and they all turned out to be true, except for one, in which he said there was not only was there going to be quote unquote Crash 4, there was also going to be Crash PvP, as in player versus player. And that hasn't come out yet. Given that every single other game was correct, means that we're due for another Crash Bandicoot game. And I think they've already started to tease it, because if you 106% the game, and you go back to one of the first Easter eggs in the game, that Easter egg changes to something that's not seen in the game. And then, almost as if someone who works at Activision or Toys for Bob or whoever watched and looked up on Twitter and Reddit immediately after a video, a little animation showing Coco Bandicoot playing Uncharted 4, to which it zooms out to reveal the name Wumpa League conveniently in the background. And nothing's been stated ever since, so whatever they're teasing should be interesting. I think it's going to be another game. Also, Spyro 4's kind of been confirmed, because in the art book for Crash Bandicoot, there is a bit of concept artwork which very conveniently highlights there's a poster that says Crash Bandicoot 4. So whether they're working on it, I don't know. Who's working on it, I don't know, but we haven't seen Spyro for a long time now. And without spoiling anything, there's a lot of references to Spyro in Crash Bandicoot 4. A lot of them. They really like Spyro, and they're really hinting at something to do with Spyro. So I think we could hopefully get a new game, a brand new Spyro game after, 85 years? Number 2 is going to go to Gorillas with Song Machine Season 2 / The Gorillas film. So I guess I'll do with the one that's most likely going to release this year, Song Machine Season 2. Damien Albarn has pretty much already said that he's working on it, and the first song will be ready in March. So that's something to look forward to. It should be interesting given what it will kind of reference, the aftermath of 2020, or it will revisit some ideas that have been hinted. Also, the Gorillas film, which they've been trying to do this for like almost 15 years now, and it seems like they're finally going to be able to do it thanks to Netflix, unfortunately. So we'll see how that film works out. It's kind of been described as just being abstract, so no idea what it's going to be. And number 1, I think this was on my list last year, and that's going to be the film Last Night in Soho, which is going to be directed by Edgar Wright.
Okay.
This is his next film, which just didn't get mentioned at all, or any trailer or anything. Most likely because of the lockdown, maybe he's still doing production and filming, but we know very, very little about this film, other than it's going to be a psychological horror from director Edgar Wright.
Great.
Which is very interesting. It's loosely based on another story, and it seems that it is going to be based in London, more accurately Soho, where me and Recess buy all our vinyls. So it should be very interesting to see if that is. And also another quick note as well, I found out about Edgar Wright. He actually has written pretty much all of his films in Soho.
Oh, cool.
So it seems like things might be coming full circle in some way. But that's my anticipated list. I believe it's you now, Recess.
Interesting. Yeah. No, thanks for that. I'm going to check out some of those titles.
Cool.
Most anticipated. Okay. First on the list is definitely the Hollow Knight sequel.
Yes.
So Hollow Knight Silksong. There have been some rumors online, and fans have recently found out that we'll be getting more information on December. Is it December 30th or December 31st? When Edge magazine. Basically, Edge magazine, they have an issue dedicated to Hollow Knight Silksong.
Wow,
so
that's
we should
amazing.
Get more information. Yeah, so I'm really pumped for that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the game will be released sometime in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
We've been waiting on that for a couple of years.
Yeah, but hopefully, I mean, it's one of those games where it's in a really good position where all it needs to do is just more of the same, but better and improved. Not to say that the original game is bad. That's not what I'm saying when I say that.
No, exactly. I mean, original game was great, but this is it. If improvements can be made, boom.
Yeah.
They're winning.
Well, they're already winning, technically.
Exactly.
They got one of the number 1 games right now.
Yeah. Amazing game. Top anticipated then kind of moves into movies for me.
Mm-hmm.
This list was longer, but to be fair, when I look back at it, I was like, actually, I kind of really don't care about them anymore. Most of them are supposed to come out this year, and then they were inevitably pushed back. But still on the list, that includes Bob's Burgers. So that movie, which I believe has maybe a March-April release date at the moment.
Should be interesting, especially if we're going to get it.
Exactly.
Bob's Burgers doesn't really exist in England.
Yeah, this is it. But I think what's exciting is that there's no information on the plot yet. So they could take it wherever they want to go.
Yeah, I hope it kind of goes more in the direction of something like Beavis and Butthead, the film. If you've ever seen that film, you know what I mean.
But no, exciting. Scope for that. Matrix 4 is still on there. I'm still pumped for that.
Ooh,
don't get me wrong, the third one
We don't talk about the
Yeah,
third one.
we don't talk about the third one. So that would be interesting. And then I've got Zack Snyder's Justice League cut as well.
Is that not out?
I believe no, so not at the moment. Not that I'm aware. It's not actually a movie. I think they're gonna split that up into 4, like a mini series. So 4 episodes of that. But I think each episode is going to be like an hour and a half or something silly like that.
What?
So we'll see. I just want to see the differences and see if they improve on that movie.
I'm sorry. Can I be real for a sec? Didn't no one like that film?
This is it. So I think the decision for them to release the Zack Snyder cut is because he worked on so much of the movie, and then all his work was basically scrapped. So I think they, and I appreciate it, wanted to showcase that side of it. The only issue is, not necessarily an issue, but just, I guess, lack of understanding. The trailers are in black and white. So I'm like, are the episodes going to be all in black and white? Is it going to be colour? Like, what? That's still not known.
I really don't understand what like DC is like trying to do. Because that film was hated. And
yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. At the end of the day, this whole series, it's only gonna be like 45 minutes of new content.
Is it actually? Because I didn't even know how much.
It's a director's cut. Typically, director's cuts can be that. Like, for goodness sake, like there's some director's cuts where all it is it's an extra 5 minutes on the end of the film. I'm not saying this is going to be like that, but I think they're really taking advantage of the fans now. Honestly, because DC fanboys don't know what they get, and they're understandably confused. Because DC's saying, hey, we're going to make all our films like Joker, and we're going to do Joker like Joaquin Phoenix. Oh, sorry, I think, like that. And then they're going to go, no, but we're going to bring back Jared Leto for a Joker film.
Yeah.
And it's like, but didn't everyone hate that Joker? Yeah, they did. But let's bring him back. But everyone loved the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. We know. That's why we're going to have 5 Jokers. Including the Joker that's going to appear in Suicide Squad. Sorry, not Suicide Squad. The Joker that's going to appear in Justice League. Oh, you mean Jared Leto? No. We mean the new Joker, because people didn't like the Jared Leto Joker. They liked the Joaquin Phoenix one. So is it going to be the Joaquin Phoenix one? No, that's its own film. Why are you getting confused about this? It's really simple. It's really simple. Why does Batman look different now? Don't worry about it. It's not because all the cast left the production because it's become a mess and a nightmare. I think they're taking the piss now, because they're taking advantage of fandomism and hype.
Yeah, and it is taking advantage, because I think the miniseries is being released on HBO Max, which you obviously have to pay for to subscribe and get those services. So it's like, I don't know, it's odd decisions. We'll see how it goes if and when it's released.
I guess. I can't wait to hear the people arguing about it. That's going to be fun.
We'll see. But then last on my anticipated is actually PS5 console.
Nice. You're going to get one?
I'm hoping that they're going to release, you know how Sony releases different models as time goes on?
Yeah.
Because I really don't like the design of the new PS5. I don't know what it is. Maybe it would look better in the flesh. I haven't seen one in the flesh. It's just been online. But yeah, I prefer the design of the Xbox. So we'll see. If they change the design and I like the second PS5 version or model, then I'd be more invested to get one. So
I'll be interested if they do it for next year as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I know a lot of people made jokes about how big it is.
Yeah,
because it's like, if I remember correctly, it's the size of a double-decker bus, if I'm correct.
Bigger than that.
Yeah, bigger than that. It's not great, and also the fact that what might play into is the fact that no one can get one right now.
and that.
That's true.
So we'll see. You might actually be correct on that front, because I like the look of it. I just don't like the size. Like, it wouldn't fit in my current room.
I mean, the size, it's big. It kind of isn't it bigger than the Xbox 360? Way bigger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like one of the biggest consoles. Period.
Oh god. I mean, I don't like the design of it at
I
all.
mean, I don't know how big the Xbox Series X is because no one bought that.
Yeah, that's true actually. I mean, PS5 just looks like an internet router to me, so just don't.
Yeah, that was the joke that was made, and it does look like that, unfortunately. But here's the thing: we're making jokes about that. We're not making jokes about Series X, are we?
That's true.
Funny how we're all clamoring for the PS5, but no one's mentioned how there's plenty of copies for the Series X to go around. No, seriously, you can get a Series X. There's no shortage. It's pretty bad when you think about it, but then again, I think unfortunately Microsoft might be on their way out. We'll just have to see. But is that it for anticipated for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on the last section, which will be a quick one, and that's going to be personal goals and plans for 2021. This should be interesting because most of my plans, which I'm not going to mention, are also the same plans that were going to be for 2020. But that got shot in the foot. Al, do you want to start to end us off?
Yeah, sure. So personal goals would be, for 2021 would be to get more PS4 games. I definitely want to get like CTR, Monster Hunter World, and I'm trying to think what was the other game I mentioned. Street Fighter 30th anniversary. Don't have any like new games in particular that I want at the moment, but those are the games I just kind of want to get. There probably will be games along the way that I'll get next year as well. Probably practice my drawings a lot more next year. And the final thing is some intense Tekken training. Because I feel like I want to get better at the game. I did say, I think on the first podcast of the year, I don't want to take the game seriously, but I just want to be better at the game. Like, I felt like it's a game that I never got better at. I don't want to take it seriously, but I just want to get a lot better than I do play at the moment.
Understandable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like known to be like one of the most difficult fighting games there is out there because there's a lot to learn about it, and I was just like, it's very mind-blowing actually when you actually look into the depths of it and stuff. But that's pretty much it actually. Okay,
I'll go next. So a lot of my personal goals, kind of the same things which I wanted to do for this year, because some of the things I aim to do, which I guess I'll reveal. One thing I wanted to do was I was actually going to attempt, or at least put in the work to actually shoot my first short film or concept video for a TV show or something like that. I would like to possibly try and attempt that to some extent. I'd like to get some kind of script or finished kind of example of what I'm working at, for example. And with one of the bigger projects I'm working on, I'm almost at the point where one of them is roughly kind of finished. So I kind of want to get something which probably you guys probably won't see on the channel, because I know what people are like. They love to steal ideas. So it'll probably be something that you guys see more than anything, or maybe other people. Just looking to improve. I guess you can say I want to put more time practicing on my other like passions and stuff, like filmmaking and I guess animation, writing, and other kinds of stuff, which I definitely want to do. I'm definitely going to be trying to improve the podcast in general. Definitely the sound, the look of the podcast. YouTube is unfortunately making it very, very hard for anyone to make videos, period, now. Obviously, I'm not necessarily just talking about like, them copyright striking things, or you not being able to like swear on the podcast without it like completely hiding your video or losing you money. But something I talked about a few podcasts ago is the fact that they have rolled out a system where if you are not a YouTube partner, as in you don't make money off the videos you make by putting ads on them, YouTube can just come in, put ads on your video and make money off them, and you won't see any money.
Wow.
And the idea of YouTube or someone else making money off these videos, it honestly is really upsetting and kind of horrifies me, because I'll be honest, like, I'm doing this podcast out of my own volition. I'm not making money off these podcasts. I'm losing time on these podcasts. Not that I hate it. I'm just saying time is lost. I could be doing other things. And that's why I'm always extremely thankful when someone else comes on the podcast to do this, because Al, Recess, Ferret, Ace, we're not doing this for money. I'm not paying them. I mean, you guys, and we're doing this podcast because I hope we want to. And the idea that YouTube is making however money they would off them, even if they're only making £2 off it, I want that £2.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of that money should go to you, because you've been on this podcast, especially if they're going to make money off this long podcast and be all like, yeah, we made £10. It's like, no, that should be split between us. We made this podcast. So I'm honestly debating possibly shutting down this YouTube channel, or at least removing these podcasts, or doing something different. So there is plans that I might, at some point, if I get the time, kind of have a website to kind of keep all these videos on. It seems like the smarter thing to do, and it's a little bit more professional to anyone else who's looking. I'm going to try and improve the sound on this podcast. I know this podcast is a really bad example because obviously it's, 3 microphones, 3 different places. So I know this podcast probably doesn't sound too great, and I apologize for that. There is nothing we can do. I can't realistically have Owl and Reese here because that would be stupid. So that's one thing I intend to do for the most part. I'm going to try and 106% Crash Bandicoot 4. It's pretty rough, given some of the things you have to do, especially the time trials. They're just not fun, and they really hurt my hand. But I'm close, though. I don't have much longer to do. I am literally at the 100% of the game.
Oh, nice.
I've literally got maybe about... Actually, I won't say how many time trials I have left because that might be considered a spoiler. I've got a few time trials left and one thing left to do, and I would have 106%ed it. So I'm going to try and do that, although it's going to be very slow because, as I've already mentioned, the replay value is not great in this game. But that's another thing I'll mention real quick is the insanely perfect relics, when you have to beat the whole level, collect everything, and not die.
Yeah.
I did all of those. Those are done. I beat every single one of them, and if you want to attempt that, don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But I'm allowed to brag because I did it. And the last thing I hopefully want to do, which hopefully will happen, is I need to take a holiday.
Yeah.
Because it's been rough this year. It's not been fun for the most part. I've, as you can probably tell, I've kind of really messed up my hand over the last couple months. It's a combination of playing Crash 4, and then another thing I want to say really quickly, which is kind of cool, is essentially acquiring another job. That took a lot of time. So essentially I was very rarely able to rest during December because it was like, got to get the application form done.
Yeah.
And that all worked out. And then it was like, oh, now I can relax. No, I can't. I got the podcast to do. And
one thing after the other.
Yeah, and even now when it's like, even after the podcast is, at least done, which obviously you're hearing, I have to finish off some more writing. So I've got a couple more pages to do. And then I can relax. But probably by the time that happens, I'll be back in work.
Good.
So that's a bit unfortunate to some extent. But I'm happy to have another job.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully I'll go to Japan. That would be nice.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That's the aim.
That's the aim.
Yeah, go to Japan next year.
Japan got their shit together, so it's a little bit more safe than this country.
Yeah.
So if anything, I'll be doing myself a favor by going there. But yeah, hopefully, because even then, I've got some plans for Japan as well.
Cool.
In terms of filming, because I know some people are going to read into that in different ways. So I'm going to say, in terms of filming and having a good time, before anyone wants to say, oh, Raccoon's going to do that. No. Recess, it's up to you to end this podcast now.
Hey. A goal that I've got, I kind of started this year, but haven't made as much traction as I wanted to. But start putting my artwork online. So as I said before, I was doing character design and illustrations, but I want to put them out to the world and actually create merchandise, so t-shirts and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like a side hustle.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna aim to get the ball rolling for 2021. Been working on a few designs, so just need to look at the processes and get them out there.
I'd love to see those designs, man.
Yeah, I'll show you actually.
That's one thing that I want to quickly mention, the whole fact that we haven't really met up with each other. Because, I mean, obviously me and Al, we met up to go cinema. Me and Recess, we met up we technically met up properly one time, but we bumped into each other a couple of times, and that's been about it. In case you're wondering about everyone else who usually appears on this podcast, I've met Ace once this year, and that was on one of the podcasts earlier this year. It's a really fun podcast which we recorded outside in the garden. And in terms of Ferret, the one who's everyone's like, what's up with the Ferret guy? I met him twice, and he's doing good. It's like everyone's kind of working on these projects and haven't really been able to like hear them talk about it, hear them be excited about it. Like, as I'm sure Ace has mentioned, he's working on a video game right now, which, I've never really been able to see it, but I'm technically one of the only people that knows the most about it. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing, I guess, at the same time. But and even some of the projects you guys have worked on, even the projects I've worked on, I guess I'll kind of like explain some of them when we kind of cut this recording in the next few minutes. But it's interesting. I'm really happy for you. I'm sorry. Anything else in terms of like goals and plans?
No, that's it really.
Okay, well. That pretty much brings us to the end of the podcast, and looking at the original recording time, and to kind of let you guys, behind the curtain, I said to you, hey, let's try and aim for under 3 hours.
How did we do?
I said to myself, given how little we have to say, given this year, we'll definitely be under 3 hours. It's over 5 hours.
Whoa.
Oh my god, no.
Wow.
It's over 5 hours. It's over 5 hours. I'm a bit shocked myself. It literally went from day to night.
Jesus.
Yeah, it actually did.
Like, the podcasts are usually long, that's why we have to prepare for them, but my goodness, I mean, I'm just thinking, I gotta edit this.
Oh my god.
Yep, and that.
I gotta edit this, and I gotta get it up before the end of the year. So, wish me luck, guys. It's not that big of a deal, really. I mean, it's not as if I've never edited audio before or whatever. But so we're pretty much at the end of the year, end of the podcast, and it has been a very interesting year. And I hope that this podcast has hopefully been entertaining. Hopefully, people have been able to enjoy things. I mean, if you listen to this podcast all the way through in one sitting, you're a boss. I don't blame anyone who takes breaks, and I would honestly recommend taking breaks from a 5-hour long podcast, especially one that maybe might not sound too great given the the circumstances of the world right now. But in terms of next year, hopefully everyone just looks after themselves, stays safe and stays smart, because we don't know what's going on in the world, and things are scary right now, and things are a bit worrying. I understand that there are people who are in, much worse situations that we are in, and I mean, I always make sure that I never try and take anything for granted. That includes where I am, who I am, and the people who I know, family and friends and that kind of stuff. So I'm always very grateful and very happy when something like this happens in terms of us kind of doing a podcast. So I just want to thank everyone who's listened to this podcast over the whole year. It's pretty much just been me talking for the last couple of hours. I just kind of want to say thank you for, bothering with the podcast. Hopefully I cheered someone up or helped someone this year. I also want to thank Recess and Al for being on this very long podcast. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys had fun as well.
Yeah.
In terms of next year, the podcast is not going to return until, I believe, January 15th or 14th. Okay. So the second Monday-ish of the podcast. The reason being is because I will be starting a new job and I need to get everything worked out and figured out and that kind of stuff. So don't expect it for a little while. also on podcast 160, there's going to be a shake-up and a change, both visually and audio-wise. I'm not going to say what exactly is going to happen, but look forward to that. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say, unless you guys want to say anything before we say the very last thing.
I'm trying to think. Oh, actually, I've got to say another big villain, actually.
Okay, fair enough.
The Monster Hunter movie.
Ah.
No one wanted it. No one asked for it, okay? I just feel like, oh gosh. But it's funny because when it came out, it was like the time that we were about to basically go back into lockdown in November.
So wait, is it out already?
Yeah, it came out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. But yeah.
Fair enough.
Gosh, yeah.
Fair enough. Anything from you, Recess?
Just thanks for having me. My first and last podcast of 2020.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you know, I think in terms of like people being on the podcast, I think technically there's only been, not including like a few audio discussions I did with Ace, I think it's only been 4 podcasts that have had people on it.
Oh, wow.
Including this one, maybe. Don't quote me on that, though. Maybe 4 or 5. But I think it's appropriate this podcast is as long as it is, given that this year was quite a crazy and hectic year. But, yeah, that just leaves me to talk about the last, very, very last thing, and that is going to be the video of the episode, which is a very interesting one, as it is Charlie Brooker's Antiviral Wipe 2020. Now, one thing I want to mention is some people may have noticed that the you might not be able to see the actual link of this video in the description of the YouTube counterpart of it, and that's because this is a video that comes from the BBC. I essentially nabbed this video because I thought it was so good, and depending on how things work out, you might have to, well, I'm not going to say it exactly, but hey, if you can't watch the video of the episode, maybe check the download link. That's all I'm going to say. But in case you really want to watch it, because I think it's a really, really good video that kind of encapsulates almost everything that happened this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, very funny because to some extent you kind of got to laugh at maybe the stupidity that happened this year and kind of look at the bright side of things in quite a few ways. And I think it's definitely a very introspective video that hopefully future generations and future people can look at this and kind of go, oh, so that's what was happening in 2020. Oh, it kind of all makes sense now. And hopefully it will just become a time capsule, and hopefully this won't becoming a everlasting nightmare.
Mm.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much going to be the podcast for the most part. Thank you all for listening. Once again, thank you, Recess and Al, for being on this podcast.
No problem.
Thank you.
And I guess there's only one thing left to say, and I guess I will end this podcast like I always do by saying I was the Angry Raccoon.
I'm the Indigenous Owl.
I was Recess.
And we will see you in hopefully a better year and on the next podcast.
Boom.